They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments we trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Starting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, man. Good Tuesday evening. Clap it up for boxing. Hope everybody's doing well. What a weekend of boxing. Clap it up for yourselves. Clap it up for boxing. It is like that. Man. You guys know it's Tuesday. It's late. It's been a long day for the kid. But we tapped in. So much to talk about today. Obviously, we have a huge event that happened on Saturday. We can talk about Friday's event as well with the ladies. And of course, we have things that's coming up this weekend. We gotta stay on point right now, right? Because Turkey's unleashed the Kraken. Boxing this month all the way until November seems like it's gonna be just off the chain. This weekend is gonna be the huge just Saturdays just between Pacquiao and Barrios and Tim Tszyu and Fundora and Danny Dubois and Alexander Usyk and Bam Rodriguez and all those undercards, Diego Pacheco, and Trevor McCumbee, all these different fights coming up this weekend. I mean, we gotta spread it out, right? We can't talk about it all in one show. Maybe we can, maybe we can't, I don't know, right? We'll try to do what we can, and what we don't do today, we'll do tomorrow. What a great event this weekend. I see the boxing space, of course, is buzzing. It's definitely buzzing now that we had that event with Shakur Stevenson and Edgar Berlanga, and people are speaking toward the significance and the impact of Shakur Stevenson's win. Some people are ecstatic, obviously, people who've been waiting to see Shakur Stevenson do his thing and get an opportunity to do what he did on Saturday, a masterclass, in my opinion, on multiple levels. We watched Shakur Stevenson take a lot of risk, take some chances in entertaining the fans. And I think he did, but you have some fans, of course, who are going to scrutinize and say, oh, he got hit. You know, it's damned if you do, if you damned if you don't in this game, right? And you don't wonder anymore as you're watching this why fighters like Shakur Stevenson and Terrence Crawford and even the Devin Haney's, these fighters who take the chances to do certain things in the spirit of entertaining the crowd, and there's no real appreciation or understanding for what they're looking at. We're going to talk about that for sure, because I think we definitely have a boxing. The casual fan is more rampant in this space than I think people would acknowledge, right? People who don't know how to, really appreciate boxing, the fan base who sits there, waits on the knockout, waits on certain things. And if that doesn't happen, they don't consider it good boxing. So, dealing with that, it's an uphill battle at a time for boxing to move forward and do what it needs to do, as, just isn't the same kind of boxing fan that there used to be, let's say, 20 years ago, right? 20 plus years ago. It is what it is, right? Edgar Berlanga seemingly might have been exposed this weekend. And I say might have been exposed because, listen, people can have a night off, right, from the job. Things can not work out the way you thought it was going to work out. We don't know all the intangibles and all the moving pieces that go into a fighter like Edgar Berlanga performing like he did Saturday night. But listen, man, a star was potentially born in Hamza Shiraz. And listen, man, those records, those 16-0, 16 straight knockouts, 17 first round knockouts, these records. A lot of the times the matchmaking happening in boxing has a lot to do with it. It's not necessarily always highlighting the skills of somebody or representing somebody being some sort of dominant force in the space, right? You got to pay attention. Pay attention to the matchmaking, pay attention to the level of competition that these fighters are going through, because a lot of times these guys are just waiting to get up into that top 10 category as far as quality of fighters. And then you see a lot of things, a lot of things that when the dark come out to light. We watch that. We'll talk about that as well. We'll talk about the future of all the winners of this weekend. We'll talk about the futures of, the guys who came up on the short side of the stick, right? The guys who came up short on the evening. What are their futures? The easy thing to do would be to dismiss these guys and throw the baby out with the bathwater and say these guys are done. But the reality is they fought big time competition. And this is the risk that you put in when you get in the ring with the best or one of the best the space has to offer you. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. So we'll talk about the future of both the winners and the losers on these cards, talk about what it looks like, what their next best moves are. I got a pretty good idea. I got plans for a couple of these guys and interested in seeing what's going to be developed, interested in seeing the relationship with Turkey and where Turkey's going to take it from here. And then we'll try a little bit later to get into some of the fights that are coming up this weekend and on everything else current in the boxing space. News coming out as well on Raymond Ford's new opponent. Pretty good opponent, Abraham Nova. We'll talk about that fight and what that might end up looking like as well. Conor Benn and Shakur Stevenson have an interesting conversation on Ariel Helwani. Shakur Stevenson. Listen, a whole lot of opportunities for these fighters on this card this weekend. Between Shakur Stevenson and Hamza Shiraz, I'm not too sure which one is the bigger, who made out the best out of all of this, right? Some might say Shakur Stevenson has proven himself at 135, and now the world is his oyster, but Hamza Shiraz as well showing out. This win against Edgar Berlanga holds a lot of weight for Hamza Shiraz, and people are talking about him fighting the likes of obviously Canelo Alvarez, but also everything in between, and even rumors of potentially people wanting to see him against David Benavidez at 175, which I think is super interesting, right? Super damn interesting, right? We'll talk about it all. Shout out to everybody in the building right now. Let's see here. One moment here. Bear with me here, guys. Sorry about that. The phone was going off, guys. It is what it is, right? Salute to everybody in the building. Let's see who's in the building today. We got Eastside Easy in the building. Salute Eastside Easy. Said already dropped my like, popped in a little bit earlier. Sorry for coming on late, by the way. We're supposed to come on about 8 o'clock. If you want me to tell you the truth, I'll tell you the truth. If you want me to lie to you, I lie to you. My community likes me to tell the truth, right? I'm going to tell you. Your boy overslept. I was laid up. Oh, man, I needed it. Thank God. Better laid up in my pillow than on this camera, right? Like I see some content creators do, right? So, but that's what it was, right? But I appreciate you guys popping in early. Say it's been a year since the channel blessed me after hitting 1,000 subs, and I got the live saved, locked in always. Hey, no doubt, Eastside. Has it been a year? Has it been an even year now? Yeah, man. And shout out to Charles Edward Cheese. Always will be the sponsor of this channel, man. The way he invested into this channel and really helped just get it moving and on nothing, right? In comparison to what Charles Edward Cheese has done for all these other channels who are 100,000 plus subscribers, 50 plus thousand, 300 plus thousand subscribers, and at the time I didn't even have 1,000 subscribers. And he saw something in this channel and made a huge investment in the future of this channel, which I don't know if I ever can forget. You know what I mean? Showed so much support to this channel, man. I don't see him here that much. Nowadays, I think it might be because of the time period we picked, but I'll tell you what, man, always be appreciative of that guy, man. And no problem, Eastside, man. So happy that you was able to benefit off of Cheese's charity, right? Good work. So salute to you, Eastside Easy. Salute to Clear World in the building. Hello, Queen. Peace. Old School 868 in the building. Salute to you. Salute to Kenneth Perry. Says, new to the channel. Heard you on Blue Show. I hit the subscribe button. Oh, man, I appreciate you, Kenneth. Hope I don't let you down, man. We talk about boxing here all across the board. Really don't focus on one particular fighter here. It's not our thing. I'm very proud of that. We talk about boxing across the whole entire space because boxing is lit like that, especially with the addition of Turkey Al-Sheikh making a lot of the fights that we want to see and fights that you didn't know you wanted to see until you saw it in the ring, right? So we talk about boxing on a broad space, man. So hope you enjoy the show, man. Shout out to the GOAT 95 in the building already. Says Shakur had a good performance. It is basically Tank versus Pitbull Cruz, literally. Wow, Zepeda don't move the needle. It does up his stock, though. Wow, man, look, I mean, I find it interesting. Across the whole entire space right now, people are dismissing William Zepeda. I mean, this guy was number one. You know, let's separate this whole situation real quick and just tackle it here and just say that Pitbull Cruz was a replacement fighter for a fighter who didn't make it to the card in Rolly Romero, right? Not ranked, not a big, no threat that people really saw, right? End up giving Tank Davis a decent fight because Tank Davis ended up with one hand in the fight, right? Broke his hand. William Zepeda was ranked number one across all sanctioning bodies, right? Could have picked any of the champions, earned his way, undefeated fighter, 30+ fighters, 20+ knockouts on his resume, and people thought a lot of people thought was going to beat Shakur Stevenson. Nobody thought that Isaac Cruz was going to beat Tank Davis. As a matter of fact, Isaac Cruz just happened to be one of those fighters that surprised the space, giving Tank Davis a competitive fight because of his hand being broken and surprised the world, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I got to disagree with you. Nowhere near the same as Tank fighting Pitbull Cruz. I think at the end of the day, and shout out to you to GOAT 95, you know, for sure. Shout out to you. But I think at the end of the day, it runs true and it reigns true. No matter what these fighters do, it's only going to entertain who's supposed to entertain. The people who aren't going to find anything, who doesn't want to find anything, and what they accomplish are never going to find it, right? It is what it is. But yeah, I hear you, man. It is what it is. Big Tim 45. Salute, Clay. Salute to you, Big Tim. JR Spock in the building, asking the GOAT 95 if he is a troll or a bot. He says you didn't make any sense. Yeah, JR, right? Shout out to Super Galaxy Gold Star in the building, man. Salute to you. Country Q25 says, what's up, Clay? Let's get this boxing talk. Are we going to talk about it? We going to talk about it, man. Let me see. The GOAT 95 says, "Sup, Clay?" And no, I'm no JR Spot people was a pressure fight. Okay. My guy Clay said from Joel. Salute to you, Joel. A1 Hoop Zone in the building. Said, "What's good? First time tapping in. What's up, A1 Hoop Zone? Stay tapped in, man. We got so much to talk about tonight on this boxing, and I don't know. Like, we're gonna go over these fights, but also needing to speak just a little bit to the." Listen to the fans of boxing or who are becoming new to boxing. And I'm saying that because you might not know you're a casual yet, right? I saw some content creators speaking on this fight with Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda. And, you know, I heard one content creator say that he gave William Zepeda 4 out of the first 5 rounds of that fight, right? And what ran through my mind when I saw this content creator say that, and this is a content creator with a way bigger channel than mine, a way bigger following than mine, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, quite frankly, part of that generation of boxing fan and content creator in the boxing space that I believe, you know, I'll be frank with you guys, is part of the reason why American boxing is where it's at today, right? Why you have to see David Benavidez fight an Anthony Yarde in Riyadh, right? Where maybe 3-4 years ago, you would have seen that here in America, right? Maybe you would have seen David Benavidez already a champion years ago, like 10 years ago in another era. But with the politics of the sport, with the fan who is not a fan of the sport and only a fan of a certain fighter, there was an opportunity for promoters to take advantage of that space and end up putting boxing in a position that it is right now, right? To where people had to thank God of a foreign aid and Turkey Al-Sheikh coming and allocating resources to this space to provide this boxing space with the kind of fights that is bringing boxing back to life, right? A lot of these content creators that are watching this sport don't know how to watch boxing. They don't know how to score boxing. They don't know the difference between effective punching, right? And just a fight like what we saw with William Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson. William Zepeda was letting off a lot of punches, high volume puncher, but was connecting with such a small percentage of those shots, hitting gloves, hitting arms, hitting elbows, not catching Shakur Stevenson flush. Granted, William Zepeda had his success when he had shots that landed, but in comparison to what Shakur Stevenson was doing, picking apart that guy, for a content creator to give William Zepeda 4 out of those first 5 rounds, guys, pay attention. Pay attention to who you follow in the space, right? Because it's very interesting. It's one thing to give you guys the drama and to give you guys all the nonsense that keeps your mind spinning, focusing on 1, 2, maybe 3 fighters. But it's another thing to actually watch this sport and love this sport, right? And have some understanding about what's going on in the sport. So look, it is what it is. It is what it is, right? But it is interesting to watch everybody react to this weekend's events, especially Shakur Stevenson's performance, which I think most top-level pundits in the space rate that performance at the highest level. When you're talking about the Chris Algieri's or the Timothy Bradleys or the Teddy Atlases or any, the Coach Breadmans, the real pundits in the space who really watch boxing and understood what they're looking at, I didn't find any of them that were that didn't give Shakur Stevenson all the respect for that performance, understand how remarkable that performance was, how that man's sight, that man's shot selection, that man's defense, that man's ability to make somebody miss inside the pocket, fighting in a way, showing you that he had multiple tools, multiple wrinkles to his game. He could have fought that fight way differently, and everybody knows it. He could have fought that fight in a way where it could have been boring. He couldn't have been hit at all damn near, and he would have won 12 rounds. But the whole entire boxing space would have said he was either running or he's not exciting. They would have criticized it. So he gave you a fight where he took chances and put himself in the crosshairs of imminent danger and showed you how he was able to navigate that. How many fighters will Shakur Stevenson fight in the future that will give high volume punching and pressure like William Zepeda did? And if he did what he did against William Zepeda, listen, in my opinion, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Salute to A1 Hoop Zone. Hang around, brother. Salute to you, family. Denzel Horton says, hype job. Yeah, Denzel, salute to you, man. Salute. The Butcher in the building says, salute Claymore. Salute back at you, family. Let me see here. Pop Shop Talk in the building. What's good, family? Hope everything's good with you, man. I hope them wheels are turning. Hope you earning. And hope you being safe out there, man, for sure, man. Mansa Musa in the building. Shout out to Mansa Musa in the building, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see you in the building. Let's see here. We got Pop Shot. R. Stokes, damned if you do, damned if you don't. You ain't lying, right, R. Stokes? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You can't win no matter what. The Butcher says, if Shakur is so great, why haven't he fought a champion at 135 or 148? Oh, we could talk about it, right? We could talk about fighters ducking Shakur Stevenson, not giving him an opportunity. We could talk about his uphill battle with 135 since he's been at 135, the fights that have fell through, the Frank Martin fight that fell through, the Floyd Schofield Jr. that fell through, Gervonta Tank Davis won't send offers. We'll talk about unifications with Vasily Lomachenko that couldn't happen, right? That Vasily Lomachenko just wouldn't fight Shakur Stevenson. Did not Shakur Stevenson chase down every single champion in that division? Even Devin Haney at one point messed up on that negotiation, in my opinion. But yeah, man, him being great, it's not about him not fighting champions at 135 or 140. 140, a division that he never even competed in. Yeah, the Butcher. Yeah, we can't speak on something when it takes two to dance, right? Shout out to Terrence Crawford. You know what I mean? A 4-weight class, 2-weight class undisputed champion who. We saw his uphill battle with him becoming undisputed at 147. The politics, the across the street politics of people not wanting to fight him. And what happens today, as he's still pound for pound, one of the best fighters in the game. Some say the best fighter in the game. What will people throw in his face? They'll talk about his resume, right? And they'll completely sugarcoat or glaze over the idea and the fact that that the across the street politics made it to where Terrence Crawford couldn't get the big fights. He couldn't get Danny Garcia. He couldn't get Keith Thurman, right? He barely got Errol Spence. Sean Porter, a friend of his, barely got that fight, right? Thank God he was able to get in the ring and make that happen. He struggled. So yeah, he had to go ahead and beat the Amir Khans and the Jose Benavidez Juniors, right? He had to beat all these guys. But an uphill battle regardless. But they'll throw that in their face. They'll say, "Oh, he didn't do this, he didn't do that." Well, who did your favorite fighter fight? Because we'll bring up what Shakur didn't do, right? We'll bring up what Shakur didn't do yet in the division, but we won't talk about your favorite fighter not fighting any of the champions and actually being the A side, actually having the power to make any fight he wants in the boxing space, and completely choosing to pull up fighters from other divisions or tap into pulling fighters who are not even ranked in his sanctioning body for the paydays. And he's actually not proven, but your eye test will allow him to get across the finish line and put him as a number one fighter in the division, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Salute to Coach ATL in the building. Salute, Coach. Hope everything's good with you, man. LS Legend in the building says, I don't think he messed up on the Devin negotiations. I don't think Devin actually planned on fighting him. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't hold it against him what he did with the Devin situation, but I do believe he had an opportunity to call Devin's bluff, and I think he kind of got a little too much into his value, which I understood. Listen, I don't tell a fighter to devalue themselves, but in that particular situation, I do feel like he should have just taken whatever was on the table, whatever the offer was, to call the bluff of Devin. The reward on the other side of a victory against Devin Haney would have been so great to have him as an undisputed lightweight champion. Would have gave him so much leverage that allowed the fights in that division could have been made a lot easier. But I don't hold it against him, man. But if anything, that's something that from the outside looking in looks like a fight that may have slipped in between his fingers, just based on probably on Devin Haney not really being motivated to fight him as well, but missing out and not taking that offer. That would be about it, as far as Shakur Stevenson not fighting champions if they wanted to use an excuse. But I understand where you're coming from. I definitely understood where you're coming from. Let's see. He said, LS says he called it. Hold on a second. I missed it here. What did Super Galaxy say? And Shakur said he was going to go back running after his fight with Zepeda because he doesn't want to get hit. So he's telling us he's going back to being boring. No, he's not saying he's going back to being boring. Super Galaxy Ghost. So what he is saying though is that, look, William Zepeda, the style of fighting that he brings, very similar to like a Marcos Maidana. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not a lot of fighters who bring what William Zepeda brings to the table, right? So he had to take those chances against William Zepeda in order to make the fight what it was. Other fighters, I don't think is going to be that way, right? I don't think other fighters are going to give that high volume roadblock. So I mean, yeah, he did say he's not going to get hit, but look, listen to what people are saying. People are saying, "Damn, look how much he got hit." They're throwing it in his face. So what do you want him to do, man? The Butcher says, Shakur has Turkey. He never sent an offer to no one but Haney, who's a champion now. He wanted to fight Ben at 140, skip all the champions at 140. I don't know if he's trying to skip champions at 140, brother. Just because he's willing to fight Conor Ben at 147 to have a special kind of fight, a fight where he goes up 2 weight classes to compete a one-off fight. He didn't say he wants to campaign at 147 and challenge all the champions. He doesn't want to fight Brian Norman up there. He doesn't want to fight, well, if Jerome Buchanan was there. He's not looking to fight these other fighters up there. Maybe a Devin Haney fight may manifest. Maybe it may manifest out of that. But listen, people got to get out their feelings, and they just look for things to nitpick at Shakur. You got a fighter who tries to challenge himself and be great, to go do something great, which is what you should want your favorite fighter to do. And instead of acknowledging like, yo, this dude's really about to get in the ring with a puncher like Conor Ben, go up, this guy who just fought 160-pound Chris Eubank, hurt him, competed at a high level, went full 12 rounds with him, arguably gave more damage to Chris Eubank than Chris Eubank was able to give him. He's willing to test himself that way. That in itself could be celebrated, right? Same thing with Terrence Crawford challenging himself to go up there and fight Canelo Alvarez, but instead we'll turn it into a fake narrative. We'll say that Shakur Stevenson is running from a competition at 135 now, or completely running from competition at 140 now to go do something 147, and you try to persecute him for it. I mean, to each their own, right? To each their own. I don't know, man. It is what it is. Shout out to the Cardays in the building. Says I'll tell y'all why Shakur don't rematch Edwin to show us it was his hands the reason he ran that fight. Listen, him fighting Edwin De Los Santos isn't going to prove anything. Listen, here we are 72 hours, a little over 72 hours from that fight, right? Against William Zepeda. And already dismissing what he did instead of speaking onto what he did and look and waiting patiently to see what he does in the future. That ain't nothing, man. Why don't he go and do this? Right? It is what it is, right? He can't, you're not going to please, you're just not going to. So Shakur is well in his right to carry himself the way he carries himself. And well within his right to even go back to fighting the way he used to fight, right? Because what difference does it make? You can't please you guys, right? You can't please you guys. It is what it is. If it ain't one thing, it'll be another. But as a boxing fan, I guess that's your job, right? So it's to look for the next guy who could potentially take away the O of a fighter you don't believe in, right? You clearly still don't believe in Shakur Stevenson's ability to do what he does, so you're looking for a bigger test now. Now he should go and fight Edwin De Los Santos, somebody who arguably is getting ready to fight at 140, right? Who hasn't fought since he fought Shakur Stevenson over a year ago, and he should go backwards as a champion now instead of pursuing either unifications or big payday, real competitive fights. We'll bring up Edwin De Los Santos, right, and try to make that the thing. Right, it is what it is. Let's see here. Salute to Ray Davis in the building as well. Let's see here. The Cardena says, "Nah, y'all want Tank to rematch Roach." Oh, nah, we want Tank to rematch Roach. That's interesting take, Cardena, is that we want him. So you don't want him to rematch Roach, right? A fight that he got a draw in that most people feel like he lost, right? And if the draw was, if the knee was counted as it should have been, he would have lost, right? But a fight that a lot of people thought he lost off the strength of without the knee, and that ultimately ended up in a draw that everybody was asking for. Now it's us. We're asking him to fight Roach. So how could we ask him to fight Roach and not ask Shakur Stevenson to fight Edwin De Los Santos, a fighter that no matter how boring it was, he won unanimous decision against and became a champion? That's real interesting perspective right there, Cardenas. Real interesting, man. It is what it is. It is what it is, brother. Shout out Boxing with 2 4s in it. How you doing, family? Says, I think that 55-45 right, Tank way, and Abdullah not on his level, but it's a good fight. Yeah. I personally, and we're going to talk about that. And shout out to, I was going to say shout out to Tank Davis, but not necessarily shout out to him, right? Because he's got things that he's dealing with. But shout out to him in the spirit of, listen, handle your business, brother. You know, take care of your personal life. Take care of those things. Don't step into the ring any more compromised than you might be right now. Tank Davis being as disenchanted with the sport as he is right now. He's been disenchanted, but you combine that with personal issues with the law, with domestic issues with his family, distracted to say the least, right? So Tank Davis, news coming out or rumorville coming out that this fight with Lamont Roach is either going to be pushed out way further than people anticipated being, or may not even happen at all. But look, man, on the other side of that, there's some opportunities there for Lamont Roach. Obviously, no matter what, one way or the other, he's built some momentum behind his name, and there's opportunities there. One of them being Shakur Stevenson, right? That's another great fight that can get put together. We'll talk about that as well, man. Everything boxing in the building. Shout out to Keon in the building. What's good, family? Hope everything's good with you, man. Glad to see you up here, man. Yeah, man. Let me see here. Super Galaxy said, did you ever talk to Blue about you guys' difference of opinions of Shakur versus Z fight? Nah. I don't know. I don't know what the difference in opinion was. I got to holla at Blue. I haven't talked to him. So feel free to share in the chat, though. What was the difference? What difference did we have on the fight? Did he think that Zepeda was beating Shakur? Did he think Shakur was dominating? What was the difference in opinion on the fight? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Shout out Desi Sanchez in the building, too. Says Roach needs to drop his belt. I don't know if he needs to drop the belt, but I agree with you. Right now, especially with this Tank Davis situation going down, I think the natural, organic thing for Roach to do right now is to make a decision as to what he wants to do, whether he wants to compete at 130 and defend that WBA title down there. And I think there's some great fights for Roach to make down there. But if he really wants to capitalize off the momentum that he's built for himself, then 135 would be where it would happen at, as far as I could tell, namely against Shakur Stevenson. If he is going to fight Shakur Stevenson, I do think I agree with you that he should consider vacating that belt. You would think the WBA might talk about that as well, right? You can't just sit on a belt and not compete, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. So look, man, what are we going to talk about? Let's talk about the undercard a little bit first here on this fight. Well, the undercard of this fight on Friday. Or maybe, no, let's go to the women's boxing real quick. Let's talk about the women's boxing real quick, glaze over it. We had some winners this weekend. I'm not going to talk about that whole card. It was all right. It was an all-women's card. Great production. Netflix, Jake Paul investing into women boxing the way it is. They needed that kind of investment and push. We had a decent main event between between Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. Listen, Katie Taylor dominated the fight. I think Amanda Serrano did. I don't know if she was had a little bit of PTSD from the headbutts, but did not want to engage really. Was doing a lot of shadow boxing, punching the air, combinations in the air, not engaging Katie Taylor or applying the pressure to Katie Taylor. I think it was always understood going into that fight, the roles of each one of these ladies, knowing that Amanda Serrano was going to be the puncher, the aggressive fighter, coming up being the lighter fighter, had to make a big difference. I think we all understood that Katie Taylor, just on paper, was the better boxer fundamentally. So to see Amanda Serrano come into this fight with the game plan she did, it almost kind of feels like she ran off with the bag, right? It almost feels like she kind of ran off with the bag a little bit. It is what it is. In my opinion, let's put the trilogy, let's put the rivalry to rest. Amanda Serrano, I don't know what her next move is going to be. She might retire or if she's going to stay competing. And Katie Taylor, of course, up in age as well. We'll see what she does in the future. Really not a lot to speak about as far as they're concerned. I'll be honest with you. We got Shadaza Green, who got a split decision victory over Savannah Marshall. I don't know. Listen, congratulations to Shadaza Green. Now having a common opponent with Clarissa Shields, maybe that'll be something that she takes advantage of, right? Maybe now Clarissa Shields will see a reason to make that fight happen. One fight at a time for Clarissa. She's got a fight coming up on the 26th where she'll be chasing, defending her heavyweight titles. And I'm not even sure if she's going to be collecting another title, if another title is going to be on the line or not. But after that fight, we'll see what she does. Shadaza Green seems like she'd be right in that conversation. I think that'd be a great fight between Shadaza Green and Clarissa Shields, right? It is what it is. We saw Alicia Baumgardner on the card as well, right? Alicia Baumgardner looking a little pedestrian, looking a little regular. She was fighting against, I believe her name is Jennifer Miranda. Jennifer Miranda looked like an athletic, well-built, like a big fighter for that division. We're used to seeing Alicia Baumgardner be a strong, a little muscle-bound version of herself since she dealt with her PD accusations. It does seem like she's become a little bit more. I noticed the difference in how she looked, right? Aesthetically, it is what it is, right? But look, man, we'll see what she does in the future. Particularly in the future for her, I wouldn't mind seeing her against a Caroline Dubois, to be honest with you, or something on that level. We'll see what they do in the future, right? But that card is what it is. Moving forward to Saturday's Ring Magazine Ring 3 card. Let's start off with Subriel Matias versus Alberto Puyo, right? No, let's start off with David Morrell versus Imam Khataev. Light heavyweight fight between David Morrell and Imam Khataev. This will be the third fight for David Morrell in that division. We saw him fight against Hot Rod when he first entered the division on that Riyadh season card last year on the Terrence Crawford, Israel Madrimov card. We saw David Morrell on there. And I'm noticing certain things about David Morrell in this division, right? I'm noticing things, and it's things that are highlighting certain intangibles that I'm going to look at when David Benavidez fights Anthony Yarde. And I'm going to speak on the power and the dominance that David Morrell showed at 168, and to see him at 175, I don't see that power translating in the same capacity at all as it did at 168. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I don't see it, right? And we know what David Morrell was at 168. He was a dominant puncher. He probably was the most dangerous puncher at 168, even though he only had, at the time, was like less than 10 fights in the division, like 9 to 10 fights in the division. He was one of the biggest threats, and that's one of the biggest things he brought to the table. His athleticism being one of them as well. And, his, obviously, when you talk about those Cuban fighters, you talk about that amateur background that a lot of these guys bring to the table. But ultimately, his power was a big deal. And going into the light heavyweight division, I haven't seen him showcase that power nowhere near the same capacity that he did it at 168. That's interesting. Then we saw him get a fight with David Morrell. David Morrell made that fight happen. And once again, we watched those guys fight each other, but we did see David Morrell hurt David Benavidez, right? So the power that he brought against David Benavidez was significant enough to where we seen him buckle David Morrell buckled David Benavidez, right? We saw that happen and was like, all right, well, you know, he's still that threat, but he took that loss, but he went 12 rounds with the monster, and we gave him some respect and said, listen, he might need another victory, but at the end of the day, he competed with the David Benavidez, 12 rounds with him. That had to elevate his game, change him. The experience was priceless for him, and I was very interested to see what kind of fighter he was going to end up being on the back end of a loss from David Benavidez, an honorable loss, right? 12 rounds, didn't get stopped, didn't get sat on his pockets, didn't take a knee, never really looked hurt against David Benavidez. So let's see what he was going to look like. And here comes another one of these Eastern European fighters in Imam Khataev that nobody really heard of. Nobody heard of at all, right? A lot of Bakram Murtazaliev energy. This Eastern European who's obviously earned the right to be in the ring, top 10 light heavyweight, to be in the ring with a David Morrell. And in a conversation of potentially on the back end of a victory against a David Morrell, you know, getting in the big conversations, right? And the hornet's nest that 168 is becoming, right? But we didn't hear about Imam Khataev. I did my own particular research on Imam Khataev, watched a couple of his fights, and what did I notice about him? I noticed that, listen, this guy was going to be a threat, right? This guy's body campaign, this guy's boxing IQ, this guy's ability to generate power and stop these fighters at 175. I understood what I was looking at when I saw Imam Khataev and wanted to see what David Morrell was going to do against this kind of fighter, because in my opinion, going into the fight, Imam Khataev was going to be the predator in this fight. If you guys watch my videos or watch any of the lives when I was breaking down who Imam Khataev was, I told you guys that this guy was going to be the predator. And for the first time ever going into a fight, I was going to see David Morrell be the prey. I expected him to be the guy who's going to use his athleticism. He was going to box, stay on his jab, use his lateral movement. And ultimately, I thought he would do that effectively enough and walk Imam Khataev into something dangerous and potentially stop Imam Khataev. I didn't think that Imam Khataev would beat David Morrell, but I knew it was going to be a big, huge litmus test for David Morrell. And that's exactly what it ended up becoming. We watched David Morrell for the first time. I think I don't think I've ever seen him get sat on his pockets that way, right? He got clipped with a right hand. Imam Khataev, very intelligent, high IQ, a good pedigree of fighter, right? I don't want to say high IQ like that and give him that type of, because, you know, when you talk about high IQ, you talk about Alexander Usyk, Vasily Lomachenko, you talk about, you know, Shakur Stevenson, right? Terrence Crawford. You talk about these kind of fighters when you talk about high IQ. I wouldn't say Imam Khataev necessarily had that high IQ, but a very fundamentally sound Eastern European boxer who read David Morrell's movement a lot, being that David Morrell was on his bicycle for a large portion of that fight. Not Tom and Jerry. I'm not going to take it there, but just to say that David Morrell was trying to move, and he obviously understood the challenge that was in front of him and the threat that was in front of him in Imam Khataev. What we saw was David Morrell trying to get the answers and trying to get the respect of Imam Khataev in that fight, right? Trying to hit him with shots that was going to make Imam Khataev a more honest fighter. Being that we expected Imam Khataev to do what he did, which was stalk David Morrell, walk him down, cut the ring, right? And whenever he had David Morrell against the ropes, the body work was going down, right? 2, 3, sometimes 4 punch combinations, ending up top or ending towards the body, doubling up on the body, right, left hooks to the body, uppercuts to the body, anything he could do. He wanted to take away the legs of David Morrell. That would obviously be the game plan for somebody like an Imam Khataev dealing with an athletic fighter like David Morrell. Would be like, listen, this guy probably can get away from me. He can move away from me as he sees fit. He's very athletic, but what do you do to get rid of an athletics fighter's edge in the game? You take away his legs. You take away his gas tank. You attack that body. And that's what Imam Khataev was doing. I thought he did it pretty effectively, ultimately forcing David Morrell into engaging into some melees, because how long can you stay on your bicycle, right? You got to spread that out even, right? And pace yourself when you're doing something like that, because you don't want to end up in the later rounds. And we'll talk about that, because when we talk about Matias versus Alberto Puyo, that came into play. And even when you talk about Shakur Stevenson's game plan against William Zepeda, that was going to come into play. I think there was an understanding that staying on your bicycle for 12 rounds against a fighter who's going to come through with his own conditioning and nonstop pressure is not necessarily the way to victory against these kind of fighters. So Imam Khataev, I thought, was being effective with that body campaign and ultimately ended up slowing down David Morrell in that fight and ultimately ended up walking him into something as David Morrell started getting to habits and, started having patterns and his cadence started to become readable and Khataev started to understand, all right, so you like to dip to your left because you want to dip to your left. You want to bring over that right hand. You like moving to your left. So he started to walk him towards his left, which was towards Imam Khataev's right hand, and we saw Imam Khataev had a lot of success with that right hand in that fight, and a lot of success with that body campaign. Towards the end of that fight, after a knockdown, after 12 rounds, I thought going into the 12th round that the fight was damn near a draw. David Morrell started turning it up towards the middle to later rounds, starting to get wins, started to have effective punching. And I started to give him some rounds. And going into that last round made the difference all the way down to the last bit of it. And ultimately, we saw which way the judges end up going in that fight. Interestingly enough, the boxing community, a lot of people were screaming out robbery in this fight. A lot of people felt like Imam Khataev won that fight, and I can't argue with them, right? I didn't argue with the call, to be honest with you. I don't even remember what I gave that last round, if I gave that fight to David Morrell or not. I think I might have even had it in a draw. Like I could have seen that fight end up in a draw. So, but fights that are that close, where I'm talking about it being in a draw, it's hard for me to say robbery, right? One way or another, however the decision went, I was going to have to rest my head on it and say, okay, that's fair. I think on the back end of that fight, win or loss for either one of these guys, what we understood is that Imam Khataev is a real player, a real threat at 175. But also there were questions about David Morrell to say that, listen, now that the power might not necessarily been there, we're 3 fights deep into the 175-pound division for David Morrell. If the power is not going to be as dominant, as much of a factor as it was at 168, well, now we haven't. Not an issue, but we do have a reality, an inconvenient truth for David Morrell, where the boxing is going to have to stand out way more. David Morrell took a lot of chances in that fight, played around at times, and I think that's a bad habit he brought up from 168, being able to get away with that type of energy and still end up stopping fighters. We saw Roy Jones, my favorite fighter, kind of get caught up with that against Antonio Tarver to a certain degree, right? A fighter who's as athletic as Roy Jones was able to bend the rules a little bit. Things that weren't fundamentally safe or the correct way of doing things, Roy Jones was able to get away with those things because of his athletic ability. David Morrell was also able to get away with those things at 168 pounds. At 175, I think we need to start seeing David Morrell becoming way more fundamentally responsible, defensively responsible. Entertaining the crowd is one thing, but when you're dealing with a fact that pretty much everybody at 175 can punch. Caleb Smith can punch. Joshua Buatsi can punch. Anthony Yarde can punch. Ben Whitaker can punch, right? William Hutchinson can punch. Obviously, when you go to the top of the conversation as far as the Artur Benavidez, the Dimitri, the Dimitri Bivens, maybe David Benavidez as well. When you're talking about those fighters, all those guys can punch, right? So David Morrell may have gotten away with one, according to some fans. He got himself a victory. I see he's holding some version of the WBO title. Don't know what that translates into. There's so many different titles. I don't even know what WBO title that is, because last time I checked, I believe Caleb Smith is a WBO interim title holder. So I don't know what title that David Morrell's holding, but I think it does put him in a conversation of potentially fighting a Caleb Smith or anybody in the WBO rankings who are looking to make their way up in that sanctioning body. He can get in the ring with those guys. And, they want to see David Morrell compete with the highest level of competition that 175 has to offer him. That being said, tune-up fights are going to look different for David Morrell now, right? He's not going to get to fight against a 12th rank, 14th rank, 13th ranked light heavyweight. You're going to want to see him in the ring with the best that the division has to offer, and I think he needs to tighten up. We'll see what decisions are made for him. And Imam Khataev, listen, I'm dying to see him get back in the ring as soon as possible. I hope Turkey gets him involved in the conversation of Riyadh season or on Ring Magazine cards. Keep him there. He did a great job against David Morrell. I think he earned his respect in that fight. And I want to see him in it. I want to see him. Let's see him in the ring with Joshua Buatsi. let's see Imam Khataev in there with Joshua Buatsi, a fighter who just lost against Caleb Smith, was undefeated. A lot of us expected him to do some different things. He was in the same conversation as where Anthony Yarde's at right now. Joshua Buatsi could have easily been in that same position. Let's see Imam Khataev against Joshua Buatsi. As far as David Morrell is concerned, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I think he needs to be careful, you know. In my mind, there's a Ben Whitaker floating around in my mind that I kind of am interested in seeing what David Morrell looks like in front of. I don't know. We got to watch and see what happens with David Morrell. So let's go ahead and keep on moving the needle, guys. Let's go into Subriel Matias and Alberto Puyo. Dominican Republic versus Puerto Rico, guys. This end up, and we knew going into this fight that this could be the potential fight that would take away the breath of the whole entire evening. All these fights were competing for that fight of the night accolade because they were all, the matchmaking was done so superbly well that you just kind of knew that every single one of these fights were delivering. That's exactly what they did. Going into this fight, Alberto Puyo, let me see here. Hitchens versus Stevenson, who you got? Super Galaxy Godstar says who you got. We'll talk about it. We'll get into all that, right? With Shakur, because we're going to talk about a lot of matchups for Shakur. But staying on Alberto Puyo versus Subriel Matias, going into this fight, I knew what I expected was Subriel Matias was going to have to figure out how to win rounds early. No sitting back. He had to start early in this fight. He couldn't take the chance against a high-level, high IQ boxer like Alberto Puyo, a tried-true, proven boxer. And Alberto Puyo, he couldn't take the chance of not acknowledging the fact that this could go 12 rounds, that he was not guaranteed to stop this guy. And if it went 12 rounds, he wanted to put himself in a position where he was winning the majority of 12 rounds, namely 7 rounds minimum or better to walk away with a victory at what some would perceive at maybe one of his last chances at becoming something significant at 140. Because Subriel Matias, as dangerous as a fighter as he can be, a pressure fighter, a fighter who has a body under his belt, fought a fighter, hurt him so bad that the fighter went ahead and passed away in the hospital a few days later. A dangerous fighter that you don't fight unless you have to fight him. And one thing that made Subriel Matias significant at 140 was him being a title holder when he was an IBF champion. Without that belt around his waist, he just wasn't going to be able to get those opportunities in that division because, once again, high risk, low reward. He's not the kind of fighter you fight without something big on the other side as far as rewards are concerned, a belt, unification, something significant. So this fight meant everything for Subriel Matias, who was getting a second chance at life. And we watched Richardson Hitchens and him, watch Richardson Hitchens move away from him, fight to George Kambosos. He'd won a title eliminator at the time, and it was kind of inconvenient for him. But Puerto Rico knew that they had a dangerous fighter in Subriel Matias, but how were they going to get him an opportunity to show out and get back in the big conversation? If you guys watched the live, as I was calling it before, as they were walking to the ring, I said, 140 would look great having Subriel Matias as a champion, because we're talking about a fighter now, anybody in that division who's talking about becoming undisputed, big unifications, you can't deny Subriel Matias if he's holding a belt. It made the division that much more interesting. And I said earlier in that show, if the decision came to a close decision, I wonder how the judges would move with it, because having him as a champion, I think, I'll be honest with you guys, is a better look for 140 than Alberto Puyo. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult anybody or anything like that, or have anybody feeling like, damn, what are you saying, Clay? The reality is he's an exciting fighter. You know what I mean? He's a fighter who's going to push it, and he's a great dance partner at a minimum. He's going to bring the best out of your favorite fighters when they're in the ring with him, because you got to prepare for him at the highest level. So it is what it is. We saw Subriel Matias do exactly that. And as far as Alberto Puyo was concerned, he was going to have to box. And he was going to have to get the respect of Subriel Matias in this fight. He was going to have to convince Subriel Matias somehow to discourage him, to not just walk him down the whole night. And Alberto Puyo failed at that. Wasn't able to get Subriel Matias to stop any of that, as he kept coming forward as a tank, right? He just would not stop. Alberto Puyo was landing some good combinations, good shots. He had great moments throughout the fight. But ultimately, I think from the outside looking, if you will call it, you would say for For the majority of that fight, we watched Subriel Matias walking down Alberto Puyo, applying pressure to Alberto Puyo. We saw Alberto Puyo's back on the ropes a whole lot on this fight. And when they were on the back, when his back was on those ropes, we saw Subriel Matias working relentlessly, punching the body, going up top, effectively attacking and taking away and attacking the conditioning, taking away the legs of Alberto Puyo, right? Who, in my opinion, in the middle rounds took off a little bit and turned it up in the later rounds, trying to space it out and pace himself out to something that was sustainable. But ultimately, in front of the judges, it looked like the way it did. Subriel Matias walks away with the victory in a great fight of the night. I could easily see a rematch of that fight. I don't think that's what's going to happen. Why? We'll talk about that as well, right? But Subriel Matias becomes a WBC champion. Turki Al-Sheikh wastes no time, jumps inside the ring, walks in with one of his fighters, a European fighter by the name of Dalton Smith. I believe he may be a younger brother of Calum and Liam Smith. I'm not too sure all the way. Don't quote me. But looks like that's the fight that Turki wants to put together next. Wasted no time. Subriel Matias didn't even get to really celebrate his victory as much as he probably would have wanted to, as Turki walked right across and said, here's your next opponent. And Subriel Matias, beggars can't be choosers, right? So that's the fight, I guess, the fight that we'll be looking forward in the future of Subriel Matias. But if he gets through Dalton Smith, which he very well may get through him, regardless of the fact, we have somebody who's willing to fight all the other champions, right? It is what it is. Ray Davis says Smith wins. Whoa. Yeah, Smith is a great fighter. Smith is a great fighter, man. But that pressure, I don't know. We'll find out, right? We'll find out. That pressure is different from Subriel Matias. And now we're looking at Subriel Matias with a whole new outlook on boxing. He's no longer willing to give up those early rounds the way he did when he fought against, let's say, a Liam Paro, when he wasn't able to get that win back because Liam bagged so many rounds in early. Subriel Matias now understanding that taking these rounds as early as possible and winning, starting from the beginning of the fight, so that towards the end of the fight, he has space to maneuver. This might be a different Subriel Matias. So good fight between him and Dalton Smith. We'll see how that ends up turning out. So let's go ahead and slide into the co-main event of the evening. Shakur Stevenson versus William Zepeda. This being the big fight. Let me get a swig of this H2O. Going into this fight, guys, I don't know anybody who favored William Zepeda. I mean, you have some detractors in the space who's like, listen, pillow-fisted Shakur Stevenson, how the hand's going to look. I know I questioned it, and I said, listen, if there was going to be anything that was going to make this fight competitive, it was going to be Shakur Stevenson's, his hands, and you wanted his hands to be healthy. Me personally, knowing and believing that Shakur Stevenson is who he says he is, the talent level of Shakur Stevenson is one of the most talented fighters in the boxing space today, in my opinion, but plagued with hand injuries that caused Shakur Stevenson to protect his hands a lot, keep his hands in his pockets at time, use his lateral movement, use his athleticism, use his IQ to stay out the danger of getting punched. And ultimately, it didn't translate into great, entertaining boxing for a lot of boxing fans, right? So we knew what the X factor was going to be, what that intangible was going to be in this fight was going to be the health of Shakur Stevenson's hand. William Zepeda, we knew was going to be the kind of fighter who's going to come with that high volume, nonstop pressure, very similar to a Subriel Matias and what he did with Alberto Puyo. We knew that we was going to expect that from William Zepeda. We wanted to see how Shakur Stevenson was going to be able to deal with that. Guys, I talked about it earlier, and I said, listen, you got to get, when you're fighting those kind of fighters, when you're looking at David Morrell and Imam Khataev, when you're looking at Subriel Matias and Alberto Puyo, and yes, when you're looking at Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda, you're dealing with pressure fighters. You have to get their respect, right? When you saw Floyd Mayweather deal with a Canelo Alvarez, he was able to get the respect of Canelo Alvarez, right? He was able to stab him to the body, hit him with straight right hands. He was hit him with significant shots. Even though people say that these fighters don't punch that hard, they were able to keep the fighters in front of them honest. Alberto Puyo, on the other hand, for example, was somebody who couldn't keep him honest. I believe that Shakur Stevenson knew that he was not going to be able to stay on his bicycle for this fight. It wasn't going to be a intelligent. It could be sustainable. I'm sure Shakur Stevenson's in great condition, but at the end of the day, it was going to be a bigger challenge to run and move away from somebody like William Zepeda, who's going to keep that pressure all night, rather than smother William Zepeda, allow William Zepeda to come forward, use his forward aggression against him, allow him to be himself and use who he is naturally, and find a way to win inside of that parameter, right? Inside that box. I called going into that fight, I thought Shakur would have stopped William Zepeda, or potentially stopped Zepeda within between 7 and 10 rounds. I thought he was going to walk him into a lot of shots, and if his hands were good, I thought it was realistic to see Shakur Stevenson potentially stopping him with some body shots. But shout out to William Zepeda, who showed the true warrior and gladiator that he is. He took some punishment in this fight, but he also kept it coming forward the whole night, letting his hands go every single round, trying to make that hope that would eventually break Shakur Stevenson, but ultimately end up also being exposed to a certain degree to being a one-trick pony, right? Just couldn't really adjust, as we saw Shakur Stevenson adjust on multiple levels with William Zepeda. We saw him fight against the ropes. We saw him fight in the middle of the ring. We saw him push William Zepeda back. We saw William Zepeda catch a right hand that some people feel like he was hurt, but I don't think he was necessarily hurt, but definitely caught off balance at a minimum. And we saw him even come back to win that round. Shakur Stevenson made a statement in this fight for his detractors, right? Not everybody's going to be able to be pleased. If you're looking for a reason to be mad at Shakur Stevenson or to throw shots at him, you're going to find one, right? So if you feel like he got hit entirely too much, maybe for you, he got exposed somehow, right? But I think with a closer eye, and as a boxing fan who watches boxing regularly, you saw the nuances in Shakur Stevenson's game. You saw the different wrinkles in his game, and you started to realize that maybe your favorite fighter wasn't going to dominate Shakur Stevenson, as he's able to capitalize off of good timing. His shot selection is superb. He can generate honest power when his hands are not hurt. He can generate honest power, right? In other words, he can hurt you as an opponent in front of him, and at a minimum he can get your respect, right, to where you're not necessarily diving in as openly or as willingly as you did as you thought you would have, right? He has honest power, and that makes a big difference for Shakur Stevens in his future at 135. I walked away feeling like Shakur Stevenson honestly is the best 135-pound fighter in the game right now, and yes, above your favorite fighter as well. That challenge right there was a serious challenge. I'd like to see some of your favorite fighters fight a William Zepeda, and let's see how you look in the ring with him, or even fight an Edwin De Los Santos and see how you look in the ring with him as well. And his ability to manage that danger and manage that threat and still keep his hands going and choosing to stay on the inside, not running away from William Zepeda and fighting him the way he did, I think a statement was made, right? I think a statement was made. I think Shakur Stevenson is a live dog, in his future. Listen, man, he has his whole future ahead of him, right? There's many of fights right here that he can get involved with. I wrote some of them down, obviously. So many of them, I had to be honest with you, right? So let's see here. What would Shakur's next fight probably be? I mean, I think an obvious fight on a table for him is obviously Gervonta Tank Davis, right? That's a fight that everybody wants to see, but it takes two to dance. We see what Gervonta is going through right now. That fight between him and Lamont Roach, for all argumentative purposes, I don't think it's going to happen right now. But that would be a great fight. That would be everybody's. I think everybody would want to see that fight next, right? That fight would make sense. You got Turkey Al-Sheikh there with the money. He can make it, obviously financially, he can make it make sense for Tank Davis. You need a lot of money to put a fight like that together. But does Tank want to, or is he even interested in fighting Shakur Stevenson? I think there's an argument there to say he's not interested in that fight at all. But you never know. If that is the fight that could be made, obviously that'd be the next best thing. But if it can't be made, what's the next best thing for Shakur Stevenson? Listen, I think Lamont Roach is a legitimate opponent for him. It's a common opponent with Gervonta Tank Davis. It speaks to a little bit of triangle theory in there, right? To watch Shakur Stevenson fight against Lamont Roach, and let's say he, gets a victory, which I'm sure that's what Shakur believes it would be. I ain't gonna lie, I'd be favoring him going that fight as well. That would kind of put some perspective on it, being that Lamont Roach went the full 12 rounds with Tank Davis, got a draw with Tank Davis. A lot of people argue that Lamont beat Tank Davis. For Shakur to be able to beat Lamont Roach, that would apply some pressure to Tank and ultimately kind of put to rest maybe a lot of thoughts on how that fight would look, right? Maybe not necessarily saying Shakur would beat Gervonta, but highlighting the fact that it wouldn't just be a dominant, one-sided affair for Tank against Shakur Stevenson, right? So that makes sense. Lamont wrote today, I'm hearing rumors that, you know, he's moving on from Tank Davis, being that fight can't be put together. That seems like a very realistic fight for Shakur Stevenson. We saw Shakur get in the ring, get do a little face off, a little heated back and forth with Conor Benn. That's a legitimate option for Shakur Stevenson. I'm seeing people earlier today in the chat throw shots at that fight, saying Shakur Stevenson shouldn't be looking to fight a Conor Benn. He should be looking to fight these other fighters at 135. Listen, I want to be clear with you guys, right? I completely understand that, right? Watching him fight an Abdullah Mason, or watching him fight a Floyd Schofield, or watching him, you know, unify against a Raymond Moratala, or these other fights that are in the division. I completely get where people are going with this, right? But here's what I'm willing to acknowledge and understand, and people may not feel that way, but it is what it is, right? Wait, Blue said Shakur better not fight Tank like that. He wouldn't fight Tank like that, right? And one thing about Shakur Stevenson, and shout out to Super Galaxy Godstar in the building. One thing about Shakur Stevenson, and that what he showed in that night against William Zepeda, is that he can fight in multiple different ways. We've obviously seen him on his bicycle. We've seen him use his lateral movement. We know how effective he can be fighting that way. But now we see that there's an inside game to Shakur Stevenson that needs to be acknowledged, that he can be effective. Gervonta Tank Davis is not a high volume puncher like William Zepeda. He doesn't bring pressure like William Zepeda. I think the most pressure I've ever seen Gervonta Tank Davis put on a fighter was when he fought against Frank Martin recently. And Frank Martin was just not keeping Gervonta Tank Davis honest, and allowed Gervonta to really wing over a lot of that, you know, wing that brick hand a whole lot, and just was scared. Let's be honest. At points, it looked like Frank Martin was scared of Gervonta Tank Davis, and just allowed him to push that pace on him that was unsustainable for Frank Martin. Ultimately, his legs ended up going out. He wasn't able to move as much, and Tank was able to time out his movement and end him. Shakur Stevenson versus Gervonta Tank Davis will look nothing like what it looked like with William Zepeda, unless that's what you're saying you plan on seeing Gervonta Tank Davis drop 100 punches in a round, which would be interesting, exciting to watch. It'll be a completely different fight. Gervonta Tank Davis is on record as one of the least, having the less output in the whole 135-pound division, throws less punches than anybody else in the division. That fight would look completely different, would be nothing like the William Zepeda fight, right? So I digress. I continue to move forward to say that the Conor Benn fight is a fight that I see a lot of people pushing back on. I personally have no problem with the fight. Let me tell you, Shakur Stevenson's hands have a potential expiration date on them. And there's no more, and I told you guys already, as far as these boxing fans are concerned in this community, you guys have lost your voice. The fighters are deaf to you. The promoters are deaf to you. You're like the black community in the Democratic Party. Nobody cares what you guys have to say. We already know what you're going to do. We already know what you're going to vote for. We already know where you stand. We're not coming to your community. We don't even have to promise you too much. You guys just going to vote for us because you've been trained so well by your mothers and you know what I'm saying, and where you should be at, and you're staying loyal to that. You're traditional Democrats. You're not Democrats because it benefits you the most. You're Democrats because it's the right thing to do if you're black in America, right? Sorry, I had to go left and make it political, right? But when it comes to this community in the boxing space, you guys are loyal to tradition more than you're loyal to boxing being the best it can be. So nobody's listening to you guys. We know who you like. We know who you don't like. People like Shakur Stevenson is no longer trying to prove nothing to you guys. You guys having questions about how good he is, or you want to see him against a certain fighter. It doesn't hold no weight anymore. You guys have lost that privilege because of how biased you are, how unobjective you are, how there's no pleasing you, right? So nobody listens to you guys anymore. It is what it is. Now it's about challenging himself, making the most money he can make, achieving the most significant goals. If Conor Benn is a fight that people feel like Shakur Stevenson can't win, that he's too much of a puncher, and Conor Benn being too much of a puncher, that he can't, that fight right there is significant for Shakur Stevenson's legacy. It makes a big difference for him to go up 2 weight classes and beat a Conor Benn, right? Fighting against Gervonta Tank Davis is a big payday for Shakur Stevenson, as well as a big legacy fighter. a legacy fight. Fighting against Devin Haney at 147 is a big legacy fight. We know that these guys have a history going back as far as we can as we can remember. That's a legacy fight. Shakur Stevenson's hands have an expiration date to him. His fights have to be significant because he's not promised to fight again after each fight. His hands can go south on him real bad, right? He can get an injury and be out of boxing for a year easily. Easily, he could have an injury and be out of boxing for a year and be rehabilitating his hand. So the fights are going to be significant for him. They're not this 10-12 fight campaign. And it's interesting. It's interesting to watch people say that they want to see him fight Abdullah Mason. They want to see him unify against Raymond Mortala. But your favorite fighter hasn't had to do any of that to get your respect. He hasn't had to unify. He hasn't had to fight no champions in his division. He hasn't had to do none of that. He's been able to chase the money. He's been able to do what he needs to do. And everybody celebrates him because he comes from the slums, and, just him, being able to do the things he does is a victory for him. You guys are so empathetic with him. You have so much empathy for him and what he wants to do. And anybody who asks your favorite fighter to fight any of the fights that, like how you're asking for Shakur Stevenson to fight, is being a hater, right? So he doesn't have to fight that. There's nobody banging on your favorite fighter door. None of you guys are banging on your favorite fighter's door and saying, we need that fight with Shakur next, man, and we don't want to take nothing else. No, you guys will watch him fight, bring up Lamont Roach from 130, and you'll be like, yo, that fight's a great fight. He's a champion at 130. You'll come up with all the excuses. But as soon as Shakur Stevenson accomplishes and actually defends his title against the number one fighter in his division, an undefeated fighter like William Zepeda, you'll dismiss William Zepeda. He'll go and move forward and look to make some big money fights, and you'll say that that I'm not asking for that. I want to see him fight against. It's nonsense, right? It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. So Shakur's going to explore his options. He's going to do what makes sense for his pockets, as well as his legacy, and as well as what he feels like is going to challenge him. And he's going to move forward, and he's going to do what like he said in an interview. He's not going to even listen to you guys. He'll play with you guys, troll you guys in social media a little bit, but for the most part, he's going to challenge himself and try to do things that make himself feel great, right? Things that will satisfy the people who he respects their opinion of, the greats, the Floyd Mayweathers, the Terrence Crawfords, the Andre Wards, the people he has in his circles that are high achievers and accomplished fighters within their own self. He'd much rather impress those guys and impress the real boxing fans rather than, appease you guys who are just looking to see him lose, right? But it is interesting to watch everybody all of a sudden have these opinions on what he should be doing now. And that him entertaining going up to fight a 147-pound fighter who just fought a 160-pound fighter, how somehow that's ducking something. How, right? That's interesting. It's very interesting to see that manifest in that. But it is what it is. We'll watch and wait and see what happens with Shakur Stevenson. We watch him go back and forth with Conor Ben yesterday on Ariel Helwani. Very interesting conversation. The way I like to see fights get made. I love to see two fighters sit in front of each other, go back and forth the way it was done. No disrespect involved in it. A little bit of humor at times, but for the most part, a serious understanding that Conor Ben feels like Shakur Stevenson cannot compete with him at 147, that he would batter Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson bringing up the experience, obviously, saying, listen, you've been fighting ever since you've been 17. I've been doing this since I've been 5. The experience gap, the talent gap, the IQ gap is going to be too great. Skills pay the bills, and you're going to find out that, all that aggression, all that power you bring is interesting and exciting. That's what makes this fight interesting, being that I am in imminent danger, that people know I can get clipped by you, and it's going to take a high level of skill to beat a fighter like you. But it also goes into the idea of why it's going to say that I'm great when I dominate and I beat you, right? It is going to go into that. So it is what it is. That fight with Lamont Roach, another great fight, like I stated before. Obviously, the Devin Haney is a legitimate fight on the table. And, of course, we have Mr. Schofield. I don't know how that would happen. The nonsense that's been coming from the father over there and that team has been nonsense. The idea that they're going to dictate the A side and this fight has to happen in Texas and it can't be for the WBC title because they want to work on the WBC rules. for rehydration, for weight cutting. It's diabolical, right? So, but a lot of choices for Shakur Stevenson. I would say that for me, in all honesty, I think what's more realistic is probably going to be that Lamont Roach fight. If indeed that Lamont Roach fight and Gervonta Tank Davis fight isn't going to happen, then I think that is a legitimate fight. I think the Conor Ben Chris Eubank fight, I think is going to happen personally, but we'll see what happens. I saw Conor Ben say that he basically was giving the Eubank team to the end of the day to iron something out and solidify something for their fight in September. I think that's what's going to happen. I think Chris Eubank loves the money. I think they're going to come to some agreement, and that fight's going to come together. That being said, that fight won't be on the table for Shakur Stevenson next. I think that Lamont Roach fight makes sense, right? I think it makes sense, and I would think that's a fight I would expect to see happening. We'll see though. Said I'm about to open a panel in a minute as well, so I can get all your opinions. Let's go ahead and jump into the Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz fight, guys, right? Let's break that down a little bit. That fight right there, listen, man, this card so far, by the way, every fight that I've talked about, that we've gone over, were great fights, potential fight of the night candidates in each one of these fights. But here comes a big fight where we knew that deep in our heart, we all knew going into this fight that this fight wasn't going to go 12 rounds, right? Edgar Berlanga having 17 first-round knockouts going into this fight. He betting on himself, right? We've seen a lot of arrogance from Edgar Berlanga, speaking on him being a new star, campaigning on the back end of a loss against Canelo Alvarez. We saw this guy take that loss as a as a welcome to the big leagues, right? Edgar Berlanga now being the big payday, a big star, had a whole country on his back. I'm trying to think of all the talking points he had, but ultimately, I mean, he left Eddie Hearn, no promoter, got this big fight against Turki Al-Sheikh in his own home city in front of all of New York to come out and see Edgar Berlanga, and needed to deliver on this fight, needed to get this stoppage or this victory on the back end of this fight, especially with Turki Al-Sheikh now involved with Edgar Berlanga. We're talking about big paydays. Canelo Alvarez, a rematch that Edgar Berlanga was very interested in. Felt like he learned so much from the first fight that he thought he was going to be able to do way better against Canelo Alvarez, but there was no getting to Canelo Alvarez without getting through Hamza Shiraz. And who was Hamza Shiraz? A new 168-pound fighter coming up for 160. We remember Hamza Shiraz. If you guys only remember Hamza Shiraz for what happened against Carlos Adames, then you didn't give Hamza Shiraz much of a chance against Edgar Berlanga. But if you acknowledge who Hamza Shiraz was going into that fight against Carlos Adames, acknowledge that he was supposed to be a dominant force at 160, that at one point in time we wanted to see him in there with the lights of Janabek and obviously Carlos Adames, and we thought he could even unify in the division. But Hamza Shiraz has always been a big dude. Even for 160, he was a big dude. Very similar to, let's say, Sebastian Fundora kind of energy, where you see Sebastian Fundora competing at 154, but you may feel like, this guy really needs to be up there, 160, even 168, maybe even skip over 160 and put him directly in the 168-pound division conversation, just how big and tall he is. Hamza Shiraz checked those boxes as well. But going into that fight against Carlos Adames, we expected him to win that fight and move on to potentially do a unification with Janabek, but we saw him get outclassed by Carlos Adames, a smaller, shorter champion, high-level, high-pedigree fighter, was able to give Hamza Shiraz all that he can handle and then some. But there were reasons, right? And I use that word not lightly, because not excuses, because there's no excuses in boxing. If you come into the ring, you're saying that you're ready to compete. So there's no excuses, right? When Shakur Stevenson gave the performance he did against Edwin De Los Santos, there was no excuses for the way he fought against Edwin De Los Santos. But there may have been some reasons. And conveniently enough, Hamza Shiraz and Shakur Stevenson shared some common reasons. As Hamza Shiraz complained about injuries to his hands going into that fight, and a bad weight cut, specifically for Hamza Shiraz, not for Shakur, going into that fight against Carlos Adames. And he's saying, listen, I'm outgrowing that weight class. I didn't make the weight in a good way, and I had injuries to my hand, put him in a position to where he couldn't let his offense go and dominate like we knew him to be able to do it. So this fight against Edgar Berlanga was going to be a lot for Hamza Shiraz. We know Hamza Shiraz is Saudi Arabia or Riyadh Season's potential golden boy. They put a lot of belief and support and resources behind Hamza Shiraz, and they wanted to see this guy do great things. This fight right here was going to be a big test for him, because here he goes getting ready to potentially share a common opponent with Canelo Alvarez, and, you know, right on time, as Edgar Berlanga left Eddie Hearns, had no promoter looking for a big fight, and really didn't have I would have to believe he didn't have a lot of promoters knocking at his door, right? Was the PBC offering him some sort of a deal when we watched the PBC not even sign any fighters in real time since they left Showtime? Maybe they've signed some low-end fighters, but have they made big signings, brought over some fighters and put them in big fights? No, they can't even put their own fighters in big fights right now, right? So PBC wasn't going to be an option for Edgar Berlanga. Top Rank already had a history. Bob Arum already had a history with Edgar Berlanga, and I don't think they wanted to revisit that history. Obviously, Eddie Hearns had his experience with Edgar Berlanga, and where else was he going to go at that point? Maybe a boxer was going to go to Europe and fight for Boxer, or fight for Queensberry or Gold Star, or one of these outfits overseas. I don't think so, right? This fight was going to be a big fight for him, because on the back end of a victory, Turkey was going to work his tail off to put the winner of that fight against Canelo Alvarez, and ultimately would have had Edgar Berlanga looking like a genius, right? Moving the way he did, being able to lock in a some would say a distribution deal of some sorts, as Turkey Al-Sheikh doesn't sign fighters. But listen, seeing him as a Ring Magazine ambassador or something like that would not have been far-fetched for Edgar Berlanga on the back end of a victory against Hamza Shiraz. So there was a lot of pressure for both these guys in this fight. This fight right here had all of the ingredients for something special happening. When you have two fighters in the ring who have a whole lot to gain and everything to lose, you have the formula for something special, which is what we watched happen on Saturday night between Hamza Shiraz and Edgar Berlanga. We watched Hamza Shiraz with the addition of Andy Lee to his team, a poised, patient, accurate, crunk style trained Hamza Shiraz show that there were levels to this game, and in all honesty, really kind of made it look like Edgar Berlanga didn't really belong in the ring with him, right? We knew that Edgar Berlanga going into this fight was going to have to keep control of his emotions. We knew that he was going to have to stick to the game plan. He's going to have to take his time to a certain degree and not be over emotional and overzealous in this fight, because we understood, or at least I did, if you guys didn't understand, that Hamza Shiraz was fundamentally sound, but also had power in both hands, right? He can make you pay in a bad way if you don't pay attention to what's going on. And I think Edgar Berlanga understood that. Although he talked a lot going into the fight about stopping Edgar Berlanga and Edgar Berlanga stopping Hamza Shiraz and talking about knocking him out in the first round and things of that nature, that was all, I don't want to say cap, but that was to sell the fight, right? It was to sell the fight. We knew that. I hope he doesn't go into the fight with that mentality, because he's probably going to walk into something bad against a very intelligent Hamza Shiraz. But maybe he showed Hamza Shiraz a little too much respect in this fight. Sometimes when you're not the better boxer, the fight is where your victory comes from, right? But you got to balance that. Because I am saying right here that Edgar Berlanga should not be overzealous and should be careful and take his time and be patient against a Hamza Shiraz. But on the other side of the conversation, I'm also saying that, well, the dog you are, what brought you to the dance, the 17 first-round knockouts, that intangible that you brought to the space that makes you you, that unique thing that makes Edgar Berlanga, well, you didn't want to see him leave that at home either, right? And in this fight, it seems like he left it at home maybe a little too long. And ultimately, we saw Hamza Shiraz become effective with that jab. By the way, Edgar Berlanga had a great jab in this fight. I think he might have had the better jab between him and Hamza Shiraz. I think there's an argument to say that at times. Had a very, hard jab, right? Like his jab had bad intentions on the back of it. But ultimately, Edgar Berlanga may have waited too long and then got into his feelings when Hamza Shiraz started finding success, started letting his hands go. When you let the hands go, you leave openings. And we saw Hamza Shiraz take advantage of that. We saw him put Edgar Berlanga on his pockets twice in the fourth round. And in the fifth round, ultimately, we saw Edgar Berlanga get made waste of, as the referee had to wave it off. He was taking way too much punishment. Edgar Berlanga needs to learn if he does go down to take that damn 10 count or take that 8 count, excuse me. He has to learn to take those opportunities. Getting up too fast, that could be dangerous. And I think that was part of his issue as well, was dealing with the adversity of getting down. He wanted to get up too quick, and he didn't take his time to get his legs under him and get his equilibrium back together. That ended up exposing him in a bad way as well. But ultimately, Edgar Berlanga goes back to the drawing board. What his options going to be? I've got some ideas for him. I'll go into that. But Hamza Shiraz, we'll talk about him for a moment now and just celebrate him and say that, listen, 168 has a real live dog in it right now. Hamza Shiraz is a legitimate threat for almost anybody at 168. I say the one fighter I think would give him a whole lot of problems, in my opinion, would be Jamal Charlo. Other than that, I could see him getting through a lot of these fighters at 168. I could see him doing it bad to Christian and Billy. I could see him, maybe a Diego Pacheco fight could be somewhat competitive. Diego Pacheco, that could be a good fight, but I could see him beating Diego Pacheco. I could see Diego Pacheco beating him too as well. Lester Martinez, potentially a good opponent for him as well, but I think he can get through him. Armando Resendez, I think he would make waste of him. I think Hamza Shiraz is a top dog at 168 right now. Listen, he needs to be tested. We need to see more fights from him. But what we saw against Edgar Berlanga was a fight that almost, listen, what him and Andy Lee could potentially put together, guys. You understand Andy Lee coming from that crunk style, from that crunk gym with Emmanuel Stewart. It's perfect. Legitimately perfect for a Hamza Shiraz, a tall fighter like Hamza Shiraz, a fighter with long arms who can generate power with both hands like Hamza Shiraz, a coachable fighter. I brought up his Islam background, saying as a Muslim, that discipline, that stoicism, that humility. You're not going to see Hamza Shiraz walking around here with $250,000, $500,000 in jewelry around his neck. That's not what he's going to be doing. He takes his discipline very serious, right? The discipline of boxing. He takes it very serious. He carries himself as a true martial artist in the combat space, in the boxing space, and that's going to do him a lot of justice in the future for a lot of his fights. We saw Edgar Berlanga on the opposite side of the spectrum, right? Really just all about the jewelry, all about the aesthetics, all about the way things look, all about talking crazy. And it made you question, can this guy balance out being a committed, dedicated boxer as well as being somebody who seems to be all outside for all the wrong reasons at times, right? It is what it is. These things play out. Hamza Shiraz has a lot of options right now. They're talking about Canelo Alvarez in his future. Maybe, but in my opinion, that wouldn't happen until late, probably like next summer, May of 2026 type of energy. You know how Canelo Alvarez's schedule works. It's May and then it's September. So what does he do in between that? Listen, I'd like to see Hamza Shiraz fight the winner between this fight coming up this weekend. I'm be honest with you. We're going to see Diego Pacheco fight against Trevor McCumbee. The winner of that fight, I think that's who Hamza Shiraz should be in line to fight next. That's what I believe. If not that winner of that fight, then maybe he might keep his eye on the winner between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. Well, really, Chris Eubank Jr., really. That Chris Eubank will be moving up to 168. Maybe that'll be a fight that might make sense for Hamza Shiraz. But look, anything is possible. I'm hearing rumors of the David Benavidez fight at 175 being something that might be getting entertained. I don't like that for Hamza Shiraz. I don't think that's what he should do. I think it's a great fight for us as fans. We'd love to watch it, but yeah, I don't think they should move him that way. I think somebody who has his interest, who's thinking about what's best for him, won't do that. Don't throw him at David Benavidez at 175. Keep him at 168. Let him fight 3 to 4 more times at 168. Let's see him become a champion at 168. Let's see him chase unifications. Let's see what happens. And let's see him ultimately with the Canelo Alvarez also for that payday down the line. Keep him at 168. Don't move him around too much. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I think between Diego Pacheco, Trevor McCumbee winner, that's a great fight. As far as Edgar Berlanga, I think the only options that I can see for Edgar Berlanga on the table right now is Caleb Plant. Right? That's it. Caleb Plant or Pro Box. I don't want to be mean. but that's what it is, right? Caleb Plant or Pro Box, right? That's it. Caleb Plant conveniently and inconveniently has lost his last fight against Armando Resendez. We know there's a story between him and Caleb, Edgar and Caleb. That fight can happen. The winner of that fight between Edgar Berlanga and Caleb Plant are getting that conversation of fighting Jamal Charlo for a big payday. Maybe the PBC can offer Edgar Berlanga a 1 or 2 fight deal that makes sense. And Edgar Berlanga has to show improve in that fight, right? And Caleb too. The winner of that fight moves on with their career and does great things at 168. The loser potentially, I don't know where the loser goes, right? But that's a legitimate fight. That's there for Edgar Berlanga. Being that Caleb took that loss, and it's a significant enough fight that if he does get that victory against Caleb Plant, it puts him right back in the conversation of fighting the best competition that 168 has to offer him, right? So that's where I see that happening at. We'll see what ends up happening. So yeah, that was the weekend's fights. We're hour and 30 minutes into it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw I'm gonna go ahead and throw the link up there if people want to come up here and build on this weekend's boxing. I'm interested in what you guys thought about it and what the future holds. David Benavidez, as people are coming in, if you're hitting the link to come up here, I want to talk a little bit about David Benavidez. Listen, man, there's a part of me that wants to say I'm proud of David Benavidez, right? But I'm so happy. It's something that I'm not reluctant to say, that David Benavidez chose his career over being a company man. He made the right choice, guys, right? He made the right choice. And I'm giving him the respect. I'm giving, where did you get the belts? I need a set. Pork chop. You can get them off Amazon, bro. Go on Amazon, they sell all kind of sets, bro. Pork chop, no doubt. Matter of fact, sorry about that. Let me shout out to Pop Shot Talk earlier with the $5 hot. Thank you for the color in the channel, family. Says Tank gonna need the bread if baby mama go for a civil suit. I'm sure she getting CS. He will have to fight for the money. That's reality. Wow. I don't know. Maybe. And where did you get the belts? Okay, I pretty much said that. Shout out to JR Spock for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got 64 people in the building right now. Guys, hit that like button if you haven't done it yet. Very important. I appreciate all the support, all the color in the chat that you guys can put. Helps the channel out a lot. So anything you can put in the chat, I appreciate it. My God, everything boxing, man. Oh, man, it's up right now. Keon, man. I had to come up here, though. We got to talk about this boxing, man. What a great weekend.
What's good, Clay?
Man, everything is good, man. Everything is good. Boxing is in a great space right now. We're heading into a very exciting, 3 months? July, August, September. Yeah, October, November, maybe the next 5 months to the rest of the year. Boxing seems like it's going to be exciting, right?
Boxing is in a great space for boxing fans. It's in a horrible space for the man fans.
Oh, yeah.
It's split right down the middle.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's like we talked about this before in other shows that we've done, that nobody's bigger than the program, right? No one boxer is bigger than the actual boxing. And you're seeing that because a lot of people's favorite fighter, boxing seems to be going past them, sailing right past them, right? Continuing and people are having a hard time processing that. They are.
They hate it. They don't like it.
Yeah. They're
moving moving the goalposts, making new excuses. Woo. Man, hey, I know you heard it. I know you didn't heard it.
I've heard a lot, man. I don't know what. I mean, I've heard a lot, man. I've been listening. I've been sitting back listening, right? And I haven't done no videos. I haven't done anything. I've just been really just listening to the space because I kind of expected it. I knew that it was going to happen, but it still was kind of like, oh man, like you know what's going to happen, but still watching it happen, you're like, damn. I thought y'all would at least gave it about 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Let this settle down. Nah, they wasted no time. The next day, they were on top of this. Dismissing all of a sudden William Zepeda is not a puncher. He punches too soft and.
But then but remember, I don't know if you remember. I told everybody that was gonna happen. I said exactly that.
Yep.
You know, and it's crazy when you know exactly what they gonna do and say way before they even do it and say it.
That's a fact. That's a fact. It's like they're predictable. And what's messed up about it is you'll tell them to their face they're gonna say it, and they'll say it anyway.
Yep.
You think they wouldn't say it off the strength that you said they were gonna say it, right? Like, I'm not gonna say it because I know he's just gonna they don't care. They're gonna get right to it. They're gonna get right to it.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, it was a great weekend of boxing. Saturday was great, man, because all that whole fight card was fire. And everybody promised that everybody on the card, all the fighters promised that it wasn't gonna be like that first Ring magazine shit we saw.
Oh yeah,
with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney and Puyo and all them on there, right? Everybody promised that they were gonna come out and perform, and I think behind the scenes, I think Turkey made an emphasis. He let them know, hey, y'all got to come out here and put on. And now what they've done by that show that we saw on Saturday, it set the bar high. So this next Ring magazine, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a lot of pressure on those fighters to perform. It's going to be a lot of pressure. Now we know what particular fighter everybody is going to be putting the most pressure on. We know, but it's going to be that pressure because coming off a Ring magazine card like that, ain't no way you can go back to the first one.
I agree 100%.
So
what do you think about? Does Turkey get some respect? Do you think his Tom and Jerry? People push back. There was a lot of mixed feelings over that, right? Some people were like, this is an attack on the black fighter. You know what I mean? They're moving around too much. He's kind of he's kind of highlighting something that is unfair to a certain demographic of fighter. But there were other people who felt like, yeah, you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with him saying like, look, man, I want to see you guys fight each other. I don't want to see you guys playing around in the ring. But ultimately, is there an argument now to be said that his approach was part of the reason, was a catalyst in what we saw Saturday?
Yeah, I think his approach was definitely the reason, because he let it be known. Basically, what he was saying, without having to say it, is, I'm willing to pay y'all the big bucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't come over here and F up another one of my cars, because if you do, hey, good luck.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna get these big. You're not gonna get these big paydays from me.
He said, I love you. Look, I always respect you, but nobody's bigger than a program. If you ain't gonna give me what I need, don't expect to be on my next card. Period.
And at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff I don't like, because they try to they do try to point the finger at the black fighters, right? Because you never hear this when a Mexican fighter have a boring fight, or you just don't, it is always a black fighter. So it's things about it that I don't like.
Right.
But at the same time, right, if you got a job and you clock in and they tell you, hey, I'm gonna pay you $200 an hour.
Right.
But you gotta come in on time every single day. I don't want you a minute late. Right. You gotta do this and that, Well, you can either take it or leave it. And that's just kind of how it is in this situation. Like, nothing's perfect. Ain't nothing gonna be perfect. So I mean, if the money is coming out of his pocket, right? And he is the one that's paying what all these other promoters are not paying. Hey man, I could demand what I want. It's either you with it or you not.
I think,
and so that's just kind of how I feel about the situation. I don't like all of it, but it's either, hey, you with it or you not. I have a right, if I'm gonna pay you, right, what you believe that you worth. Some people say, oh, well, overpay you. I don't think he's overpaying, but if I'm going to pay you what you believe that you're worth, you got to do two things. When you fight, you got to perform, and you got to fight the best. That's right there what a lot of people don't like. You know what I'm saying? Your favorite fighter, yeah, he'll pay him the big mega bucks, but he got to fight the best. And that's what
Coach Malachi say. He gonna have to fight Mumra. You know what I'm saying? He gonna have to fight Skeletor.
you know.
You know what I'm saying? He gonna have to fight the real deal. Somebody who could really put an L on his record.
Yeah, the competition. See, the thing, Clay, what was disappearing from boxing was the competition, right? Even the mentality of a lot of these fighters, right? How can you be in a profession and say that you're the best, right? Say that you the best in your division, you better than all these guys, and I'm talking about everybody. But then you don't want to fight these guys, right? So how am I supposed to believe that you actually believe that you're the best? You see what I'm saying? Like in any sport, if you believe that you're the fastest, well, you're gonna want to race the next fastest or the other fight or the other runner that say he faster than you. That's just competition. That's some people born with that.
Right. Yeah.
And that was leaving the sport of boxing, and that's what I hated the most. How the game was turning. It was like it wasn't no competition.
No, 100% that left the sport. And I think people also kind of referring to what you said earlier. People also don't acknowledge that Turki Al-Sheikh has a job, bro. He's employed, right? He has an assignment. He has a mission statement, right? He's not here just people like to picture him as just somebody with money who's throwing money around recklessly. No, bro. He's been given an assignment. The Crown Prince and the Crown King of Saudi Arabia are giving him an assignment, something to carry out and get done. So there's pressure on him as well to deliver to a certain capacity, right? There's a pressure there for him to do his job. So as much respect as he's showing a Devin Haney or he's showing a Shakur Stevenson or a Terrence Crawford or any of these guys who we're seeing him, which by the way is funny to me because you see him helping out all these black B-side fighters, quote unquote, that people wouldn't have given a chance over here in America. He's, Abdullah Mason is an ambassador. Shuki Carrington is an ambassador. Keyshawn Davis is an ambassador. You see what he's doing with Shakur. You see what he's doing with Terrence Crawford. But all of a sudden, you got a problem with black fighters, right? But at the end of the day, there's an assignment. So as much as I respect you guys, and that's the reason why I'm working with you guys, is I know you guys are the best of the best. I need you guys to understand that you can't play with my face card. That I'm here. If I'm bringing you in the building and I'm telling the Crown Prince, like, yo, trust me. These dudes is them, and then you guys are gonna give me a subpar performance. You're killing the whole entire opportunity for the future coming behind you. Because if you guys do it the right way, you're opening in a door for boxing that has been closed for a long time. But if you play it off, yeah, you're gonna get your money, but the guys behind you ain't gonna get an opportunity to take advantage of it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This is a big picture. This is a big deal. There's nothing wrong with the way Turki carried it, and I do give him credit. I think that Tom and Jerry and getting behind the fighters and even trolling Shakur Stevenson. Shakur admitted it. He said, I ain't gonna lie, man. That dude made me, you feel me? I'm a competitor, bro. I ain't like it. I ain't going out front. I used it to fuel me, you know what I'm saying? And I trolled him back. But ultimately, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The reason I fought Zepeda the way I did is because they were playing with me about this Tom and Jerry energy. And that's why I had to kind of show him better than I could tell him. It is what it is. What did you think about Hamza Shiraz in the Edgar Berlanga situation?
Man.
I mean, going into it, what were you thinking?
So I don't know if you remember, it was a while back when the fight first got announced. I was actually on your panel, and I told you I got Hamza Shiraz. Like I got Hamza. Like I had Hamza not by knockout, of course not, but I had him outboxing Edgar Berlanga, right?
Right.
And then the build up, went on. The fight got closer and closer. People start, you hear the talk. Oh man, Edgar got power. Hamza, man, he ain't got no chin. And then you start second guessing you start second guessing your pick, right? Because then I started thinking like, man, Edgar can't stop him though, because I remember Emma Williams hurting him, I remember when he got, Emma Williams caught him and hurt him. And I'm thinking like, okay, yeah, Edgar, He better than Ammo Williams. He packed more. Then I was just going back and forth. I know on the day of the fight, my lady, she was like, "Who you got?" And I'm like, "Man," I was like, "I can't even really call it." I said, "I'm gonna just say this: if there's a knockout, it's gonna be Edgar Berlanga knocking him out. But if it goes to decision, definitely Hamza is going, smoking unanimous decision." Well, I can say I was dead right. I was dead wrong with that. It was the complete opposite of what I said. So I don't know. I was just in the air about the fight because I thought it could go either way, you know.
Yeah.
But man, spectacular performance Hamza put on, man, and he showed that he is a force to be reckoned with at 168 because Berlanga can take a shot. We seen that Berlanga could take a shot in that Canelo fight, but he couldn't take Hamza Shiraz's punches. And you might think I'm crazy, but I'm gonna make this statement. When it comes to finishing, Hamza Shiraz, he reminds me of Terrence Crawford as a finisher because he's long and how he finished Edgar, he didn't smother his punches. He was catching him clean on the end of his shit. A lot of fighters, when they go to finish you, they get overzealous and they rush in and they smother their punches. They give you a chance to grab them. Hamza Shiraz, and it's two finishers that I see that I say that once you get hurt, they perfect finishers. One is Terrence Bud Crawford, and what I saw from Hamza Shiraz last night, he another one. And they're both long, rangy, and yeah, man.
Yeah.
So,
I'm looking here. Hold on. I'm looking here. Kaz G talking about. We're gonna talk about that in a minute too. This tape theory, the conspiracy theory behind the way Hamza's hands was taped up is crazy. Anyway, brother, I think what we saw with the Edgar Berlanga fight, in my opinion, is the matchmaking in American boxing is diabolical. A lot of these fighters are artificially flavored, bro. They've been infused artificially, built up records. And you talk about Edgar Berlanga, and you talk about 17 first-round knockouts. This guy's amazing, blah, 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 blah. And then you see him get in the ring with somebody like a Hamza Shiraz, who's just fundamentally sound, straight puncher, able to generate some power, and you see him get outclassed. A lot of your favorite fighters have not been properly tested. They have not been the matchmaking for them has been done in a way that builds them up to a certain point to entertain the casual fan. But in all reality, the American boxer has gone down in I want to keep it real, digressed. You know what I'm saying? In the skill set, in the sweet science of boxing. I mean, I think this Olympics that went past, I don't think we medaled. I think we medaled once, maybe like at a silver or bronze medal. We might have medaled, but I remember hearing Roy Jones talk about like this, the talent pool is just completely different now. What you saw happening with Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz was an example of that. People really thought going into the fight, this is one of those fights where everything in me said Hamza Shiraz was going to win the fight, but I couldn't look past the fact that Edgar Berlanga is a big puncher. And I'm like, damn, man, he's going to have to watch out for that because Edgar does punch. He's got 17 first-round knockouts, and this guy can take a punch. I was like, man, this is going to be a hard fight for Hamza, but I think Hamza can win this. To watch Hamza do what he did, it was like, oh, man, I gave too much respect. Like, I knew that Hamza was levels above Edgar Berlanga, bro. I knew it. But, you get
I think we all did.
Right? We knew that he was just better than Edgar, right? Like, we just knew he was better than Edgar. But at the end of the day, we also saw what he did against Carlos Adames, and we saw what, we know what Edgar Berlanga can do when he's motivated. But yeah, man, I thought that was a big exposing happening. But so now that fight, and shout out to Pop Shop in the room, bro. I'm interested in your opinion too on this topic. But now that that's all said and done, I'm also interested in what's next for these guys. So Pop Shop, how you doing today, by the way, family?
Doing great, brother. What's up to the panel? Everybody in the chat?
No doubt.
Yeah, I don't think nobody was would wrong about what they picked before that fight because it was the unknown. And you spoke to it just to that we thought that Edgar would step up because of the moment. You
Right.
know, he had all. I mean, he had it's like he played the whole New York for fool. I'm like, oh, you had everybody coming out. You did all of this craziness. All you had to do was step up, and it's just not in him. It's just not in him. But skills pay the bills, and Hamza, he rose to the top. So I don't know where Edgar goes from here, but we got all these possibilities out here for Hamza.
Yeah, I mean Edgar to me, Caleb Plant is his last chance. He's lucky that Caleb lost his last fight and that fight still makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Other than that,
right.
I don't know which direction. I'm also interested in the David Benavidez, David Morrell move to 175. David Benavidez is a great fighter, bro. At 168, they called him the monster for a legitimate reason. He was a monster. Canelo didn't want no problems with him. Canelo was like, yo, chill. Dude's too big for me. I ain't trying to deal with all that. But now he moves up to 175. My question to you guys is, how do you guys feel about the power translating into 175? We watched David Morrell fight against Imam Khataev, and it looks like the power wasn't going to be the difference maker for him in that fight. Imam Khataev walking through a lot of these shots, not really being faded like that. I think I might have seen him once or twice in the fight where I'm like, I could see the power affecting him to a certain degree, but not enough to discourage him from walking down David Morrell. We watched David Morrell hurt David Benavidez in that fight. David Benavidez dominated, won that fight, but we watched David Morrell hurt him. Now we're going to watch David Benavidez fight against Anthony Yarde, in my opinion, one of the hardest punchers in the light heavyweight division. This guy can legitimately fight at cruiserweight. Are people underestimating Anthony Yarde's ability to get a victory or at least watch David Benavidez potentially get sat in his pockets or hurt for the first time in a long time? Or is David Benavidez just that special of a fighter?
Well, in my opinion, I think Benavidez is a he's a special fighter, man. He had the power. I don't think that it's translated him going up to 75, but his work ethic is still there, and he can outwork a lot of those heavier guys up there at the lightweight. So, I just think he'll probably outwork him. You know what I mean? Oh boy, he's powerful, but he gasses out near the end of the fights. He gasses out, and I think that'll be David Benavidez. That'll be his calling card. Just to outwork him.
What about you, ETB? What do you think about the power? Do you think the power is translating to 175? Oh, he might be.
Yeah, hold on. I was chewing. Man, I think that the power that he has is translated the same way that it did at 168. I don't think that David Benavidez was ever one punch Sergey Kovalov type of power puncher like that. I thought that he was always just put
Volume
so
puncher.
much pressure on you and just wear you down and then get you up out of there. Volume puncher, right? Mm-hmm. A big man like he is throwing damn near 100 punches around. Like you don't see things like that, right?
Right.
So I think that he is the same fighter. It's just he's fighting, bigger guys. They take a better punch. And you got to look at the competition that he's fighting also. A lot of people saying, oh, man, well, David Morrell might not be what he is because, David, we got to give credit to some of these fighters.
Right.
Just because we don't know these fighters don't mean they not like that. Just because you look at them and they might be ranked number 11, we know how these sanctioning bodies work.
Right.
Right? It does nothing for the sanctioning body to make that dude Khataev or whatever his name is number 1 or number 2 ranked, right? It goes by popularity nowadays and what your promoter is doing under the table. We know that. So just because we don't know, a certain fighter, don't mean that he's not that. And so I want people to stop trying to minimize the fighter that we looked at and we like, oh man, he's a bad MF, right? And start looking at the opponent that they get in the ring with. Well, yeah, we didn't know this guy. Just like them when Laura did what he did to um the Paul Williams, Punisher Paul. Nobody knew who Laura was.
Right.
When Kell Brook did what he did to Sean Porter, didn't nobody know who Kell Brook was, right?
Right.
And so that's just a couple of examples. So that don't mean that David Morrell ain't what he is. I think that David Morrell's still a beast, and I think that David Benavidez he's a special type of fighter, man. And I don't see Yarde doing nothing with him. I don't.
Well, my thing is, I think that they're all official, you know what I mean, all the way to. I don't think that there's any hype jobs. Or my question is, are they going to be able to be as dominant as they was in 175 as they were at 168? The punch resistance of these fighters that they're fighting against is different. Their ability to take punches in the division is probably going to be different. We saw Khataev sit David Morrell down on his pockets and legitimately hurt him, in my opinion, right? We saw him legitimately get sat on his pockets against Khataev. The competition is different at 175. I just feel like I'm watching to see how David Benavidez deals with the power of an Anthony Yarde, because I think arguably, yeah, I'm comfortable in saying this is going to be the biggest puncher David Benavidez has ever been in a ring with, right? I mean, do you think he's ever been in a ring with a puncher like Anthony Yarde?
No, not as I can think of.
Right? This is going to be a real test for him, and I think people are maybe sleeping a little bit on Anthony Yarde because, like you said, Pop Shop, the conditioning is going to be in question. It's always been in question for Anthony Yarde, but at the end of the day, we watch Anthony Yarde hurt Beterbiev. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We know he can generate that power and he can make it, and I think there's an argument to say that he's a better fighter today than he was when he fought with Beterbiev. I think there's an argument to say that he's a better fighter because of the Beterbiev fight, the experience that he got in the Beterbiev fight. So we don't know what we're dealing with. We watched him fight against Lyndon B. Arthur a few months back, and we saw him, get that victory. We saw him actually box, you know what I'm saying, and take that fight all the way to the end and win that fight. This fight right here with the David Benavidez, who's willing, Lyndon B. Arthur was moving around boxing, he didn't just stand there. David Benavidez, and that's another question for the guys on the panel right now, is to say, does David Benavidez's style, the way he fights at 168, that he fought at 168, is that a safe way for him to fight at 175? Does he need to become a little bit more reserved with his punch output? Does he need to be a little bit more defensively responsible? Does he need to be better with his shot selection? Because, letting off, 75 punches, 50 to 100 punches in a round leaves you open to get punched, right or wrong. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I think he's a smart enough fighter. I think he has a smart enough IQ to recognize who he can and can't do that against. So, going into these fights, these fighters watch a lot of film. Some of them watch a lot of film on their opponents. So, at that weight, I mean, it's going to be coming down to, the war of attrition. I mean, in my prediction, I got David stopping him between 6 and 8. That's where I got it. I think if Yarde got a good chance of getting him, he's got to get him early where he's kind of strong. The adrenaline is there. But I think once it starts getting into the later rounds, that's normally where Benavidez comes out on top. He starts wearing guys down, hitting them with a volume of punches, and ref steps in. TKO. That's how I see it.
ETB, how do you feel about the punch output of David Benavidez? Does he need to start pulling back a little bit on that and start paying attention to the shots coming back at him?
Nah, I mean, I don't think he because see, the thing is he's been fighting that way his whole life. That's what I'm saying, and I think a lot of people get it twisted because they don't give him credit for his defense. I think he got underrated defense. He don't get hit a lot. You know, he blocks because he's blocking the punches with his elbows, right? He don't get hit a lot. He got that high guard. He don't get hit clean a lot. So, you know, he got very underrated defense that he don't get credit for because we see somebody just coming forward, you know, picking out punches and shit like that. But you got to think, a lot of them punches ain't getting through, you know. So when it comes to Anthony Yard, I'm a huge Anthony Yard fan, always have been, but I just don't see Anthony Yard being able to beat David Benavidez. I think that, you know, maybe he might be able to go 12, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised if David Benavidez stopped him late because we all know that Yard, you know, he gasses out late, and Yard ain't never been in with a fighter that's a pressure fighter like David Benavidez. Yeah, he been in there with Beterbiev, but Beterbiev don't throw those, you know, 100 punches around. Yeah,
Right.
the volume punches like David Benavidez does. Beterbiev, he got another, you know what I'm saying? He got some bricks in his hand, so that's different. But it's different when you got to get in there with a volume puncher like that, and you got to think David Benavidez is getting better and better at
Facts.
that weight class. You
Facts.
know, he's still young. I think David Benavidez is what, 27 years old?
Yeah, like 27, 28 years old. He's a young bull.
Yeah, so he's still getting better and better. He was still getting acclimated to that weight division. Every time we see him, he's gonna be better because he's a workaholic too in the gym. You know, he's an animal in the gym. So, man, yeah, I think that David Benavidez is a great fighter, and with great fighters, it's always going to be, well, man, can he do this and can he do that? And that's what keeps the great fighters going because you always got people doubting you. You know, you win, you beat this guy, well, you can't beat this guy. You beat him. That's just what it is. It comes with the territory. But I think David Benavidez is one of them. He gonna prove it.
I like that. I like that breakdown. That makes sense, man. That does make sense. Shout out to Coach Eddie in the building, and shout out to Ask Val. Ask Val, took me a minute. I'm glad you showed your face because last week we had some bozo come in there and do some diabolical thing. You know what I'm saying on the screen? I'm like, yo, Ask Val, Ask Val. The name sounds familiar, but I'm like, yo, I don't want to pull him up here and this guy pulls a dildo out on the damn panel or something. So I'm glad you put your picture up. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember Val now. So salute to you, Val. Hope everything is good, man. How you guys doing tonight?
Salute, man. Everything good. Everything boxing. What's happening, man?
What's going on,
My
Bright
my
Light?
my
That's
guy
Bright
Val,
Lights.
my guy Val, what's happening with it?
Bright
Yeah,
Lights
what's up?
on the
What's up?
panel.
For
What's
sure.
good,
Shakur
man?
Bright Light Stevenson, baby. You already know what it is.
I'm about to say we made it. We made it to the other side. Did Shakur check? I don't know. Damn, ETB. I don't know if we talked about that at all because we talked about how people reacted to it, but we didn't really talk about the fight. But so on the other side of Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda, where are we now on the Shakur Stevenson topic as far as Shakur at 135? As far as going into the fight, what did you need to see? Did you need to see anything? And did you see what you needed to see now at the end of the fight?
I mean, to me, I'm not surprised, man. I've always told people that I've always been and said that Shakur can do it all. He can. Like people acting like this is the first time we seen him fight in the pocket. You know, step to a fighter and fight in the pocket. It's a bunch of fighters. If you go watch him, that he's done this. Now he didn't do it exactly in this form to where like this fight. I'm looking and I'm like, damn, he's not moving at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, move a little bit. Like, you ain't got to stand there like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a Chavez and shit and slug. Like, move a little bit. But I wasn't surprised at all because I already knew he could do it. It was just like a lot of people were surprised. And it kind of tripped me out that people were surprised, like that they really believed that he couldn't fight in the pocket or he couldn't fight mid range. And like, they really believed that he couldn't fight. And I'm like, just let me know that most of these people talking, they really hadn't watched him, right? They just went off the De Los Santos and that's it. Like, because if you go back and watch his career, I mean, how can you say that? You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't surprised at all. I I think Zepeda is a tough ass fighter. He's a hell of a fighter himself. Shakur won it clearly. I had Shakur winning 9-3, but Zepeda, man, he could fight. Like all of a sudden he a bum, but he was 30-0 with 27 knockouts, but he a bum
Number
and
one in every sanctioning body. Number one
in
in
every
everything
sanctioning
one.
body, right? And it's funny. I'm hearing. You know what fans I'm talking about, right? Because they the only ones. They the only ones. They just bite blood. They just hate. They just hate. Come up, move the goalposts. We don't even got to mention the name, but we all know who they is, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm hearing them say now, oh, he needs to fight a Pitbull Cruz. Well, Pitbull, and it's crazy because it's like, to me, William Zepeda is a much better fighter than Pitbull Cruz. First of all, right, you would say that they're both pressure fighters, right? Right? They're both pressure fighters, right?
Right.
So
Right.
this is so we can make a comparison because Pitbull and Zepeda fought the same fighter, right? Now let me break this shit down because a lot of people talking about this Pitbull. Oh, what are you gonna look like with Pitbull? He need to go fight a Pitbull or somebody, right? So Zepeda and Pitbull both fought Giovanni Cabrera. I know you remember when Pitbull fought Giovanni Cabrera on the undercard of Terrence Bud Crawford and Errol Spence.
Yeah.
Well,
Giovanni
Maia
Cabrera low key exposed Pitbull.
exposed Pitbull.
Yeah.
He beat him. He flat out beat Pitbull, and of course they and that was supposed to be a kind of tune up, right, for Pitbull to set up the rematch with Tank.
Right.
Right? He exposed Pitbull. I boxed his head off, right? After that, Giovanni Cabrera, he got to fight with William Zepeda. William Zepeda walked through him like some wet tissue paper.
Yep.
Got him up out of there in like 4 rounds, right?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 rounds for sure.
So I mean, you definitely can make that comparison because they both pressure fighters. So who is the better fighter? Pitbull went 12 rounds and couldn't do nothing with him. And you know why? You know why? What makes Zepeda even that much greater of a fighter? When I went back and watched the Shakur Stevenson and Zepeda fight, right? I looked at Zepeda's feet, right? Of course, he ain't no fancy, footwork, Terrence Crawford, Lomachenko, them type of. But when it comes to cutting off the ring, look at his feet. He moved at an angle the whole time, the opposite direction where you like he's great at cutting off the ring. And that's one thing I noticed in everywhere Shakur went, he ain't had nowhere to go. Even when Shakur, even the few times Shakur tried to move a little bit, Zepeda was cutting off the ring and he ended up in the corner. And he was a master at cutting off the ring. That's why when you go back to somebody like Giovanni Cabrera, that was able to move around the ring against a Pitbull Cruz and have success, he wasn't able to do that against a William Zepeda because William Zepeda cut off the ring and broke his ass down and made it look easy. So y'all gotta come up with something. They moving the goalposts. They continue to move the goalposts. Oh, he was pillow fisted. Well, damn, he had 27 knockouts in 30 fights. How was he pillow fisted? You know what I'm saying?
A lot of these content creators said that William Zepeda was going to be too much before. But if you look at the timeline when they said it, Clay, they said it before the fight was made. When they thought the fight wasn't going to be made, they was, he can't do this against no volume puncher. He gonna run all night. He ain't gonna be able to win against right. When they thought that the fight wasn't gonna be made, right? Again, when Oscar came out, Shakur, he didn't sign, he didn't want to sign, right? Then they started talking about, Shakur scared, he ducking, he know he can't beat William Zepeda. And then as soon as the fight was made, William Zepeda some trash. He's garbage. Shakur better 12-0 him. Shakur better knock him out. So you gotta look at when they said it.
Before the fight was made, they were saying Shakur couldn't F with Williams Zepeda. The fight gets made and it's get real. Then it's man, he trashed him anyway. When Shakur ain't fighting nobody. These dudes is they like it's clown, man. It's clown activity for grown men to just be acting like they do.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just crazy, man.
It speaks to the current state of the sport too, American boxing. It speaks to it because you guys can't even celebrate effort. You can't celebrate somebody who gave you what you wanted. You know what I mean? As far as he didn't move around, he sat in the pocket, he fought. He, you know what I mean? He answered the call. And here you guys go, finding a way to, like you said, ETB, move the goalposts. Let me go ahead and move on. So Coach Eddie, going into this fight, what were you looking to see in this fight, man? Did the boxes get checked for you? What did you want to see Shakur do going into this fight?
First of all, I want to say Shakur. I gave him a B for this performance.
Okay,
give him a B. A lot of people they said this is his best performance. In my opinion, it's not. I've seen Shakur perform better than this on a few occasions. It was a good win.
Level of competition.
Well, Shakur, I think you know what that's a good question right there. And I had picked Shakur by stoppage. I thought Shakur was going to be able to get the TKO because I knew that Shakur was going to be able to land clean punches on Zepeda at times, which he did. So and I think Shakur was pressing for the knockout at times. He was trying to stop Zepeda because he was hitting him on the button with some good punches, and he was loading up on a lot of the shots too. I said Shakur gonna mess around and stop this dude because he was hitting him so clean at times. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't come. But like I say, shout out to him. I don't think I didn't like at times. I don't know if it was by choice or was it William Zepeda that was able to put Shakur on the ropes and keep him there. That's why I gave him a B. I said because Shakur I know he's better than that. And even Shakur, he's a perfectionist. Shakur wasn't satisfied with that performance. He even said I got to go back to the drawing board because he knew that he got hit a little bit more than he wanted to. He got touched a little bit more than he wanted to. And even though he was landing clean punches, the optics at times wasn't good. The optics didn't look good. Him laying on the ropes and this man, throwing 30 punches and you firing off 2 or 3, even though they were clean, the dude was still working you on the ropes at times. And I didn't like the fact that he let the man get off 900 punches on him. I said, Shakur is better than that. I hold Shakur to a higher standard than that. And I thought Shakur, he got the job done. I thought it was going to be a little bit cleaner than it was. And I thought he was going to be able to stop Zepeda. I really did. And but like I say, everybody, you can't stop everybody. I just thought Shakur hands was healthy. And I know Shakur can punch when he wants to. I know he can punch. I know he can swat because I seen him do it. I thought it was going to be something like a Jamel Herring type of performance where he's going to get him out of around 9 or 10. But did it check a few boxes? It didn't show me that I know he couldn't do. Anyway,
right.
You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't anything unexpected. And matter of fact, I don't think that's his best performance right there. I seen him do better than that. So
you wanted to see him stop him. Like that's what you wanted to see. You wanted to see. You felt like that was an opportunity there for him to stop, and you wanted to see him take advantage of that and make that happen.
Well, he went for it though. And I can't knock him because he did go for it. He went for it. He landed some clean punches on Zepeda, some really nice shots on him. The dude just wouldn't go. So I can't fault him. That if the dude won't go, you know what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, it was a good performance. Like I said, I give him a B because I know Shakur probably gave himself a B for that also because he's a perfectionist. He's gonna go back and look at that fight. He can be like, I could have did this, I could have did that. He's gonna look at where he may have messed up. Got to touch a little bit more than he wanted to. But like I say, good fight, entertaining fight. And to be honest, I didn't even go back and watch the fight again because there wasn't any reason to. I seen it. It was a good fight. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that he admitted that, right? Like even me, if you watch me calling the fight, when I was calling the fight, you'll see that I was like, damn, I don't think aesthetically this looks nice. You on the ropes, like you gotta get off those ropes, like you know what I mean. I think by the 4th or 5th round, I started to understand that he was comfortable on the ropes. It wasn't so much against his will as much as I think there was an understanding by Shakur that staying on my bike or moving around all night while this guy's chasing me down wasn't going to do it. I think he was he was like, the best thing for me to do is to capitalize. If this guy's gonna allow, if he's gonna allow his hands to just keep going the way it is, then I'm gonna take advantage of the openings that are gonna be there, and I'm gonna try to hit him with significant shots in the middle of this. Yes, I'm gonna get hit a little bit more than I'm used to getting hit, but I'm gonna make sure I don't get hit flush. But I'm gonna keep this opportunity, this window of opportunity open of keeping him throwing his hands, because I know if I can time him in between these shots, there's openings for me to land significant shots. I think on the other side of that strategy was eventually I'll hurt him. Eventually I'll stop him. I'll get an opportunity to do something significant to him. And I just think William Zepeda was a very durable fighter who was able to take a little bit more punishment than maybe Shakur. You know, Shakur tested the waters. Like, it didn't shock him that he lasted 12 rounds, but I think in the spirit of trying to stop him, that was his best opportunity, was to keep him offensive, so that in between that offense, timing that cadence, I'd find opportunity in between there to land significant shots and potentially hurt him and put him down, right? So, but let me ask you guys this though. On the back end of that victory, the options are there for Shakur. Obviously, I think ideally everybody wants to see Gervonta Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson fight. Duh. That's not even up for debate. We all know that that's the fight that the 135-pound division needs, that boxing needs and wants. But we also know that it takes two to tango. It takes two to dance. And Gervonta Tank Davis doesn't seem to be presently in the mental space to try to make a big fight like that with Shakur Stevenson. What do you think the next best fight for him at this point that makes the most sense for Shakur at this point? Who do you want to see him fight next? Anybody?
Man, I'll say I like the Conor Ben fight. Remember, I don't remember if you remember me saying that I want to see Shakur prove what I think he is. Great, right? He says he's all-time great, right? He's an all-time great fighter, right? He says this is what he's gonna go down in history, is being an all-time great fighter, right? The all-time great fighters, they did something a lot of these fighters is not doing nowadays, right? They went up in weight classes, what we see Terrence Crawford doing, right? And they fought one of the, great fighters, or one of the real good fighters in the next weight class or the next weight class, right? That's something that we were seeing the great fighters do a lot in the 90s, in the early 2000s, right? The 80s and things like that, right? We were seeing that. And then we stopped seeing that. I want to see him prove what I think he is, right? If he move up and fights Conor Ben at 147 and beats Conor Ben at 147, hey man, that's to me, like, yeah, you still gonna, the haters is gonna hate regardless. It don't matter what he do. You know what I'm saying? So you can't even think about them, right? It don't matter what he do. But if he do that, because Conor Ben is a dangerous fighter. And then we seen how he looked at 160. Imagine how he gonna look at 147. So at 147, Conor Ben was running through everybody. We ain't really, you know what I'm saying? He was running through everybody. People must have forgot, but he running through everybody at 147. I would have liked it had been him go up and fight Devin Haney at 147, right? But Devin got to Brian Norman, right? Because I was calling for that. I said, you know what? I want to see him move up to 147 and fight Devin Haney. But I would like that Conor Ben fight. If not, I want to see him in Lamont Roach.
So in that order, you want to see Conor Ben first, and if not Conor Ben, then Lamont.
Then Lamont, because it don't look like that Tank gonna fight him, right? I guarantee you, if a fight between Lamont and Shakur made, they gonna start minimizing Lamont. I guarantee you they are.
Yeah, I believe you.
You know what I'm saying? Lamont's damage good. Lamont damage good. Right. Tank took all that. Tank took such and such out of him. That's all they gonna do.
They'll say that, or they'll say that everybody knows Tank wasn't dialed in for that fight. Lamont been man. He came up for 130. He a 130 pounder. They'll try to bring up all the things that people were saying before that fight. You know what I mean?
Before that fight, right. So like that, or I don't care for no Floyd Schofield fight, bro. Like real talk.
If I could talk to Shakur, I would say, man, F Schofield, bro. Let that dude. First of all, Schofield ain't making that weight. I'm telling you, he ain't doing well. He's outgrown 135. I think he's outgrown 135. Personally, I think his father is trying to hold him down there as a weight bully, and that's why. That's another conversation, right? But number two, don't reward that nonsense that senior doing. You know what I'm saying?
To me, he don't deserve a fight at all, right? But then, even more so, man, I'm gonna just keep it real, bro. Like people talking like Shakur needs to do this. That man is a 3-weight division champion, right? Unified in the division. He's up there. Maybe not. He don't sell like a Tank, but he's up there with all of the best in the sport, right? So why do I don't want to see him waste his time going watch no kid Austin. Floyd Schofield ain't on that level. I've always said it. I'm gonna continue to say it, and it's not to me. It's not a competitive fight, and he's not gonna get no credit because right now, before the fight, right, everybody is talking about the same shit. They talking about, oh man, Floyd to knock him out, Floyd to do this and Floyd to do that, right? But when they just had a fight, everybody was saying that Shakur Stevenson was cherry picking Floyd.
Facts.
They were saying that he was cherry picking Floyd.
Anybody should be fighting Shakur, should be fighting Schofield as Tank. That's your mandatory. Right. That's who y'all be putting.
I don't even want to say that. Like he's not nowhere. He's not nowhere near a Tank level to me. Like I keep it real, right?
Level. He ain't on Tank's level, but at the end of the day, that's his mandatory, not Shakur. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Senior doesn't say he don't even want to fight for a WBC belt because he don't want to deal with the weight cut rules and everything.
All of them guys,
you know what I mean?
Like all of them, like them top fighters, like a Tank Shakur, they're watching. They're gonna watch Floyd Schofield, but in the Shakur situation, right? It's gonna be the same shit as last time, right? Before he agreed to fight Floyd Schofield, the only reason he agreed to fight Floyd Schofield is because everybody was saying that, oh man, he ducking Floyd Schofield, and after a while, he was like, man, F it. Y'all want to see me fight him? Okay, make the fight. They made the fight, then he was cherry picking. He don't want to fight nobody. We told you Shakur don't want to fight nobody, he cherry picking. They gonna do the exact same shit this time. We know that, Clay. They gonna do the same thing. So
look at this, right? I just want to show you something. The Butcher. Shout out to the Butcher in the building, right? Shout out to the Butcher, right? So he says, so Shakur the only fighter who don't have to fight champions. He's still chasing Tank leftovers. Now, the Butcher, I don't know if you're a Tank fan, right? But I find it interesting that Tank don't gotta fight champions. Tank don't gotta fight mandatory, right? And then look what he puts on here. He says, he puts on here, hold on, I want to tell you what he puts on here. Hold on a second here. Wait, let me find it. Let me find you, bro. Let me find it right here. So Shakur, blah, 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 blah. Did he pull it down? Did you pull it down, bro? There it is right here. Tell Shakur to fight his mandatory. He just fought his mandatory. The interim WBC title holder, William Zepeda, an undefeated fighter, and you guys saying that guy he can't do nothing, right? But Tank don't got to fight nobody. Now, the things you're asking of Shakur, you would think that you'd stay quiet off the strength that shoot, Tank. I don't put no pressure on Tank to fight nobody, but you'll say, which I don't think is no issue with you saying, look, Shakur fight this guy. Shakur fight that guy. That's who you want to fight. That's the business. But why don't Tank get no pressure to fight his mandatory? His mandatory. Why is he able to pull up Lamont Roche for 130 and that fight makes sense? Why is he able to fight a Hector Garcia or fight a Ryan Garcia who's not even ranked in his, who's never been a title holder or nothing like that? And those fights are great fights. But he don't got to fight his mandatories. He don't got to fight Lomachenko. He don't got to fight Shakur. He don't got to fight the other champions in the division. He doesn't have to unify. There's no pressure there. I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's always going to make the boxing, this part of the boxing community, this space, it's always going to make water down and tear down boxing here in America. It's because we're not putting boxing first. I don't have no problem with you holding Shakur to any certain standard. I just don't understand why it can't be across the board for all the fighters so that boxing can survive and do what it needs to do. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, so Clay, check this out. I just told him, right? I want to see him move up 2 weight divisions and fight a Conor Ben, but that ain't good enough.
No, it's not.
Nah,
The same. Hold on. The same fighter that called Tank's bluff and Tank ducked him. Tank was, I'll fight Conor Ben. They called his bluff and he went the other way, talking about, I was just playing. Y'all don't remember that?
Oh yeah, we remember that. Of course, that was right after
No.
the Pete Johnson fight.
Yeah. Come on. But that's what I'm saying, man. You can't really you can't even engage with these dudes because they just are down another level, bro. They can't. You can't even talk boxing with them. They're on another level.
Yeah,
I never seen nothing like it before.
Go ahead, Coach.
Me personally, I think that I'm gonna call cap on that Conor Ben fight. I'm gonna tell you why. Shakur is good at grabbing headlines. He's riding the wave right now. That interview got over about 300,000 views already. He's not going nowhere near Conor Ben. And if he does, he's
hands on it. I don't think so. I think that fight's gonna happen if he can.
I think he will. I don't agree with that because he already talked about it. He said it before that. He had been saying he'll fight Conor Ben.
Hold on. All I'm saying is, you could jump over a whole weight division. People do this all the time. It's a lot of smoke at 140 that he's jumping over right there. A lot of smoke. Whole bunch. And my thing is, I'm like this. If you want to move up to another division, I think you should campaign there. I don't like one-offs. If you go into another division, stay there and campaign. Otherwise, stay where you at. Because you got business at 135. You got people you saying that you won't fight at 135. You got a lot of killers at 140 who are not going to be who are going to give you a lot of work. They're going to give you what you're looking for at 140. But you're going to hop over there. You're not going to blow smoke. You're not going to blow smoke at me, brother. Talking about I'm going to fight Conor Ben and jump over 140. Nah. I mean, if you go to 147, stay there.
He's not going to.
That's because it's a big fight. Conor Ben is a huge fight in the UK. That's why. That's why I'm gonna go fight Conor Ben in the UK and make millions and millions. Pack out the O2 Arena, whatever stadium they in. That's a huge fight. That's why he talking about I'll face Conor Ben. And you heard him say, well, he ain't even that big. Like, bro,
I believe it when I see it. I just put it like that.
A lot of people thought about Devin and Brian. They thought about the same thing. Hold on a second. 68 people in the building. I haven't even brought this up. We have about damn near 70 people. Please remember to hit the like button. I'm sure you guys have been doing it. I've been checking it. But please, if you haven't, remember to hit that like button. And, of course, subscribe to the channel. If you're not subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. My bad to cut you off, guys, but I ain't say that not one time. The show's been on. I feel like it's kind of like my responsibility to do that. But listen, okay, fine. You know what I mean? Maybe you think it's cap. I'm going to tell you like this, and I don't know if ETB agrees with me or if anybody else agrees with me, but Shakur Stevenson's hands, he's not promised to fight after each fight. Like, he can legitimately hurt his hands and not fight for a year and a half. Shakur's aiming at the bag right now just as much as he's aiming at the legacy. He's not tripping off of it. So at 140, there are fights there to be made. He called out Teofimo Lopez and said he was down to make that fight happen with Teofimo. He's called out and let it be known what fights he's willing to make happen. And in plenty of interviews, he's talked about, listen, I'm a 135-pound fighter, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not a 140-pound. I'm not a 147-pounder. But I'll go up in these weight classes to fight the biggest fights there. The fights at the money fights, the special fights, the fights that make a difference for my legacy and my bank account. I'll go and make those fights happen, right? So you got Teofimo Lopez, who just turned down a fight with Devin Haney. He doesn't seem like he's got to be one of the hardest guys to negotiate with and make a fight happen, right? He won't fight nobody, not even Turkey's back and get that guy to move forward. He's just stuck in the mud, right? And then you got Gervonta Tank Davis, who doesn't want to make any fights with anybody right now, right? This guy's looking to make the biggest fights possible because his time may be limited, right? His hands are sensitive, bro. He's not plotting on 12 fights. He's not even talking about unifications or becoming undisputed or those things anymore. He's talking about in significant fights, big fan favorite fights, stadium packed out fights that are going to make him money. Conor Benn checks that box. He checks that box. You even heard him say, let's make the fight happen in London. You hear him talking about it. Let's make the fight happen in London. What does that mean? We're going to pack out Wembley, or we're going to pack out some arena in London. We're going to fight in front of 50,000+ people. We're going to shake it up, and I'm going to get a big bag, and it's going to be a hard fight. People are going to think that I'm going to lose the fight because you're such a puncher, and I'm going up 2 weight classes. It's significant. It's Hall of Fame-ish going down. It's not ducking smoke or hopping over a whole division. I know that traditionally we look at boxing and we cookie cutter it and say, fight the next guy, fight the next guy, fight the next guy. But we're in a place right now in boxing where that doesn't really hold weight. We're in an era of boxing where fighters across the space saying belts don't matter. We're in an era where fighters say that championships and legacy don't matter. It's all about the money. Shakur Stevenson is in Rome right now. And as much as when he first was in the game, he was all about the belts, unifications, undisputed. He wanted to fight Devin Haney. He wanted to fight Gervonta Tank Davis. He wanted to unify and become undisputed and walk the same path as his mentor and big brother Terrence Crawford. But he started to realize that the game is not like that no more. And then you got these hands that are sensitive as hell. These hands that need rehabilitation and need therapy and constantly need attention. He can't even shake a dude's hand without thinking about it. He talked about it in an interview, said he don't even like shaking people's hands. He's dapping people because he don't want nobody to squeeze his hands too hard and hurt his hands, right? So at the end of the day, he's going to be selective. The fights that he's picking are based off of the magnitude, the money, and the legacy potential of the fight. It's not just based off fighting next guy. So yeah, is he overlooking a lot of fights at 140 that you might want to see? Do you want to see him against Gary Antoine? He already said he'd fight Gary Antoine Russell, right? He already said he'd fight Teofimo. But is he going to fight Subriel? Probably not. Unless there's a crazy bag behind it. Is he going to go fight Richardson Hitchens? Nah, ain't no money behind it. Is he going to go to 140 and fight, you know what I'm saying, whoever at 140? No, he's going to fight the biggest and the best fights possible because he has Turki Al-Sheikh. He has an opportunity right now, and he's got to take advantage of the opportunity. We're not going to operate like we're a top-ranked fighter or we're regular fighters. No, we're prize fighters right now. We work with Turki Al-Sheikh. We're fighting for millions and millions and millions of dollars, bro. And we're looking to make the biggest fights possible that will intrigue Saudi Arabia, that will intrigue Turki Al-Sheikh to get behind and fund. The biggest fights possible. That's what we're looking to make happen. That's why Terrence Crawford is fighting against Canelo Alvarez, and he's not fighting Jerome Boots Ennis, or he's not fighting Jamel Charlo, or he's not fighting Errol Spence right now, or he's not going to 160 to go fight Erislandy Lara or go fight, you know what I'm saying, or he's not taking tune-up fights like people think he should do, and he's not acclimating to 168 and fighting a Derevchenko or somebody like that. And it doesn't make sense to people because at the end of the day, I'm on my way out the door. I'm looking for the biggest bag. We have an investor in the game now who's paying out the biggest bag for the biggest fights. I want Canelo Alvarez, and I'll sit out a year, whatever it takes to make that fight happen. That's where Shakur Stevenson is at, and people have to acknowledge that. And, you know, not to bring up Tank, really, not to bring him up. But we're talking about somebody who's talking about fighting Jake Paul next, right? I don't know if he's going to do it or not do it. I'm not, you know, that's not my business. But I'm saying that we're in an era of boxing where these legacy fights are not hovering around traditional matchmaking, championship boxing, unification, undisputed, the regular way that we saw boxing as we grew up watching boxing. It's a different era of boxing. You know what I mean? It just is. I think that fight with Conor Benn is a great fight. But I got a question for you, Coach Eddie, and for Pop Shop and for ETB. If it's not Conor Benn, is it Lamont? Well, ETB already answered it. Should it be? How about Lamont Roach?
You know,
they talked about it.
Yeah, I mean that's a good fight, and even with the Conor Benn, I guess I can see what you said. You did have a point there because even if he does go up and come up short, you can just say I was there to be great. You know what I'm saying? And people overlook it because he is. I mean, you basically fight the guy who just fought at middleweight. and gave a guy, Chris Eubank, all he wanted. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people, if Shakur did fight Conor Ben, a lot of people probably think he'd lose that fight. So that would be intriguing right there. You know what I'm saying? But Lamont Roach, I mean, it depends on if Roach wants to get off the Tank Davis gravy train, or if he wants to hang around and wait on Tank. I think me personally, I think he's gonna wait on Tank. That's what I'm thinking.
No, he ain't waiting. He's not waiting. He ain't waiting. He's not waiting. I'm not saying he's gonna fight Shakur next, but he's not waiting on Tank. He sees the trees for the forest. He sees what's happening with Tank, and he knows that if that fight's gonna happen, it's not gonna be right now. It's probably gonna be end of this year or beginning of next year, and he's not trying to do that. He's trying to capitalize off the momentum of the status he has right now. So I don't know what the next fight's gonna be, but I don't think he's waiting on Tank. I don't think he's waiting on Tank. You know what I mean?
What about Devin?
Huh?
What about Devin?
Devin's fighting against Brian Norman in November.
I'm saying, well, I mean, it's gonna if Conor Ben's gonna eventually, if he's gonna fight Chris Eubank, him and Shakur's not gonna fight this year. So he might
100%. If Conor Ben fights Chris Eubank, but we got to understand, I don't know how up to speed you are with what's going on, but Conor Ben doesn't believe the Chris Eubank fight's going to happen because Chris Eubank is having issues signing a contract because he wants to change up the weight stipulations. He doesn't want it to be at 160 with that 10-pound rehydration clause. He wants, which I think, by the way, he's well within his right. I don't even understand why, he won the last fight. He should be able to dictate the terms of this fight. He shouldn't have to fight underneath that strict weight cut that, arguably almost killed him. You know what I'm saying? In the last fight. So, but that's what seems to be the debate going on between Conor Ben right now and Chris Eubank as far as that fight happening in September. So the conversation between Conor Ben and Shakur Stevenson was all built around the Chris Eubank fight not happening. In other words, if it does not happen, then let's make that fight happen next. You know what I'm saying? Off the strength of that.
I'm looking at the fact that Devin is going to be fighting in November. So if he fights in November and Shakur is just fighting, the concern about his hands, that's if you're talking about legacy fights, I think that would trump Conor Ben. I mean, if you look at it, besides the Eubanks fight, who did Conor Ben fight to give him or reward him a fight with Shakur? To give, it's like you're rewarding Conor Ben for beating who? For
Conor's
doing
a draw,
what?
though. He's a draw.
I think he's a draw. Yeah, I'm about to say he's a fighter what's
his biggest fight besides Eubank? What was his biggest fight? What was his biggest
Conor
draw?
Ben brings the legacy. Conor Ben brings Nigel Ben. He brings the history. He brings England. He brings a legacy in England that supersedes any one particular significant fight that he's been in. It's just different, right? Nigel Ben is like a living legend in England. You know what I'm saying? He's like a legitimate walking like royalty in England. So it's the same thing with Chris Eubanks to a degree, right? Chris Eubanks has losses and his record is flawed. He lost against Liam Smith. He lost against you know what I mean? But his father, Chris Eubank Sr., is royalty, you know what I'm saying? So it's big money to fight against him. That's why you'll still hear him in the conversation of potentially fighting the Canelo Alvarez, right? Even though he's done nothing significant. Somebody can go into Chris Eubanks' history book right now on his record and be like, what has this man done in boxing? And his argument to say he's done damn near nothing. But his legacy he brings with him makes him a payday. You feel me? He's still a high-paid fighter because England adores. And one thing about England or in the UK that's significant that I wish America would take a little bit of is that they celebrate boxing. Boxing is a big sport in England, like basketball is here. Like in the middle of the day, they'll be listening to sports radio in England, and they'll be talking about boxing all day. They'll be talking about from the low-level fights to the highest-level fights. Boxing in England is a big sport. While here in America, boxing. You only get boxing talk off of platforms like this, right? YouTube. Like you don't see ESPN talking about boxing or Fox Sports News talking about boxing, or you don't see Stephen A. Smith popping off on First Take talking about, you know what I'm saying, Abdullah Mason. Nah, he only going to talk about Terrence versus Canelo, Floyd Mayweather. He'll talk about the biggest fights, but boxing doesn't get that kind of play over here. But in England, it's a big deal. Conor Ben is a huge draw in England. That's why David Benavidez wasn't able to get the fight with Caleb Smith. I'm telling you straight up. Why? Because Caleb Smith can make more money fighting a nobody in the UK than he can coming here to Vegas to fight David Benavidez. What David Benavidez and his team was offering Caleb Smith, we don't know Caleb Smith like that, but he's a big deal in England. And he's going to pack out an arena if he fights, especially holding any kind of belt or being in a conversation of potentially fighting an Artur Beterbiev, Dimitri Bivol winner. So you got to give him $5 to $10 million guarantee for him to fight. The PBC ain't offering that type of guarantees. They like, yo, we're gonna give you 1.5 million, and you're gonna get the money on the back end of the pay-per-view. Nobody messing with that fake back end money on that pay-per-view no more. Not even Gervonta, not even Canelo Alvarez. So David had no choice but to come over to Riyadh to make that money. So I say that to say at the end of the day, these fighters carry money behind them, and money makes them worthwhile big fights. It is what it is. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I want to take a moment to answer this from for Sean Phil's. I haven't seen you in a minute, family. What is it? Phil 04. Salute to you, man. Great mind in boxing. I haven't seen him here in a long time, but I want to read here. He said, here's my thing. I like both fighters, Shakur and Tank, but I have a problem with how bad everyone said the Roach fight was before the first match with Tank, and now it's a good fight for Shakur. Well, I want to put some perspective and some on that statement, because I think the statement is legitimate to a degree. I don't think that Lamont Roach was a good fight for Shakur before the Tank fight. I agree with you. I don't find no problem in that, though, because I think logically he was a 130-pound WBA champion, and he lost already to Jamel Herring, a fighter who Shakur Stevenson spanked, right? It wouldn't have made sense then. But when you look at the storyline between Tank and Shakur, and you see how Lamont competed hindsight with Tank Davis, now Lamont Roach has become a bigger draw and bigger attention, has caught the attention of the casual space. These fights make sense then. That's how all fights are. The fights you fight make you significant or less significant for your next fight. It's not crazy that bringing up Lamont Roach with a fighter like Gervonta Tank Davis, who has a history of bringing up these smaller fighters to fight him, was going to bring that negative attention, especially when Gervonta Tank Davis had fighters that we wanted to see him fight against, whether it been Shakur Stevenson, whether it been Teofimo Lopez, whether it been Devin Haney, whether it been any of these other fighters that people were interested in seeing him fight against. Watching him pull up a fighter from 130 to bring him up to 135 to make that fight happen didn't settle well with a lot of people. Lamont Roach was a new champion, a WBA champion who who defended his title one time at 130, I believe. So he wasn't a tried true champion all the way yet, right? To be challenging the best potential pound for pound or the best 135-pound fighter in the division. It seemed like a cherry pick at that time. But yeah, on the back end of seeing how he fought Tank and taking it to a draw, and people thought he might have actually won that fight one way or the other, yeah, it does make it a more interesting fight. But I think that's normal. We see that happen all the time. That's not diabolical. Am I bugging, guys? Somebody comment on this statement here. What do y'all think about that?
I mean, you're absolutely right. You're right, man. Because I'm gonna keep it a buck. If I had seen Shakur move up Lamont Roach at the time and fought Lamont Roach, I would have been like, man, what the hell is he doing? Everybody would have got on his helmet and criticized him. Like, why are you bringing Lamont Roach up when you got, all these other fighters? Like, you already beat Jamel Herring that Lamont Roach lost to. So, yeah, I would have got on his helmet, too. Nobody thought that, I'm going to keep it a buck. I didn't think that Lamont Roach was a good fight for Gervonta. You know what I'm saying? I was like everybody else. I thought Tank was going to wash him. For sure. I'm going to keep it a buck. But, it didn't turn out like that. So I think that's right now, I think to Shakur, that's the closest thing that he can get to Tank. You know what I'm saying? If I can't get the Tank fight, well, I'm going to beat the dude ass that he couldn't whoop.
Right.
Right. That's how he looking at the situation. And I think that's how a lot of, fans are starting to look at it like, okay, well, we saw what Tank did against Lamont Roach, my bad. We saw how Tank did against Lamont Roach. Let's see how Shakur do against him.
Yeah, I think it forces his hand a little bit. I think it makes sense now where it didn't make sense before, and I think that's legitimate. I don't think, I think what you're saying, Phil, makes sense. I just think I think it would be disingenuous to not recognize the elephant in the room, which is the draw between him and Tank, and why that makes a Lamont Roach fight significant now in comparison to before, where it wasn't significant, right? Coach Eddie, look how you was going to comment on it earlier, by the way.
Yeah, well, I got to thinking about everything you said, everything both you guys said is spot on. I'm thinking about the Conor Ben Shakur fight. What do you think, Shakur? Do you think he rehydrates back up to like 20 pounds or like 155 or something during fight night? This kind of, because he keeps saying the guy's small, and Shakur does seem kind of big at times, when he does rehydrate. I just wonder what he comes in the ring at. I was it 150, 155, 160.
Well, look, Conor Ben said that he rehydrates, that when he was on that actual show, that he was, I think at that show he said he was like 157, 155, right? Something like that on the show. Shakur looked at him physically and was like, damn, you're a small dude. Conor Ben is a small guy, bro. I met Conor Ben in New York during the Times Square event. I met him and spoke to him. That guy's not a big guy, bro. Like, he's really not a big guy at all.
So they might be the same size then, pretty much.
Yeah, close to it. Yeah, I think very close. And I saw Shakur. I didn't meet Shakur, but I stood close to him, and I didn't get a chance to speak to him, but I saw him. Like, I see how he looks. He's not a big dude either. Yeah, him and Conor Ben, just me visually seeing them both, I can see them fighting each other, bro. Conor Ben is not that much bigger than Shakur. You know what I mean? Granted, when I seen Shakur, he was wearing like some like a denim jacket and pants. He was kind of like baggy, so I couldn't really get a real view of, you know what I'm saying, of like how big he was. But as far as height was concerned, in comparison to Conor Ben, who was wearing something way more fitted, when I actually spoke to him, I actually spoke to Conor Ben. He had like a fitted, like a fitted outfit on, and I could see him, and I was like, damn. Even me, I was a little shocked. Like, I thought he was just a little bit bigger, considering he had literally just came from fighting Chris Eubank the week before. You know what I'm saying, or 2 weeks before.
Yeah. I think what Shakur, I think what he mean when he say that Conor Ben ain't that big, I think he's sizing him up, like as far as like his height, his arm reach, you know what I'm saying, things like that. Because Conor Ben is more like stocky, more solid. He's more solid than Shakur, right? So he's bigger than him like that. So I think he kind of like the same way that Terrence Crawford looks at Canelo. It like you ain't really, he ain't really that big, but he's talking about like, okay, his size, his length, and I think fighters like Shakur and Bud and fighters that's very skillful, that's how they look at a fighter. They size them up. Like, okay, let me look and see, you know what I'm saying, how long he is. Let me look and see how tall he is and things like that. Okay, well, if he ain't, you know what I'm saying, if he can't punch me across the ring, if he ain't that tall, well, you ain't that, you're not that big to me, because now it come down to skills. I think that's the mentality that they have. So when he say that you ain't even that big, he mean like you ain't really that tall. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't that much taller than me. I think that's pretty much what he means.
Yeah, because funny you say that, because when I'm watching, but when Bud was really paying attention to that Edgar Shiraz fight, and he's probably looking at Shiraz like, I ain't going nowhere near this dude. You know what I mean? Just because he just not the skills, just he's too big. Yeah.
So what's wrong with this dude talking about I'm making excuses for Shakur not to fight Boots? Bro, these Tank fans, something wrong. Where does that even come from, bro? What's wrong with these dudes, man? Hey, man. Hey,
you know what? DCB, I'm gonna be real with you, right? I think that's like that's kind of in a weird way putting respect on Shakur's name, because for you to have to reach for Boots to get the job, because it's a hit job, right? It's a hit job at the end of the day.
Like, come on, man.
Trying to find somebody who could check the boxes and get this guy out of here, because they want him out of here. They want him hurt, and they want him to lose. They want to kill any idea
crazy, man.
Happening. So they call him for Jerron Boots Ennis for the job. Well, I mean, if you think it takes Jerron Boots Ennis, I thought you'd found somebody at 140.
Like, what
Yeah.
is you talking about, bro?
Yeah, because you take a guy like Puyo, that's a hard fight for Shakur because he's big.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Puyo and Subriel Matias, because if you look at a guy like Subriel Matias at 140, right? He's big, he's tall, he's
big head.
long. Yeah, he's tall, he's long, he's a big guy at 140. Like those are big fighters at 140 that's dangerous. Puyo, he's big. You know what I'm saying? Gary Antoine, he's not that big. Now, Gary Antoine a monster, but I'm just making a comparison because I've met Gary Antoine. I stood and you know Gary was with his significant other, and I was with mine, and we had a good conversation. We talked to each other for about 20-30 minutes, and when we walked off, even my lady was like, "Man, he's small. Like he don't look like the other fighters that is in his weight division. She's like, he's small. I'm like, yeah, he is. He's pretty small. But if you look at Gary Antoine, he always weighs in 2-3 pounds under the 140 pound. If you look at him, right? He's not like they. I think they got him listed at 5'10". I think I might have talked about this on your show before, man. He ain't nowhere near no 5'10". Gary Antoine is nowhere near no 5'10". He's maybe like he's probably like 5'7.5", 5'7". Yeah, so but then you see Puyo or Subriel Matias, they're big, they tall. Another big fighter at 140 is Richardson Hitchens. He's big. Devin was huge.
Yeah.
Devin is big. Ryan Garcia is huge. Like, for them guys to had been at 135 and 140, them dudes is huge.
Right.
So it's a difference.
Yo, we got 69 people in the building. If you haven't hit the like button, please take a moment to go ahead and do that if you just walk in the building. And of course, whoever's not subscribed, what are you waiting on? Hit the subscribe button. Guys, I want to continue to move the needle a little bit here, and I want to talk about Subriel Matias and Alberto Puyo. We already talked about it a little bit, but listen, man. First of all, I want your opinion on the decision on who you thought won the fight. How'd you feel about the judge's decision on giving Subriel Matias that fight? A lot of people were pushing back at it and feel like Puyo should have got that head nod. What do you guys think?
I think he got the job done, Puyo. I really do. I mean, even though Matias was, putting a lot of pressure on him, no doubt, coming forward, letting his hands go, but Puyo was right there with him, and not only that, he was landing clean punches, and he was busting Matias up. I mean, look at the dude's face, man. He looked like the Elephant Man at the end of the goddamn fight. So those punches that he was landing were right on the button. They were clean. They were effective. And I don't understand. I mean, I'm not upset with the decision. I'm not going to jump out the window. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I thought that Puyo got the job done. Yeah, and that's how I see it.
I agree 1,000%. He flat out won that fight. He flat out won that fight to me, man. But I knew I want y'all, whoever bought the fight, is still on DAZN, right?
Right.
Go back and just fast forward it, right, to the last round, right after the fight is done, and then about like a minute and a half after the fight is done, maybe not even that long, right? Sam Watson was in the corner and he was pissed off. He was going back and forth cursing, right? And when I saw Sam Watson doing this is way before the scorecards had even been read, right? So this is how I know that they know what them scorecards is way before we know, right? Before they bring him into the ring, because he was pissed off. And I said, they're about to rob Puyo. I said, look, I told my lady, I said, look at Sam Watson. She said, damn, he pissed about something. He going back and forth. I said, they about to rob Puyo. And they came, read the decision. I said, I knew it. And that's what Sam Watson was pissed off about. And somehow he knew what the score was way before they announced it. And I know why they robbed him. It's because that Subriel Matias is a bigger name in the sport, right? He makes for more excitement. He got a bigger Puerto Rican fan base behind him. He had the stigma of the boogeyman. Well, Puyo is a better fighter. I've been knowing that Puyo he can beat damn near anybody in that weight division on any given night, right? That dude can fight. I seen it when he fought Gary Russell ringside. Like that dude can fight. And so, with that being said, but Puyo, it's like when you hear his name, it's just like unless you just like a super duper diehard fan,
You don't know
he
who it
don't
is.
really, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no buzz. It ain't no buzz. It's kind of like it's certain fighters that they want to get the strap away from, right? He ain't really, it ain't no buzz. He don't really have no fan base around him, you know? He is, what is he, Dominican? Puerto Rican?
Puyo's Dominican, Sabril's Puerto Rican.
Right? And you don't even hear him like with a big Dominican buzz. So that's why they did that, man. They did that for that reason and that reason only because okay, well, we can make bigger fights with a Subriel Matias name, right? With him being the champion, than we can with Puyo. That's just what it is.
Same thing with David Morrell fight.
Mm-hmm.
You thought
Yeah. I rewatched that. I rewatched that though, man, because at first I'm like, man, I don't know because see the first it was so early on, you know, I'm on the West Coast. So it came on so early. That shit was like probably like 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4, I don't know. And so I was still kind of moving around in my house trying to, you know, get some things together. And then so I really didn't really start lock in until like the fourth round, right? So, but I'm still kind of in and out. But when the fight was over with, I'm like, man, I don't really know. So I went back and watched it on Sunday, and I had David Morrell winning that fight. I did have David Morrell winning. I think he was landing the cleaner shots. Of course, oh boy, man, it was a tough fight. I don't have no problem with anybody saying it could have went the other way, but it wasn't no robbery. Me personally, I had David Morrell winning.
Yeah, I can't do the robbery. I mean, I was scoring the fight and calling the fight. I had it down to the last round. To the last round, I said if you watch it live, I said whoever wins this last round wins the fight. I don't remember right now on the top of my head. I can't remember if I gave Khataev that last round or not. I think, the round was real competitive, and I think if I remember correctly, Khataev won like the last 30 seconds of that round. But David Morrell won the majority of that round. Like out of the 3 minutes, he won probably like at least 2 minutes of that round. But Khataev looked real good in the last 30 seconds or 45 seconds of that round. He all of a sudden started turning up and doing his own thing. But at the same time, I think I saw David Morrell. You saw that Khataev started fading really bad on his conditioning in like the last 3 to 4 rounds. He was just on like borrowed time on his legs to a point where in the back of my mind, I was wondering if David Morrell might get like a knockdown toward the end of the fight because he was really starting to fade away. So I'm like, all right, well, Khataev put enough rounds in the bag early, right? Early, he was putting the pressure on David Morrell. And obviously what made the difference as far as a lot of people was concerned was the knockdown, right? David Morrell getting knocked down made people really be like, damn, how did that guy win, 7 rounds? Did he win enough rounds to overcome a knockdown, right? When we know that Khataev had put so many rounds in the bag. And I thought that was a legitimate argument. I had it scored on mine, and it came down to that last round. So it wasn't a robbery. I think both those fighters came off great as far as David Morrell got to get a victory. And I think he needed it. But I think Khataev got his own kind of victory. You know what I'm saying? I think he just showed the light heavyweight division that there's a real player in the game. And I think he's going to get a huge opportunity of the back end of this. You know what I look at it like? When Nick Ball fought against Ray Vargas. If y'all remember that fight on the Riyadh season, when Nick Ball fought against Ray Vargas, that fight was really competitive. A lot of people thought Nick Ball won that fight, but they gave it to Ray Vargas. But ultimately, what happened in the next fight? Nick Ball got a fight with Raymond Ford for a championship off the back end of that fight. You know what I mean? So I think it worked out for both those guys. But the Subriel Matias Alberto Puyo fight, I felt like Alberto Puyo won the fight, but I knew that Subriel, if you watch the way I was calling the fight, I kept telling everybody the way it looks, the judges are going to give this to Subriel Matias. That constant pressure, Alberto Puyo not being able to get his back off those ropes. Even though we saw Shakur literally do the same thing with William Zepeda, but Shakur was a little bit more clean, you know what I'm saying? And he was able to move around the ring as he see fit. Like, you could tell there was a difference between Shakur and Alberto Puyo, because Shakur was doing it because you could tell, like, he kind of wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew he didn't have to be against those ropes. Puyo looked like he couldn't get off the ropes. That Subriel was legitimately pushing him, walking him down, pressuring him, cutting that ring off, had him against those ropes, and was working against those ropes. But Puyo was landing those clean shots, man. He was. Especially, I think, like the round, like between like round 6 and like 9, like 6-9, 6-10, he was landing a lot of clean shots. But bruh, it looked the way it looks. And I agree with Keon. They want Subriel to be a champion. They want Subriel in those fights. And here's another thing that people aren't acknowledging. Puyo's a PBC fighter. They don't want to deal with negotiating. They want to do unifications and big fights. They don't want to have to negotiate and go through the PBC walls and the PBC protection program of getting these fighters. It was a better look for Subriel Matias to be a champion than Alberto Puyo, in my opinion.
See, that's crazy, because we talking when you're talking boxing, you want you kind of want the best man to win. You know what I'm saying? You don't you don't really want to have to throw politics in there. You know what I'm saying?
But it's there, ain't it?
Yeah, you know that. That's
I mean,
crazy.
I agree with you on they don't want to have to deal with the difficulty, right? But at the end of the day, man, the best man, like like my man said, the best man is supposed to win.
Right.
That's what I want to see. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want to see. You want to see the best fighter win. But I mean, it happens. The politics are always going to be involved in the sport. You know, I know a lot of people going to look and say, "Oh man, look at Turkey. I told you about the Turkey. I told you about he corrupt." But all of them have corruption in them. They all do it. You know what I'm saying? That's one
bag, right?
right. But the thing is like I said the other night on my live, I said they all do it, but the difference between him and these other promoters, he'll do it and he'll still give you another shot. You know what I'm saying? He not gonna blackball you, right? These other promoters will do it, and then you know what I'm saying, they'll sit you on the shelf. You know, and then they'll play with you. Well, we got to fight with you, but you got to take 5 times less than you made the last time, knowing that they rob you.
Right. You're right.
So it's a difference. So it's a big difference.
I think that Turkey's not above playing chess and getting involved in the politics of the sport, because, and it's kind of like politics in general. Sometimes, you know what I mean, the ends the means justify the ends. You know what I'm saying? And what's the ends for Turkey? Blowing up Ring Magazine, Ring Magazine fights, Riyadh season, bringing something back to boxing that potentially was missing. Will he put the exciting fighter in Subriel Matias, the pressure fighter, the dance partner? We're talking about somebody who's making fights before other fights are done, right? Like, he's openly doing this. He's making fights. He's saying, listen, Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney are fighting each other after they fight their opponents. He's giving fighters, he's painting the picture. He's not above getting involved with the politics of the sport and off the strength of visually entertaining the boxing space to blow up his brand. So I saw it. You guys watch my live as I was calling the fight. As Subriel Matias is coming to the ring, I said it. I told you guys all the intangibles. I said, if Subriel Matias makes this fight close, they're going to give it to him. He doesn't have to dominate. He just has to make it close enough, give them an opportunity to put him in position, because at the end of the day, the 140-pound division looks better, is more interesting with Subriel Matias being a champion than Alberto Puyo. Shout out to Dub Right Side in the building. How you doing, family?
Shout out to my brother, man. Claymore, salute to you. Shout out to my brother ETB. I think that's Coach Eddie. I don't know my brother.
Salute.
I don't know if that's my brother up there, but man,
Pop shot. Yeah.
I'm gonna just be honest. I thought that, and I missed the fight originally, right? So I had to go back and watch it, and I thought Sabril Matias lost that fight. I thought Puyo, he did enough to win the fight. I thought he landed, especially with Matias putting the pressure on the way he did. I thought he handled that pressure well. The uppercuts that he landed were right on point in my personal opinion, and I thought that he won the fight. But I agree with what you said there. He didn't have to do much. As long as he was the pressure fighter that he was, and let his hands go, which he did. You know what I'm saying? He walked forward that entire fight. I agree with you. I think that's why he got that fight. I don't think he won it, but I understand why the judges gave it to him. I understand it. I disagree with it, but I understand it. And I wanted to ask this though. The Morrell, and I had to go back and watch the Morrell Khataev, and in my personal opinion, Khataev shouldn't even been in the fight. He a drug cheat. In my personal opinion, that's my opinion. But David Morrell said, "Hey, I want the smoke anyways." You know what I'm saying? I thought Khataev did well in that fight. I thought he did really well. The knockdown, you know what I'm saying? I had it a draw. At the end of the day, I thought it should have been called a draw. But at the same time, I think that there were plans already. I think the plans was already out there. And so one of the things I love to say is Manila envelopes get handed out on a regular basis around here. And I think Turkey be handing them respect. And I'm not trying to disrespect the judges, nobody. I think the Manila envelopes get handed out. And I think they were handed out in this fight. A draw would have made much more sense than giving Morrell the win, in my opinion. But at the same time, I did see, when Morrell understood what the power was, he stayed away from it. He boxed well. I thought he should have been boxing much earlier in the fight than he did. But I'm biased because, man, that man is a drug cheat. And I don't think people talking. The man he's supposed to be suspended from the mid of June or the end of June, 2025.
June 25th, 25 to 2027. Yep.
Exactly. And so I think that biased my opinion as far as how the fight goes. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm biased about it at the end of the day. But man, shout out to Morrell, shout out to Puyo and Matias. I can't say shout out Khataev because I just don't respect. I don't respect it. I don't respect it.
Well, let me ask you this, right? So, first of all, the Khataev situation, I agree, by the way, right? But I also feel like there's some other intangible things going on with that. I just need to see it finish developing because I find it strange that that man was allowed to fight 3 times after he popped on that test. Like, what held up
Well, they said that I believe that the IBA, something like that. They were the ones who figured it out, and then they didn't quote unquote report their findings quick enough, or they didn't report them accordingly to the other sanctioning bodies, the athletic commissions, and that's why he was able to fight in that fight. And Morrell and his team said they still wanted that fight. So
they did, but he fought 3 separate times since he popped on that test, and out of those 3 times, he knocked 2 of those dudes out. So think about the damage he's putting out there, and this dude popped on a performance enhancement drug test. So it almost looks like the testing system, the athletic commission that found it, kind of loses credibility a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like, what happened? How did y'all let this slide like this? And Vada's like, yeah, all right, well, we've been running our tests the whole time, and he never popped on nothing. So Vada's like, yo, Turkey, you hired us to do the testing. We ain't find nothing. If you want to go ahead and listen to these other dudes who didn't enforce it a year ago, and now all of a sudden they want to enforce it, you want to go ahead and pull a fight off your card, you can go ahead and listen to them. Well, here's our findings. We sent it to WADA. We were testing him constantly. We were testing him the whole entire time, and he didn't pop on not one test. It's up to you. when you look at it that way from Turkey's point of view, it's like, damn, bro, why did y'all let that man fight 3 times, and why y'all all of a sudden want to pull him out of my fight? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all let him fight 3 times, but now all of a sudden I got to respect your findings, and now we're going to suspend him a day or 2 before the fight is supposed to happen. You didn't tell me this when I put the fight together. You didn't tell the other coordinators when they put the fight together those 3 times. Now all of a sudden it's just, I don't know. I got to look at it with an awkward. But here's why I wanted to go with it, though. Regardless, if we remove the testing out of the conversation, let's try to block that out. If Khataev, in fact, with David Morrell at that high level and arguably beat David Morrell, does Khataev deserve another opportunity at a big fight to kind of like, now I don't want to say redemption, but, you know, I compared it to the Nick Ball and the Ray Vargas fight. I don't know if you guys remember that fight, but right. So Nick Ball lost that fight, but a lot of people felt like Nick Ball won that fight against Ray Vargas, right? So
that was a tough fight. That was a tough fight for both.
Real tough fight. And the next fight, what they do, they put him in there with Raymond Ford, and now we see Nick Ball as a WBA champion at 126, right? So does Khataev deserve an opportunity like that? Does Turkey reward Khataev off the strength of, you know what, in reality, I think you won that fight, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw you up. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to match make you up, and or maybe even give him a rematch with David Morrell. What do you think the next step for Khataev and Morrell is after a fight that competitive?
Boatsi, put him in with Boatsi. You know, give him another payday, give him another shot. You know, another guy that's still in the top 10. You know what I'm saying? He stays on that ladder. Joshua Boatsi, somebody like that.
Yeah, I like it. What do you think about with David Morrell?
You know what? I'm trying. Morrell, I don't know about this guy, man. I mean,
hold on, wait a minute. So the drug cheat, he need another shot, but David Morrell.
No, I'm not saying that he don't need another. I'm just saying as far as he already fought David Benavidez. You know, I mean, what you put him in with Callum Smith? I mean, you can put him in with Boatsi also. I don't think you put him in with Baturviev and Bivol. They got business to handle. So either you put him in with somebody that's in the top 10 or something like that, or I just think David Morrell, man, is like a bad kid, man. That's what he reminds me of. Just a kid that's almost like a class clown sometimes. Every time he gets in trouble, he's always clowning around. He's clowning around and he almost gets put through the ropes. And I know Ronnie Shields is just over there just pulling it, you know, just like, man, what are you doing, man? He just does some unnecessary stuff, man.
If you were to put right now, let me ask this: if you were to put David Morrell in there with Zepeda, who would you pick to win that fight?
But Zepeda the cruiserweight though.
Cruiserweight.
And we've heard that David Morrell, he's looking. Well, I don't know what he's gonna rock at. So we're gonna say he's gonna rock at 75. I agree with y'all.
No, he can't go up to cruiserweight, and he can't even do nothing with Khataev. I'm just saying, you know, that power. I don't know. I don't think he want to go up to cruiserweight. I think he need to, you know, take your time. I don't know if you want to go to cruiserweight, but I think David Morrell has no choice. And I think if he's either gonna barbecue, he gonna mildew. He's either gonna. He has no choice, bro. He on
the last bracket.
Yeah, he has no choice. So whether he's ready, he's not ready. His next fight gonna be his best fight. And I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be beyond Joshua Boatsi. I think he's probably looking at fighting either like a Ben Whitaker, or
David Morrell.
That would be a fun fight right there. You got two class clowns fighting each other. That'd be perfect.
Stops Ben Whitaker. He stops Ben Whitaker.
I don't know. What do you mean? Ben Whitaker's not. Listen, man. Ben Whitaker.
Last fight.
I watched Ben Whitaker tackle him up. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
You got two class clowns fighting each other, man. That'd be perfect. You know,
entertaining fight. And I think very similar to this whole entire Big Baby. I think Ben Whitaker and David Morrell are two sides of the same coin. And I think like how you looking at Big Baby Miller and Jared Anderson, how they about to have that fight. There can only be one.
I
You
don't
feel
think
me?
they
We don't
fight.
need
I don't
two of
think
them.
they fighting.
Put them in the ring with each other, and let's figure out who's gonna be that guy. You know what I mean? We don't want two of them in there. Put them in the ring with each other, and let's figure out who's gonna be that guy between Ben Whitaker and David Morrell. The same way with Jared Anderson and Big Baby Miller. Like, nah, we don't want two big babies. Let them fight so we can finally get to the bottom of this and find out who we're gonna push as the big baby. I think Ben Whitaker and David Morrell makes sense.
He looked the most solid. Go ahead.
Who looked the most? Hold on, say that. Who looked the most solid?
Who what?
Ben Whitaker. Ben Whitaker looked more solid his last fight.
100%.
I watched Ben Whitaker tackle a motherfucker. Respectful, my bad, I'm out of order. I watched him tackle somebody out the ring.
Well, he kind of pulled him out the ring, but yeah. But look, he got the I can't remember his name, Cameron something Cameron. He got the redemption though. He came back and he beat him. Ben Whitaker's a great fighter, bro. He just like you said, like Coach Eddie said, he be on some class clown energy, but he a good fighter. But I think the difference maker between Ben Whitaker and David Morrell is Andy Lee, and I think Andy Lee is working a stable over there. Andy Lee, the trainer of Hamza Shiraz.
He a heck of a trainer. Andy Lee is a heck of a trainer.
And I think Ben Whitaker is he just started with Andy Lee too, I think, or he got 1 or 2 fights with Andy Lee. So don't be shocked to see a way more disciplined Ben Whitaker going against David Morrell. And I'm gonna be real with you. I think Ben Whitaker wins that fight. You know what I mean? I think that David Morrell, I don't see Ronnie Shield has to find a way to control David Morrell. And if he doesn't, he's dealing with a wild card because David Morrell will go off script
and do what the hell he want to do.
Plays too much. Yeah. I think Ben Whitaker is I think Andy Lee can bring in Ben Whitaker. You know what I'm saying? I think Ben Whitaker going over to that camp, and I can see Andy Lee looking at him eye to eye and be like, hey, bro, you ain't gonna last over here unless you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, you think Andy Lee better than you think Andy Lee better than
Ronnie?
Than Ronnie Shields?
I don't think he's better, but I think it's the fighter has to buy into the process, right?
He got more control.
He has the respect, and I don't know if it's because Andy Lee used to be a fighter. Maybe he's able to relate to them a little bit more than Ronnie. I don't know.
Shields was a fighter.
I know. I'm trying to tell you, I have no idea. I don't know which way to go with it. Exactly. But at the same time, I mean, look, he wasn't able to work it out with Jamal Charlo, right? Jamal walked away from him. And here you got David Morrell, who's like, yeah, I hear you, coach. You know what I mean? He's kind of, telling him to chill a little bit. He's kind of giving him that what's my guy's name? Man? The 135 pounder who's really a 130 pounder who Ryo knocked out. What's his name again? We saw him get embarrassed twice. What's my guy? Chris Colbert. He's trying to give him that Chris Colbert treatment a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I hear you, coach, and he goes in there and he does something completely different. You know what I'm saying? So if he's not able to get that respect from David Morrell, bro, I don't know. I think Ben Whitaker might clip him.
I don't think I think Ben Whitaker, he's an interesting fighter, in my opinion. I don't know how good he is. You know what I'm saying? The whole I ain't gonna say drunken master style, but the unorthodox style that he brings to the table, I'm not a big fan of it. Man, I think that, man, if Ben Whitaker get in the ring with somebody like David Morrell, in my opinion, and I'm gonna pull back up on the show if I'm out of order and I'm wrong about this and that fight happened, I'm pulling back up and I'll tell you I'm wrong. But I don't see Ben Whitaker. I don't see him having a chance against David Morrell. I don't see it.
I think you need to look at his last fight, because I think you might not have saw that one. At the end of the fight, he did say, he's going to start taking his career a lot more seriously now.
Yeah,
you can tell me whatever you want to tell me. I got to see it in the ring.
Yeah,
and
I'm saying, watch his last fight.
I think that's definitely fair. By the way, I think it's fair, but I think when you're looking at somebody like Andy Lee's the kind of person where if he comes to you and he goes, yeah, I know that's what he was doing, but trust me, it's different. It might be different, bro, because he's really not playing around with these fighters. Like, look at Andy Lee's stable and look at what he's been able to produce. Andy don't play. Andy Lee He's been in the corner of Tyson Fury. We've seen him bring Joseph Parker back from the dead, bro. Now Joseph Parker's talking about fighting the winner of Daniel Dubois and Alexander Usyk. We've seen what he did with Hamza Shiraz in one fight. Had come in that ring and just devastate Edgar Berlanga. You see what he did with Ben Whitaker. Took him from a dancing, drunken style, wannabe fake Pernell Whitaker in the ring to some if you watch his last fight, very disciplined. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Very disciplined fighter. Andy's not taking no nonsense. He's like a Bill Belichick. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody knows, no matter what you do over there, you can do what you want. When you came over to Bill Belichick wasn't going to play with you. He was going to act right. You know what I'm saying? You was going to get with the program. You was going to play the position, and you was going to get rings. Because that's how we get rings over here is we play our position. And I think Andy's on that same time. Look, man, I don't think that Ronnie Shields is melting well with David Morrell. I'm being real with you. I don't think it's coming together. I don't know how long. Maybe take some more time, and we gotta be patient. But shout out to Nick J, Queens of Boxing in the building, said Ronnie isn't reaching Morrell. I don't know if it's the age gap or the language barrier. He gives Ronnie fits, and I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with her. You can see it as a fighter. You're just seeing it. You're seeing like there's something that's not connecting over there. And when you're looking, and that's another thing that I was going to bring up on my show tomorrow, you know, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, but boxing is a team sport.
Yep.
People play the game of, it's one-on-one, and, you know, no, it's a team sport. It's truly a team sport. One of the biggest things that ever happened to Gervonta Tank Davis is his team falling apart. Is there any coincidence that as his team is falling apart, we're watching him become even more disenchanted with the sport, right? As we see Calvin going in a different direction, Kenny Ellis doesn't seem to be there no more. We got new trainers. He's over here. He's over there. All of a sudden, boom, he's in trouble with the law. He's dealing with things. Fights can't get put together. There's no coincidence there. That's one of the biggest things that Shakur, in my opinion, brings to the table is his team, right? About having, and I'm talking about not only Wally Moses, but I'm talking about Terrence, Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather. You see how Floyd called him? He has a team. When he comes to the ring, he comes with a support system that makes him even better. Even Keyshawn and all his sparring partners, all those different things make a big difference. He has a very locked-in team. David Benavidez has a team around him that is just locked in. He's well insulated from the nonsense, and he's able to be the best fighter. When you saw his last interview he did, you saw him talk about his wife. Like, yo, my wife makes it easy for me. She takes care of the kids. She does my food prep. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Pops got me on lockdown. We got the facility. Bam. My brother, my big brother, bang. Right? Yeah. Everybody in position, holding me down, moving me the way I need to move to get to where I need to get to. The best fighters in the game have that team. Terrence Crawford. He can't talk about Terrence and don't bring up Bomac, right? He's part of the reason why Terrence is a threat. And I think when we're talking about this David Morrell situation, his issue is his team is fragmented, bro. It doesn't seem solid over there. What's going on in the background of David Morrell doesn't seem solid. And now that David Morrell is getting the conversations of being in the biggest fights, those intangibles start to make a difference, right?
Yeah, I think Morrell needs to go over there with Yo-Yo Diablo. You know, he's over there training with Andrade. A lot of people don't know that. The guy that works with Andrade is working with Yo-Yo Diablo.
Okay.
And they probably could also handle that language barrier right there also.
What I saw somebody say something significant in the chat. What do you think about him going over to Bozy?
Language barrier. I think it's a language thing, man. I really do, man. I think it's a language barrier.
I think you can always get past the language thing. I think you can get past that. It's only certain things I got to tell you in the boxing ring for you to understand it, right? But at the same time, I don't think I think it's, man, and I say this respectfully, and I'm a fan of Morrell. I think that he thinks he's better than he is. Respectfully. I think he thinks he's better than he is.
Yeah.
And
he got some Edgar Berlanga going on. That's what I see. No, I really do. He does. He because he think he went the distance with David Benavidez, that just makes him automatically better than everybody else.
But when he goes in there, one thing about Ronnie ain't no man. I done talked to Coach. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of respect for him. he a no nonsense type of guy. But at the same time, when you go in there and you shimmy shaking out there and you doing this and that, bro, that ain't what we looking for you to do. I want you to fight behind your jab, run the right hand down the middle, you know what I'm saying? And then utilize your footwork, because I think David Morrell, for his size, has some of the best footwork that we've seen.
Very athletic. Yeah.
And so, man, run it down the middle and listen to what coach telling you. And I don't think it's a language barrier. I think it's something, and I say this respectfully to David Morrell, but I think that he think he's better than what he currently is right now.
Ego.
And when you get into that mind state, you start to do things that get you in trouble. And that's why I thought he was in trouble when I watched the Khataev fight. Even though, like I said, I think I'll leave that on the back end. I ain't even gonna bring that back up. The fight though, watching the fight, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, bro, what are you doing? In the early half of that fight, David Morrell was fighting the wrong fight. Khataev, and I say this, if you fight behind your jab with Khataev, especially somebody like David Morrell, if you fight behind your jab like you need to, then you can dominate Khataev. The man fight with his hands by his side. He don't even want to. He ain't in the high guard. He ain't in no guard.
No, but Khataev does that on purpose, though. If you watch his fights, he fights with the high. He's defensively responsible, but when he's fighting against somebody like David Morrell, what you're gonna see him do, and I knew he was gonna do that, is he knows he needs to clear that void. He knows he has to make this a mid-range, close-range fight, and David Morrell's tall and got those long arms, so he's keeping his hands low to bait David Morrell into interacting with him, to give him a false sense of confidence so that he can get his offense off. He's weighing out the risk. He's not really irresponsible. He's doing that on purpose, because fighters do that all the time. Like fighters with short arms, they'll either, if they got great head movement and great footwork, they'll get in there and make it happen. But the ones that don't have it like that, what they'll do is they'll bait the fighter to interact with them. You know what I'm trying to say?
No, I got you. No,
so that they can get the opportunity.
I agree with that. But my thing is Uncle Ronnie, and I call him Uncle Ronnie. Man, he ain't no way he ain't gonna tell you not to utilize your jab. You need to be jabbing, stepping back, jab, step back, run it down the middle. You know what I'm saying? Hook off your jab when it's time, but you don't have to engage with an individual like that until they're ready to engage. And then when they're ready to engage, we got things for that as well. And so all I'm saying is that I think David Morrell, I think his head is overblown. I think he's better than what he is right now. And do
you think that when David Morrell gets confronted with adversity, he does his own thing more so? You know what I'm saying? Like, does he? Absolutely. In the beginning of the fight with Khataev, he was doing that. He was on that jab. He was being patient. We saw it in the beginning of the fight. But as Khataev started to become more successful of getting inside and attacking that body and pinning him against the ropes and doing things like that, you saw David Morrell. And the reason I bring that up, because you see Andy Cruz do the same thing with a Bozy, right? So that last fight that Andy Cruz had, that was a fight set up to allow Bozy's game plan to play out, so
and
that
for Andy to look good,
right? For Andy to look good, and for Andy to buy into the Bozy system, right? Because when Andy, in his two fights he had before that, which was I can't remember the guy's name, but it was a Jose Benavidez fighter, Omar Salcido, and the fight before that I believe was Antonio Moran. Both of those fights he got hurt and changed and became very, moving around the ring energy, not like what Bozy wanted him to do. So what they did was they lined him up with a fight to where, look, you can do this now. I want you to do my game plan. And he did do the game plan. He put that work in, you know what I'm saying? He did what he had to do in that last fight, and he got the stop and everything like that. They seem like the Cubans come into the game with that huge amateur background, and they seem like they come in the game already with their own style of fighting. And these trainers that they end up getting affiliated with, whether it's Ronnie Shields or it's Bozy Ennis, seem to want to change that, right? They seem to be like, yo, that was a great amateur style. We're trying to bring you into the pro style, right? But we're creatures of habits, and when we run into the adversity, when we run into the
we
wall,
resort back.
exactly. And I think those amateur fighters with the 300 plus amateur fights, 250 plus amateur fights, those guys are hard to change, man. When it gets bad, they go back.
And the thing is, I don't even think with Morrell, I think he does go back to some degree, but I don't think he really go back like that. I think he does what, and I've talked to fighters before. So a lot of fighters think that they know more than what they're trying to tell him. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be the one in here fighting. You know what I'm saying? So when I get into a situation, I'm gonna do what I do. And I think, regardless of what you're telling me, I think what I do is better than what you're telling me. And I think that's the lack of knowledge from fighters. But at the same time, man, it's human. It's human nature. And
is it the relationship though? Is it sometimes just come down to the relationship? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, we just ain't there yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not there with you. Like, I know how to fight. I've been training my whole life.
How long? Because I had success, right? Because I had success at a lower level. And even though you are a world-class trainer, how long does it take for me to understand that what you're telling me is what's best for me? How long does it take?
Well, I mean, are they beating the dead horse though? Is it just two people who aren't facing the reality that they ain't supposed to be together? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a great
maybe
question.
somebody like Roy Jones would. I mean, maybe that may work better. I don't know, because they have a similar type of loosey-goosey type of unorthodox style.
Roy Jones, one of the worst trainers I ever seen.
Listen, bro, I love Roy Jones, bro. That is my favorite fight of all time, but I have not seen him successfully do this boxing training thing, bro. I haven't. Yo, that's my guy, bro. I hate to say that because Roy is my favorite boxer of all time. I love Roy Jones, bro. Pause, right? But I just have not seen him execute this training thing down, bro. I just haven't seen him do it.
I mean, what are you gonna do like with a guy like Morrell, whose cup is already full? And it's like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? I mean, he, like you said, to me, when he gets in trouble, he just start punching. He just starts trying to fight. He just starts fighting.
You know who I think real quick. You know who I think the best trainer for Morrell would be? Ishmael Salez. And the reason I say that is because first off, I can speak the language, and I know somebody asked about the language barrier earlier. I can speak the language, and the second thing is I watched Ishmael Salez make Rolly Romero do things that I never thought I would see Rolly do against Ryan Garcia. So I think, and Ishmael Salez, he's a brilliant trainer, brilliant. And I think that, I don't know if it's necessarily me getting into your head, that type of thing, but I need you to hear what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I need you to hear me. You know what I'm saying? One of the things I always talk about is fathers and the sport of boxing.
I like that training. I like that matchup with Salas and David Morrell. I like it.
But one of the things I always say, and I ask a lot of the fathers about this, it's different. Man, you got your son ear, right? You got to have your fighter ear. If you don't have your fighter's ear, if you got an individual translating what you're saying, you don't really have his ear like that. And I think them speaking the same language, I think that'll be right on par with Morrell. The second thing is even when some of these fighters, and I was critical of Senior, and I'm a Georgia boy, so I always bring this up, but I was critical of Senior when he said, "Man, go figure that shit out, man." And what I had to figure out is that no, he got his son ear, and when he said go figure it out, Junior understood exactly what he was saying. When I listened to what's my boy name? Jihad Tucker. When I listened to his father, you know what I'm saying? His father don't give we done worked on this. You know exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And I think it's a difference there. So I think Ishmael Salas would be the perfect guy for David to go train under. And
You know what? You said something because a lot of times you hear these trainers, it's like they know the microphone is in the corner, so they're trying to lecture, get some great response in the corner because they know people are listening. Roger Mayweather you'd be like, man, go out there and just keep effing him up.
Go
That's
whoop his ass.
what Roger
Hey,
would say.
Go whoop his ass. Whoop his ass.
He said, go out there and just keep effing him up. You effing him up. And keep doing it.
He ain't doing nothing but walking forward. He ain't doing nothing but walking forward. Whoop his ass. But Floyd knew exactly what Roger meant when he was saying that. He knew
because
exactly
they did the work. The same thing with Terrence too. Terrence and Bomac kind of have that kind of relationship.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do you think about Andy Lee? Andy Lee and David Morrell.
Once again, I think the biggest problem, the language. I think the biggest problem is the language barrier. I listened to David Morrell talk, and I'm not trying to no disrespect to him, but I think having somebody that speaks the same way that you speak, where they can pop some shit off on you. They can pop it off on you where you really understand it without having a translator there or anything like it. And I know, man, you done been in the ring long enough with Ronnie Shields that you know what he's saying, but at the same time, it's different. And so I don't think I think that a Spanish trainer, respectfully, would be the best thing for David Morrell, and that's why I say Ismael Salas. I think that brother is brilliant in his own right. So I think that would be a match made in heaven, in my personal opinion. But who am I? I don't know shit about boxing anyway. They have told me that a lot now. So
yeah, man. I don't know, man. Something David Morrell, while he needs to figure something out because I think he has I think he's got an Edgar Berlanga coming his way if he doesn't figure it out. I think as the competition goes up, he has a humiliation coming his way, bro. Because that power, he was always able to sit back on that power at 168. Like he makes some fundamental mistakes, but he was able to, ultimately have that equalizer that cleaned up anything that you saw. I think the light heavyweight division is not as forgiving as 168, and I think Khataev sitting him down was a bad sign. Salute to Rich. How you doing, family?
Hey, what's going on, Clay and panel? Man, just listening to y'all cook up, man. Just listening.
No doubt.
Morrell, to me, I hear what y'all saying about the language barrier and stuff like that, but to me, I think it's more technical than that. He chased Benavidez to 175. I don't know why he would do that. And so what happened is he just done left the division. He done left 168 where he was a bigger guy, a bigger fighter fighting smaller guys. Now, of course, he looked more dominant. Now he at 175 where everybody is pretty much his size, or at least he's not necessarily the biggest thing. Same thing with Benavidez. They not the biggest. To me, it's like Benavidez getting smaller. You see him getting smaller as he go up in weight, and I think it's the same thing for Morrell. I don't know why he left 168. They often talk about like Devin Haney, or he never fought nobody his size. Well, a lot of these guys do that. Who Boots fought his side? Who did David Benavidez fight his side? So sometimes these guys find themselves at the right weight class, and then now they done left that perfect weight class. And I say again, Morrell is a converted southpaw. He is not a real southpaw. And when these guys fight like that and they don't switch, they start to even out the power in their power hand. They become more even-handed. And the problem is when it's time to go to a power punch, what punch is he going to throw? See, that worked at 168, but at 175, that don't work. What is his power hand? What is his to-go-to punch? He don't have one because he's fighting with his strong hand forward, and I think he's done weakened it. Same thing with Zepeda. Even Shakur is a converted southpaw. So you have to be really talented if you're going to fight with your dominant hand forward full time. So I think
but if you hooking off the jab, imagine you got that power hand forward, you hooking off that jab, then you can land your power accordingly.
No doubt. But what I think is after in the first 6 rounds, that's what you see. But when they come later in the fight and they're getting tired, what punches you gonna muster up? I always tell you, all you gotta do is look at how I got jabbed. The jab is a long range punch. If the guy's jabbing short and the jab is keep falling short, that's because that's his strong hand. Where you, like you said, you got to set something up. Something got to be your strong hand. That's why Shakur is not knocking nothing out. He don't know what his strong hand is. Whereas Terrence Crawford more so switches. So he's keeping the power dominant in his right hand. So when he hook off, it's a lot different. But some of these guys, when they're fighting in a style that's not necessarily natural, and then when they move weight classes, they seem to not have as much power. So it definitely some technical things. I don't know if a trainer can help bring that out. But I think Morrell need to go back to 168. I don't know why he went to 175.
No doubt, no doubt.
Hey, shout out to you. Hey, shout out to you, Claymore. Much love, and I appreciate you letting me on the panel real quick. You know, and
no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Hey, shout out to everybody on the panel and in the chat room.
Shout out to Roland,
man.
Hey, shout out to Roland. Just be in order. Respect.
Right.
For sure, for sure.
Hey, can I say something real quick? As far as we're talking about the big fight between Canelo and this is a big fight after all, though. For real, it really is, because I think honestly, I'm gonna say it just once right now. I swear, I'll say it one more time towards the end, but I don't want, because it's gonna give away everything. But I personally believe that this fight is gonna bring out the best in both of them, and I do believe it's gonna be a good ass fight, though. I do. Like I see drama in this fight. Like damn, like drama. Like I'm talking from both sides. Like I can see Canelo look like, oh shit, like oh he looking a little either rocked, confused. He looking something. He looking different. You know what I'm saying? He looking hesitant. Something. You know what I'm saying? Like oh shit. And I can see same thing with Bud. Like oh damn, Bud. Like hey. So I think this fight's gonna bring out the best in both of them. And my prediction right now would have to be, honestly, I think the punishment. I feel like Canelo's been lifting weights at a higher weight class for a longer time than Bud has, you know. So like that's my like analogy. Like I feel like he's been lifting weights longer for more championship rounds and just lifting weights, boom boom. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you might be sparring with certain cats and this and that, but I'm saying like I feel like when it came down to it, like you're actually like lifting weights at a different level for a little while. So I feel like his punches. I think Canelo's punches will eventually. Like bust him like this motherfucker, man. That's what that's my personal opinion, Claymore. I feel
I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you, man. Salute to you, family.
Much love, peace, good luck. Thank you.
Yeah. So
yeah, Click. I'm about to hit the stage left myself, my brother.
No doubt, family. Salute. Yo, hold on. Rod Scott, is this Rod Scott?
Yeah, what's up, man? What's going on?
Okay, good. What's good with you, family?
Oh, nothing. I'm over here. I'm just listening.
No doubt. Hold on a second here. Who's Mirage? Who's this guy? Said Claymore, just FYI, Mirage put you in his latest video. I hope that's a good thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hey, anytime they put you in their videos, take it as a compliment. Regardless of what they say about you, take it as a compliment. Take it as a compliment.
I think
if they didn't think enough of your opinion, they wouldn't have put you in the video. So take it as a compliment. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay.
I saw the video. I think, in my opinion, I think he should come on the show and see what your show was really about. I think he got a misinterpretation of whatever it was you spoke about with Ring IQ. I think he got a misinterpretation from that.
Okay.
That's what it is for me. Yeah.
Hey, get what? Hey, Claymore. Hey, if anybody mention your name in their video, then they respect you. The one thing they had to do is listen to what you said for them to mention you. So, hey, take that as a sign of respect, because you too wild around here.
Where do I see it at? Where do I see it at? What's his video? What's he called?
I think his name is. If you type in Mr. Mirage Boxing, it should pop up. Like his channel should pop up. I had got it on one of them suggestion videos because I watch your channel, your page. So he got your full name in the title. So that's
Don't
how
waste
I
your
got.
time, brother. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, that's how right. That's
Don't
how
waste
I
your
got.
time.
That's how I got the video. And I clicked on it, I said, what is this? And then it wasn't. I actually spoke to that guy before on another live before. Like I said, in my opinion, he got a, if he came on the show, I feel like he'd get a better understanding of what your page is about.
I don't want to disrespect nobody. I didn't talk to Mirage many times on YouTube.
Oh, you spoke to him? Okay.
No, I done talked to Mirage many times. Don't waste your time, brother. Don't waste your time. Respect.
Yeah, I could dig it. Hey, can I say something about the Morrell real quick? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching it.
Go ahead, brother.
When you was talking about Morrell, I think with him jumping up to 175 is really where he's supposed to be at, and we seeing what time it is with him. It's one of them things I speak about it all the time. Once these dudes fight in the weight class they're supposed to be in, we're gonna see what they really about. And I think that's what we're seeing with Morrell. I don't think he's gonna improve. I don't care if he gets Andy Lee. I don't care if he gets Boots and his dad. I don't whoever trains him, I think he's going to be exactly who he is. And I mean, he was not supposed to lose to a guy fighting with his hands down. So, and that guy's a cheater. I don't like cheating scumbags. So I'm glad for me the robbery, I love it. I'm glad he got the robbery.
No doubt. I mean, yeah, I mean, the work has got to be done. I'm actually watching the way David Morrell and the Khataev fight made me kind of look at the David Benavidez Anthony Yarde fight and be like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, I still think David Benavidez is gonna win that fight. I don't feel like Anthony Yarde is gonna beat him. I think the conditioning is gonna play out when it's all said and done. But at the same time, the power doesn't seem to be coming up to 175 with these guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it doesn't seem like it's
right.
coming up. So it's like
what you know what?
It's alone who they were at 168.
Yep.
It seems like to me, Yarde is trying to lay some groundwork, like he's trying to maybe sucker David into a certain type of fight that's going to basically benefit him, which is talking about a shootout. I think a shootout benefits Yarde more than does David Benavidez. That's going to allow him to land that one shot that's going to get him in trouble. I think David probably would be better off using his boxing ability instead of trying to shoot it out with Anthony Yarde. I think that is a horrible strategy. He's going to get clipped with one of them overhand, one of them wide looping shots, and he's going to freaking knock his equilibrium off, and he's going to be spaghetti leg.
Yeah,
and I think that's what's going to happen.
I actually like Anthony Yarde. I like Anthony Yarde, but like Coach Eddie said, the man ain't got no stamina, respectfully. And the other thing is, man, I'm not getting in no shootout with Anthony Yarde. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do is, when we get to about the 9th round, then I'm really gonna start fighting you. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm a box you early. And I'm gonna make you try to respond to my boxing ability. But in them later rounds, I'm letting my hands go in them late rounds
but it's a thing. I don't think David has enough to knock Anthony Yarde out. I really don't.
I'm not saying.
And I don't think he has enough to stop. And I think Yarde is a good enough boxer. Because if you let Yarde sit back in that Philly shell and just let him get comfortable, he may not win, but you ain't gonna look good against him. I guarantee that. And he's gonna. And I think with that high guard that David comes in sometimes, I think the body is going to be there. Yarde throws good body punches.
But Coach, I gotta ask this, Coach. And shout out to Atlanta, man. When we looking at what Anthony Yarde is, right? In his last fight, I didn't think he looked great in that fight. You know what I'm saying? The last time I seen, and I say it respectfully, I don't think Anthony Yarde done look good in probably his last 3 fights.
Yeah, but you know what? Though you can argue this. You can argue that Anthony Yarde has a better resume than David Benavidez.
Well, I ain't talking about the resume. I'm talking about what you look like in your fight.
He does, but he's losing.
And all I'm saying is
yeah. Listen, he does though. He does got some dudes on his right.
But at the same time, I don't think that David Benavidez got one punch knockout power.
No, he don't.
He can definitely overwhelm. He can definitely overwhelm you. And in those late rounds, Anthony Yarde, he seemed to get tired. He seemed to be gassed. and he can be overwhelmed. I think that's how the fight gonna go. I think it's gonna be nip and tuck early in the fight. You know what I'm saying? And then in the later,
Benavidez ain't overwhelmed anyone at 175 yet.
But what if Yarde could damage him? What if Yarde? That's another intangible. What if he can damage David Benavidez in those early punches, early rounds, and make him hesitant to let his hands go? It's gonna be an interesting fight.
I think we've seen enough from David Benavidez to say we know he got a decent chin. I ain't gonna say it's granite, but he got a decent chin. So
but I don't think it's been tested. I don't think he's been cracked on by Anthony Yarde, who's like cruiserweight level power. And also, I think the way that David Benavidez fights kind of may play into Anthony Yarde's strengths a little bit. Like, there's something about those high volume punchers, bro. Like, they're cool. I like to watch them fight, but they leave themselves open to getting hit clean. Anthony Yarde was able to buckle better BF. You know what I'm saying? He's when in all of these fights, he was able to, like, you know,
almost took out Kovalev.
Yes, he's known for that. So I mean, look, David Benavidez gets a show, but when you talking about meeting somebody in the middle of the ring, when you're talking about we're gonna shoot it out, and I hope he's gonna stand there because I'm gonna stand there. I don't know if you need to stand there necessarily. I think you might not want to just stand there. And I think it's going to be interesting if you win this fight just standing there. It's going to speak a lot about who you are in the light heavyweight division. Because I'm going to tell you right now, better be able than just stand there.
I don't think David Benavidez is going to stand there. I think David Benavidez. One of the things, and I love watching training videos, those type of things. David Benavidez has a great strategy as far as catching punches. I think he catches punches very well, and I think against Yarde, He's gonna be able to catch. He's gonna see the shots coming. He can catch them, and then he's gonna be able to let his hands go. Especially, and if I'm training them, shout out to Jose Benavidez Senior. If I'm training you, I'm telling you, look, we ain't trying to knock this man out early. What we trying to do, we gonna let our hands go here and there, but we gonna be defensively responsible. You know what I'm saying? And then in them later rounds, then we really gonna let our hands go. And I think David Benavidez got the stamina to do that.
Yeah, he probably
got the stamina, but does he have the? I never seen David Benavidez really. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
He had knocked anybody out at 175. He don't have no knockouts at 175.
And I think Yarde is gonna gas out. Yeah.
Hey, Yarde gonna be dangerous the first 6 rounds, and I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped David Benavidez. But what helps David Benavidez is that Yarde is shorter, so David Benavidez is gonna be punching downward, which should increase his power a little bit, especially in the later round.
I don't. They look eye to eye when they were standing there looking at each other.
Oh, they did.
No, he had on them big old shoes.
I think both of them had them big old shoes.
Well, maybe I don't know how tall Yarde is. I thought he was short. He not short.
It's only about an inch difference between those guys, to be honest.
Oh, okay. That's different then. That's different.
That's an inch difference.
That's what I'm trying to say. All those little advantages that he had at 168. Let me see. Yarde stands at 6 foot even. You know what I'm saying? What is David?
Man, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
6'2" though.
He looked short.
6'2".
He was wearing them big old shoes in the face-off, and he looked a lot shorter.
Man, I'm not worried about that, man. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
I there's Anthony Yarde, right? So David Benavidez. I don't know, man. Listen, man. Like I said, I expect David, man. I think David Benavidez is the better fighter, but bruh,
who you pick to win?
I picked David. I do.
I got David.
Okay. We agree.
But I'm just saying that this fight ain't gonna be as sweet as I think people think it's gonna be. You know what I mean?
Nah, it's not. But Yarde gonna gas out, man. I mean, it's unfortunate that he has that natural built like that whole, needs a lot of oxygen, using a lot of oxygen. So, hey, it is what it is.
He's tried true though. Also, like at the end of the day, does that hold any weight as far as Yarde is this is his division. He's the light heavyweight guy in this fight. David Benavidez, look at his last 3 fights, right? David Benavidez fought hold on a second. David Benavidez fought David Morrell, which is a 168 pounder, came up with him to 175. Somebody who actually buckled him, by the way, in that fight. And then Alexander Voznik, who's is a good fighter, but who did Alexander Voznik fight?
Voznik was past his prime too.
Past his prime. Before David Benavidez, he fought in 2023. He fought Isaac Rodriguez. I don't know. He just wasn't the same fighter, right? He just wasn't. I don't know, man.
But when you see this fight, David Benavidez is going to be getting pushed around in this fight. That's something he's going to have to deal with. That is inescapable. He's going to get pushed around. He's going to get muscled in his fight. He's going to get put up against the ropes. He's not used to dealing with that. He's not used to somebody hitting his body with power. Cause after Yarde throws a nice left hook to the body, he had a good double left hook. He throws a nice uppercut. And one thing about it, he's able to put you up against the rope. Lyndon B. Arthur is a big guy. He's a big guy. He's not a small guy. And that guy, Davis, not knocking him out. I mean, you got to. I'm being serious, man. He's not knocking him out.
Man, listen, and I say this respectfully. Lyndon Yarde, he the first fight, I thought that was a much more close fight than the second one. Hey, David Benavidez, Anthony Yarde, he should. When you find somebody like Lyndon Arthur, respectfully, and I'm not trying to shit on Lyndon Arthur, man, that ain't this is a domestic level fighter that we talking about. He's a domestic level fighter, and ain't no way you should be going, because I thought the second fight he went life and death with and it shouldn't have never been that close of a fight, in my opinion. I just don't. Now I give Lyndon credit because he was the longer fighter, and once again he lost that fight, in my opinion. He lost, but being the longer fighter, it gives you certain advantages, and I think David Benavidez understands how to utilize those advantages much better than Lyndon Arthur did. Once again, a domestic level fighter. So Anthony Yarde, man.
You know what? Now,
let me just say this. I like the fight, but at the same time, I don't give Anthony Yarde a chance in this fight. I don't give him a chance.
Oh no, I'm giving.
I don't either. I mean,
a lucky shot.
Hold on one second, guys. Wait. A bunch of people trying to talk right now. I know Coach Eddie was going to say something, but then I want to bring Young Kai in the building too, because I think he wants to fight for David Morrell a little bit, just to put some perspective on.
Yo, go ahead, Clay. I'm gonna jump off. I'm listening. Salute everybody.
All right, Ross Scott, man. Salute, man.
Salute.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. With David Benavidez, remember he was he was on the PBC island. So you got to remember, a lot of those guys that he fought were guys that were coming up from 54 and 60. The David Lemieux was the 54. The Kyron Davis was the 54. Ronald Ellis gave him a good scrap. I think he finished on the feet, if I remember correctly. But that was a good back and forth fight. But most of the guys he fought were coming up from 54 and 60. And he never. I mean, Andrade was past it. I like Andrade. I was pulling for him in that fight, but when I seen it, he was just past it. A 37-year-old guy. He wasn't the same guy that he was, when he was younger. Plus, he's a smaller guy coming up from another weight class. So David has always had the weight size advantage on everybody that he fought. Now it's not there anymore. He's fighting a guy who literally leans on you, pushes you, uses forearms and shoulders, who knows how to muscle you. He's been doing it for a long time. Who's been acclimated to that weight. A guy who's coming down from 200 and something pounds. And it can swat. A guy that can swat, legitimately can swat. And David he's going to find out. And I'm going with the upset alert. I could be wrong, but I think Yarde is going to pull it off. This is his third title shot, so you're going to get a very highly motivated Anthony Yarde. This is the first he can really become a world champion in this fight, and this is a winnable fight. He's not going up against a Beterbiev. You know what I'm saying? This is a very winnable fight. And those experiences with Beterbiev and Kovalev is probably going to serve him in this fight, because in my opinion, he has a better resume than David. David has just been weight bullying most people. I mean, this could keep it on. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like to use that term, but he's been much bigger than everybody that he fought. And he's just been steamrolling because he's been bigger than him. When he moved up to 175, he's not steamrolling guys anymore. He's not doing it anymore. He's beating them, but he's not steamrolling them.
No doubt, no doubt. Young Kyle, what's good with you, family?
Yo, chilling. Clay, salute to y'all.
So
Coach.
one moment, yo, country. Let me see your face, man. I don't remember you being up here, bro. And I've been getting some funny style dudes come. There you go. All right.
I'm legit.
Oh man, okay, you can go back to your thing. It's all good, bro.
Dang,
So
I
he
know
was
I'm ugly,
laying in the bed.
It's all good, bro. You go back to the thumbnail. It's all good, brother. Go ahead, young guy.
Yeah, what we talking about, Morrell or the Yarde versus?
No, we talking about Yarde and Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's connected with the Morrell fight, right? Because watching Morrell fight against Imam Khataev, we saw the power is just not translating to the light heavyweight division the way it was at 168. He's fighting bigger fighters, bigger punchers. And my question is, David Benavidez, Anthony Yarde is really his first
real test
at light heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? And a puncher at that. With the way that David Benavidez fights, the style that he brings, that high punch output, that high pace that he brings out there, you know, your hands can't be in two places at the same time. It's either, you know, you either defensively where it needs to be, or you're taking risks by letting your hands go. Against an Anthony Yarde, that could be a dangerous fight. Just trying to see what you guys think that's going to translate into for David Benavidez. Is he going to run into some real adversity with his Anthony Yarde fight?
Yeah, no, I do agree that the power hasn't translated yet for Benavidez at 75. But this could be a resurgence of what we were seeing from him at 68 versus Kyron Davis versus Caleb Plant late in that fight. We could see the accumulation of punches get Yarde out of there by the 10th. And if we do, that'll be super impressive. But I mean, look, his fight versus Vostok wasn't impressive. Mind you, it was his first fight at light heavyweight. Couldn't get him out of there. We kind of like wasn't surprised by that. But I think it's a biological thing too. You got to give these guys bodies a chance to adapt to light heavyweight. Like, I mean, it's only 7 pounds, but it's bigger men that they fighting. You know, they could eat more food, you know, they could hit the bag a little harder in camp. So I don't know, man. I think you know, a few fights for Morrell and for Benavidez at this weight class, we should be seeing they power increase a little bit. And I think this fight we might see Benavidez get a stoppage. Definitely late though, rather than early or mid fight.
Hey, let me say this, Clay. I want y'all to remember when Roy Jones fought who he fought at heavyweight, what the name? Ruiz.
Carlos
All right.
Ruiz.
Yeah. Now in that fight, Roy Jones won the fight. But what I saw in that fight, I said everything is hurting Roy Jones. The jabs is hurting him. He's hiding it, but they're hurting him. Right. When I look at Benavidez, since he went to 175, I'm telling you those punches are hurting him, and he's doing a good job of hiding. He's been dropped. Morrell has been dropped. You can't look past that. Since they went up in weight, they both been dropping. Even against Boston, Benavidez boxed beautifully. Don't get me wrong, but those shots are hurting him, and he's hiding it right now. And I do think Yarde has a chance, at least in those first 6 rounds, to do some damage. And I don't think he outbox Benavidez, but he can outpower Benavidez, and that should be the game plan, to go in there and knock Benavidez's head off. Benavidez could get square. He can get square, and even if you can just catch an off-balance knockdown, it's there. You know, but I think that's Yarde's best chance. The longer the fight goes, the more it favors David Benavidez.
Sure.
Yeah, you know what? Let us not forget that David Benavidez got dropped by Ronald Gurville, I believe it was, who was a journeyman at 168.
Mhm.
And the thing is this, what we got to remember about Yarde, even though he has flaws like, you know, his gas tank and stuff, that fool went 11 rounds, was it? Or 12 with Artur Beterbiev, who punches like a freaking mule. And David and most of those other guys have never experienced that. So I would say that Yarde is, at this point, is very durable, and it begs the question, how much can David's punches really affect Yarde after he took all those shots from Artur Beterbiev? I don't see it having that much of an effect. I mean, yeah, he may overwhelm him, especially if he gasses, but it's not going to be, all this mad power and he's hurting him. No, not at all. I mean, he'll be lucky to get him out of there with a bunch of flurries, in my opinion.
Hey, bro,
If he could, I don't think he could though, to be honest.
Better Beef got Yard out of there in the 8th, bro. Like, I understand Yard is saying he's coming to this fight with a
Yeah, I messed up on that. I'm sorry, man.
not but I think Kovalev got him out of there in the 9th or the 10th. But yeah, I mean, he definitely has clear gas tank issues, and it's concerning. It's like, bro, why are you not training this? Why are you not like adjusting on this? So I don't know. He's coming in here with a refreshed mindset, like he said. He wants to shoot out, and he's coming to prove himself, like he said, and he want to look himself in the mirror. And but I really just think he's gonna go in there and just try to make Benavidez fight his fight. And I think Benavidez is the smarter guy. But if Benavidez does fight his fight, he's gonna get him out of there with the barrage of punches.
Yeah, but see, the other danger to that is when Benavidez lets his hands go, he opens himself up to getting caught in between punches. And if he gets caught in between punches by Yard, it could be all she wrote. Possibly.
But the
problem is when you say getting caught in between punches, y'all, and I say it respectfully, y'all, that's not what he does. That's not him. He bully people. He like to come forward. Man, all I'm saying is this. If it get past the 6th round, which I think it will, Anthony Yarde in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble in that fight.
That's true. That's true.
So that's why I say I think he got to punch his chance. He gonna have to land something big early, and even if he lands something big, I still don't know if he get Benavidez out of there. I don't know that.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think that Anthony Yarde punches harder than David Morrell?
I think he does.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Because David Morrell, even though he didn't drop him, David Morrell hurt Benavidez when they fought. And if he can hurt Benavidez when they fought, I think Anthony Yarde can do significantly more. I mean, that's just my opinion, but
I think, I think David Morrell is much more skillful to land his than Anthony Yarde is. I don't think. I watch Anthony. I don't watch Anthony Yarde fight his last 7-8 fights. Respectfully, the man, I don't see the skill set there and the delivery system. There are times where Anthony Yarde throwing get off of me punches, and anybody throwing get off me punches, I don't really trust it.
Get off of me punches. I like that term.
I mean, that's what it is. Hey, get the hell up. Get back, nigga. Get back.
Like Richard Pryor said, get off me, motherfucker.
Look, Anthony Yarde, right? I think the difference between Anthony Yarde and Dave Morrell is that Anthony Yarde will let his hands go, right? That's the only big difference. Like David Morrell got a little reserved against David Benavidez, right? Like he allowed David Benavidez's volume to kind of like lull him to sleep a little bit at times, and then he would just start to let his hands go. Anthony Yarde is very confident in his ability to take punches, and he's also very confident in how effective his punching is going to be. He does a great job at attacking the body. He does a great job of getting in that mid-range and getting inside of that high guard of David Benavidez with uppercuts, breaking up in between those of that high guard and getting in there, like really digging up in there with them uppercuts. I think David Benavidez, I'm telling you, he shouldn't, in my opinion, fight Anthony Yarde the way I've seen him fight David Morrell, the way I've seen him fight Caleb, the way I've seen him fight the biggest fights of the Dimitri Andre, the whole I'm gonna just walk through your offense, walk through your power, and just push my will. You know what I'm saying? Forward.
But does he fight any other way?
Hold on. Play more rain. I say this respectfully. I got to ask this question to you. I say this respectfully. You said all that. Who you pick to win the fight?
I'm picking. I have a hard time going against David Benavidez. He's kind of like Terrence Crawford to me. You're gonna have to beat him to show me that you could beat him, right? Like
so you said all. So you said
but
all.
I am saying that. the way he fights makes me nervous against Anthony Yarde. I'm telling you, the way he fights, that I know him to fight gives me apprehension at fighting Anthony Yarde that way.
I wish I was still betting on YouTube because I can't bet on YouTube no more. An individual still owe me $200. So I ain't betting on YouTube. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to tell you is Anthony Yarde has no chance. And I want y'all to hear me clearly.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, that's fine. You ain't got to say it. I'm saying it. He has no chance to win the fight. He has no chance. He's going to get hands put on him. He's going to gas out in the 7th round. I don't think he's going to get stopped. I think he's going to go to a decision. But at the same time, I think the decision going toward David Benavidez. I don't think it's going to be even. And we saw Shakur get a decision this weekend. I disagreed with the judges. Me personally, I disagreed with the judges. I think they had it. It was out of order. 109 to 118. I don't know what it was. It was out of order. But I disagree with the judges. I think I agree with the judges more in this fight than I will in their fight. And I think, man, David Benavidez is going to put hands on Anthony Yarde, man.
I think David finna be there, finna get lumped up, man. He finna be looking like the elephant, man.
You lucky. I want to bet you.
I think he finna get. I think that body attack is gonna be the key.
Hold on. So you got Anthony Yarde. You got Anthony Yarde winning the fight.
I got upset alert.
All right.
Upset alert. And to me, it won't be an upset.
I want to know real quick. Hold on. So I know what Coach Eddie thinks. I know what Dub thinks. Too Rich, what do you think? Who wins this fight?
Hey man, like I say, I favor Yarde in the first 6 rounds, man. But I do think Yarde gas tank gonna come into play longer the fight go on, man. But I definitely think it's an upset alert. But I favor David Benavidez, but I definitely think it's an upset alert. I mean, think what's the worst possible thing that could happen to the PBC is if David Benavidez lose. Turkey put people in fights. Sometimes we get upset.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's the word. I think it's Murphy's law is in play. You know, what can go wrong will go wrong. And I think the matchmaking that Turkey doing. Yeah, the matchmaking that Turkey them doing is great. So upsets are definitely possible because it's a good matchup. It's a matchup that favors David, but it's a good matchup. Anybody can win that fight.
Kai, what do you think?
You asked me?
Yeah.
Man, I would say it's a 50-50, and I was saying that like a few nights ago. But nah, man, I think it's I think it's a 80-20 Benavidez, honestly. Maybe 75.
I ain't mad at it, bro. I ain't mad at it. It's hard. Listen, man, it's David's fight to win, but I think David can fight this fight wrong. I think if he fights this fight wrong, it'd be a shame. It'd be something that he looks back at him like, I ain't have to fight that way, bro. You know what I mean? And I'm wondering if him and his team are taking that into consideration, if we might see some adjustments, some acknowledgement of the real threat that Anthony Yarde presents, which, listen, he's a limited fighter. He's a fighter who's doesn't have a lot of wrinkles to his game, but he's one of those fighters who does what he does well. And if you fight him there, you might be giving him an unnecessary chance. Shout out to
real quick, Claymore. I'm gonna let everybody go. All I'm telling you is this: if me and you both know that man can sit there, utilize his jab early in the fight, and then go attack. If we know this, if me and you know this, and I always say I'm not the smartest. Most of these folks on this channel right now are smarter than me as far as boxing goes. If I know this, I'm positive that the camp know this. I'm positive they know it's gonna be an easy win, bro. It's easy work.
All right, hold on. Let me bring in Reyes Boxing, but then I have a question for the panel also. But Reyes Boxing, how you doing, man? Salute, family. How you doing, man?
Shout out to you, bro. I saw a couple of my guys who I was in a panel on earlier. So good to see you guys. I love the question, and I love that you're bringing up Benavidez versus Yarde, because believe me, I've been trying to tell my friends this. Like, look, man, this ain't no easy fight, and you're breaking it down exactly the way I see it too. Exactly, because remember, Anthony Yarde gave Beterbiev his toughest fight, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Beterbiev is a true 175, and let me just say this: Beterbiev also knocked down Usyk back in the amateurs, so that power is real. That power is carried all the way over. All respect to David Benavidez, man. I absolutely love David Benavidez, and at 168 pounds, 100% a killer. Let me just make it clear when people are starting to say, "Oh, this is easy work. This is easy work." Turkey don't be giving nobody no easy work. Turkey is the upset king. In fact, he prefers the upsets. So,
yeah, you go lose your fucking with Turkey, man.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me give you guys just this food for thought. When David Benavidez went up to 175, he fought Vosdick. That's the same Vosdick who was already broken down by Beterbiev, who had to leave for a few years, made a comeback, and he didn't knock that guy out. Then he fought David Morrell, and David Morrell kind of rocked him a little bit. Now I get it. David Benavidez beat Morrell. We just watched Morrell, and Morrell got knocked down by a real 175-pound puncher, and I thought Khataev won. That's just me personally. All right.
I did too.
I don't know if this is the truest 175-pound fight that we're going to see David Benavidez in. So I wouldn't be too fast to put all that money in on David Benavidez. I 100% agree with your take, bro.
Yo, no doubt. Right. Listen, man. I like I said, I favor David Benavidez to win this fight. I don't want it to be misconstrued, but I do feel like there's some things that I see from David Benavidez is what he's saying in that press conference that made me say, hold up, bro, you are acknowledging that you fighting Anthony Yarde, right? Like, I'm just saying, you talking, I heard you talk this talk when you were getting ready to fight Dimitri Andrade. This ain't Dimitri Andrade, bro. You know that, right? This is Anthony Yarde. So I'm wondering if they have enough respect to adjust, to make the slight adjustments that need to be made to fight this guy differently than how they fought other people. Because if they fight him, it is what it is, right? Shout out to hold on, I got some more people coming up here. My co-host actually, Sugar Ray Davis in the building, and well, we got a new guy here. Boxing Matter.
Yeah, what's going on, man? What's going on, you guys? Salute to everybody in the panel.
What's going on, Ray?
Never had this many people on the panel, so guys, let's land our planes. Let's not talk over each other. Don't make this difficult. I want everybody to have a voice, man. Very important. And we got to think about the fact that somebody's waiting. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. That's how it is. That means you're growing, bro. That means you're growing.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Good problems. Good problems.
Mm-hmm.
Ray, what's good with you, man? How you feeling?
Listen, man, chilling. I do want to address some things, especially some things you said. You know, I hate going against you, but I disagree with the David Morrell fight in Benavidez. I think David Benavidez came out using the jab, standing on his toes, and utilizing a lot of movement. He showed a different David Benavidez in the first half of that fight. Once he wore down, you could see that his body wore down from trying to be active. He wasn't throwing a lot of combos as people thought. That's why he started getting hooks and caught on the ropes and stuff. He just started backing into the ropes and getting caught by David Morrell in that fight, which is very dangerous, and I can see how he could lose to.
Wait. You're talking about Morrell and Khataev, or are you talking about?
No. David Benavidez in that fight with David Morrell. David Morrell came out. Remember, we were discussing it, and I was like, "Yo," and Roy Jones was telling me, Andre Ward was telling me he got to use the jab. So he came out using the jab. He was on his toes. He did some good movement. I never expected David to be like that because I was like, he has no chance unless he does that. As he got tired, I don't know what's going on over there. It sounds like gunshots in the hood, but that's crazy.
No, that was fireworks.
All right. But as I was saying, he started leading in. He basically did what Shakur did. He started letting Morrell back him to the ropes, and he was countering him. That's how he stayed in the fight because he wore himself out with those jabs and things of that nature. If he tries the same thing with Anthony Yarde, he may have some success. I think Morrell and David Benavidez are facing the same problem. Them being bullies or stronger guys at 168. They were bigger guys down there in the division they're supposed to be in with the competition they're supposed to be in. They're finding themselves with a hard time. Actually, David Benavidez can go up another division, but they're finding themselves a hard time acclimating, it looks like, to the punch resistance. Once they get used to that punch resistance or that establish that resistance to the punch. I'm not saying they can't take the punch. I'm saying that, you know, if they get caught with a good one, that it's going to hurt them, and you're going to see it. They're going to get more knockdowns and things of that nature, and they're going to be very cautious because of the punch resistance at the division of 175. Once they get acclimated to that, they'll be fine. But until then, they're going to be in a situation where they're always going to be on the back foot, or they're going to be looking to looking scared in the ring per se, like you see Morrell the other day, like he wasn't on his A game. He looked to be doing antics in the ring and showing off, and it got him caught, put on his pocket. So I can see the same thing happening to David Morrell. I mean, Yarde's a good gamer in this fight. This is somebody said earlier that Turkey don't make no mistakes when he makes these fights. He doesn't, and I could see Anthony Yarde even still in this fight, man, very easily. I mean, I got Benavidez to win too, but I can definitely see Yarde still in this fight, not off of points either, but a
I
stoppage.
got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Wait. Let me just get to Boxing
go ahead,
Matters,
sorry.
and then I'll come right to you. But I just want to make sure we get him in. Go ahead, Boxing Matters.
Oh, I'm not sure what was the statement you made earlier or what was the question, but I hear it's about Benavidez and David Morrell. Oh,
No, Ben, we're talking about Benavidez and Anthony Yarde, and we're using the David Morrell Khataev fight. Just a little bit is kind of segueing into it, just acknowledging that, you know, David Morrell, the power just seems like with both these guys we haven't seen it translate yet into the light heavyweight division. So, you know, David Benavidez going against a puncher now.
I would just piggyback off what the guy was just saying. I mean, you do make great points, brother, but at the end of the day, that's why we got to respect David Benavidez, because he is taking 50-50 fights. Like, he's taking 50-50 fights that we question it. Can he win or can he lose? He may lose these fights. And right there alone, you got to salute the man, because you know he's not ducking. He's not even trying to make no punches. He just want good fights for the fans to make great fights. I respect that. Now, on him and Anthony Yarde, man, listen, man. Like, David Benavidez, he was groomed by one of the legends, you feel me? Not legends, greats in this game. Manny Pacquiao, you could say the Golovkin, like them things that they put in fighters like David Benavidez, you know, like the way David Benavidez throw them flurries of shots, like he's a little guy. Like, bro, he's a big guy, and it's hard for big guys to be throwing shots like that. Like, that boy quick. That right there alone is like, that's great. Inside, he's like a mini Pacquiao. In his heart, you can't tell him that he's not a little Pacquiao doing them punches right there. You feel me? So it's hard to beat that guy right now. I'm not gonna lie. He's just growing, and he's faced boxers elite talent, and he's crushing them. Even though he's a little bit bigger, but that still goes with the experience that he may need for the bigger guys that are gonna be slower and telegraphing their shots a lot more. And David Benavidez, he got great size. He ain't no little guy. And his offense is kind of somewhat of his defense too, because he be slipping and he be blocking shots with his arms, elbows, all of that. So all I'm gonna say is it's gonna be hard. And David Morrell, salute to him too, because he put up a great fight against Benavidez. I actually had him beating Benavidez like on the 12-round decisions, because I thought he was gonna outbox him and be more of like, you know, landing jabs on him and making him miss a lot. But David Benavidez, he's that guy. I'm not gonna lie. And against Anthony Yarde, I do see that fight ending in a knockout, because Anthony Yarde, I know he's going to come and bring it. He's for sure going to come and bring it. But, hey, man, anything can happen. I'm leaning towards Benavidez, but anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm once again, I'm going to say it over and over again. I don't think it'll matter, though, because somebody tomorrow will say that I'm sitting out here saying Anthony Yarde going to knock out David Benavidez, right? No matter what we say. But at the end of the day, I'm picking David Benavidez to win the fight. That's where I feel is going to happen. I just feel like he needs to fight the right fight. I just don't think he wins it in any old fashion. You know what I'm saying? I think he wins it a certain way. And I think he can fight this fight the wrong way. He can fight this fight the wrong way, and it can end up bad. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
I'm sorry to cut you off right now, but I feel like last thing, I feel like this fight can't go 12 rounds, because David Benavidez is not a turkey fighter, and they was trying to basically leave him aside from making the fight with Bivol or the Arthur Benavidez.
Oh, you think you get sabotaged?
Nah, not really, because he's that guy to take you out. They've been looking for guys to take him out, but he's that guy as well. So it's like, it's kind of hard to see who turkey and they got to throw at him, because they really don't got nobody. They threw Anthony Yarde. We're gonna see what's gonna happen, but listen, man, they not throwing their top guys right now. They wasn't throwing Bivol right now. They was not throwing big balls right now. They wasn't trying to sacrifice big ball. Hell no.
Can I just make a quick counter, Claymore?
Yeah,
Just a
go
quick
ahead,
counter
make a quick count, and then we're
So-
gonna go to country.
Yeah, so no, just real fast on your point. It wasn't Turkey's choice to have Yarde fight him. What they did is they gave a whole bunch of contracts. All them other fools said, nope, I don't want to fight Benavidez. Nope, I don't want to fight Benavidez. Nope, I don't want to fight Benavidez. And Anthony Yarde, who is a dog, he fought better Biev when he was still young. In my opinion, Anthony Yarde was still growing, and he fought a grown man strength better Biev, and he wasn't scared of that. Then he just kept moseying along. Look, man, I watch a lot of the UK boxing. All right, don't get it twisted. You know why HAMZAH Shiraz beat the brakes off of Edgar Berlanga, trying to stay no profanities.
No, speak on it, bro. It's too late at night to be worried about that. Go ahead, man. Get it.
He beat the brakes off of Berlanga because no one was paying attention to the fact that when they were building HAMZAH Shiraz up, he was fighting killers in the UK. And I'm sorry to say that when we talk now here in the United States and we're like, oh, we're the best boxers. We're not. We're not the best boxers. We're
that
not.
scene's long gone, man. Here in America.
So when they start hold on.
Sorry.
So when they start making these comparisons, like, oh, well, that guy didn't fight nobody. No, bro, you didn't fight nobody. You need to go outside of the U.S. You need to go fight Europeans. You need to go fight some Japanese. Like, shout out to Brian Norman Jr. for going out of the country and fighting. I'm going to give you one right now. Gary Antoine Russell, I don't want to get off too subject. His number one mandatory is Andy Hiraoka. Now, if they try to do some weird PBC stuff and have whatever, he fights somebody else, whatever. If Gary Antoine Russell, who I really like a lot, and I think he is about it, I think he's a real great champion, he should do exactly what Brian Norman Jr. did. Go to Japan, go get your bag, and go take on the number one contender. That is how boxing is done now.
That's a good market,
and it's exactly like how it used to be done in the 70s when Muhammad Ali be fighting in Malaysia and the Philippines. It's exactly the way it was. Like, people are talking about this Canelo Crawford thing, guys. We already saw that. In 1977, Montequilla, Jose Napoles fought Carlos Monzon. Carlos Monzon is still known as maybe the greatest middleweight of all time. We saw this. We watched this. You're not fooling us. If you're a boxing historian, you're not fooling us. We've seen this. We've seen this show before, man. We've seen the show before.
Say that fight again. Say that fight again. I'm about to go look it up. Because I need to see that again.
Jose Napoles versus Carlos Monzon, 1977. Closed circuit TV. It was, and let me explain something for the people listening right now. To Claymore channel, shout out again, bro. I love your channel because it's intelligent conversations, right?
Yeah.
Jose Napoles at that time was like the Floyd Mayweather of the 147 division. He was the king. He was the undisputed. He was undefeated. And at that time, Carlos Monzon was the Marvin Hagler. He was the king. He was the lineal. He was the undisputed. He was the undefeated. And what happened in that fight when y'all watch it? It's simple. Napoles was pap, 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 hitting him, looking great. Everybody's like, oh my God, he got a chance. And then guess what? He got knocked out. Wow. Because a bigger champion will always beat a smaller champion when the skill level is the same. That's just how it was.
That's a good take. Yep. Exactly.
Like, wait. But Eddie, but Reyes, that's the question though. We don't. That's the one question that we're going to get answered on September 13th, which is the skill set the same?
Yeah,
there's questions there that are not answered in that area. I hear you. I agree with you. Bigger guy, smaller guy, same skill set, bigger guy. Is the skill set the same? Because I'm gonna tell you like this.
No.
Canelo Alvarez, at one point in time, I would have said the skill set is the same. But I feel like we're creatures of habits. And I think a good thing for Canelo Alvarez is as he went up in weight, he became the quicker, athletic. He didn't have to adjust as much. He started to get into a point where he started to get away with fighting the same way. When he fights against Terrence Crawford, he's going to have to adjust. We saw him against Erislan De Lara. We saw him even against Miguel Cotto to a degree, but we saw him with Dimitri Bivol. He don't like to adjust. We saw him with William Skull. As much as we don't like the William Skull fight, he doesn't like to adjust. So is he today on September 13th going to be as skillful as Terrence Crawford?
And can I just
Hey,
give you a
Claymore,
counter
let me
real
say
quick
something
to
right
that?
quick, Claymore.
Hold on, let
real quick,
Reyes answer. I want to hear.
Yeah. No, because you brought up an excellent point. And I'm so happy that it's on Netflix. It's for free. 300 million people are going to get to see it. But I just want to talk to the chat and the fans who are boxing historians. Unfortunately, Claymore, we're not watching them at their peaks. Unlike Mantequilla and Carlos Monzon, those two guys were at their peaks. So your question is extremely valid. And here's the things I'll say. Number one, do I believe Canelo Alvarez is the best 168 pounder? He's really not, because he ducked Benavidez. He did. Anyone can argue it all they want, but he did not want that smoke. And then there's all these other killers at 168 that he doesn't want the smoke from, man. He doesn't want no smoke from Christian Mabili. He doesn't want no smoke from Oslis Iglesias. He doesn't want no smoke from Diego Pacheco. He sure as hell won't want no smoke from Hamza Shiraz now. He's happy fighting the Berlangas and the Jaime Munguias, and that's fine. Now, let me talk about Terrence Crawford. And Terrence Crawford, that's my guy. I love Terrence Crawford. But keeping it real, Terrence Crawford's going to be 38, Claymore, 38.
I know.
38. All right. And let's be truthful. Everybody keeps trying to make this comparison like, oh, well, Terrence Crawford's just going to do what Floyd Mayweather did. Terrence Crawford don't fight like that. Terrence Crawford wants to fight you on the line. He wants to fight you on the pocket. Terrence Crawford kind of reminds me of a dude that's like, all right, man, we're going to fight in this little lane on a street and nobody can get off the sides, and let's just see what happens, right? So I honestly think Terrence Crawford is going to try to kind of maybe even go for a knockout, just because really when you're on your last legs and you want to gamble, because what's the worst case scenario, Claymore? Terrence Crawford loses. What's everybody going to say? Oh, man, he was too small.
He's trying to be great. Yeah, he's too small. Yeah, exactly.
What's the best case scenario? Terrence Crawford knocks him out or stops him or makes him bleed.
History.
Exactly. So come on, man. The only thing I'm sad about is your take is awesome. You're absolutely right about the skill point. They're no longer at their peaks. Neither guy is no longer at their peak.
Neither guy. And I mean, there's an argument also. Canelo's older in boxing years. He's like dog years. He's a little older than Terrence, because Terrence, where everybody throws shots at the resume and they say that he didn't fight, all the contemporaries. There's also an advantage of that, right? The wear and tear isn't there the same way. I think the intangibles are going to play in this fight. I think the skill set, I think the training, the lifestyle. You know what I mean? Canelo is a steak eating. He'll drink a beer every now and then, Mexican to his core. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is who he is. Terrence don't eat red meat. Terrence don't eat, he lives a certain lifestyle. He lives it. And I think when it comes down to this fight with these two guys who are aged and I think he's going to be in intangibles. And I think when the fight is all said and done, it's going to be the intangibles. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be the smallest things that make the big difference in this big fight. Obviously, I'm rooting.
Hey, let me jump in real quick.
Man, come on, can I get my point in finally?
Go ahead. My bad. You got to come through right.
All due respect, Reyes, but you a long-winded dude, man.
We all long-winded, bro. We all long-winded. We passionate about the sport. Go ahead.
All right, man. Well, okay, 2 points I wanted to make. One, what he to add to what Reyes was saying. Boxing used to be big in America, and the rest of the world wanted to come to America to fight. Now it's flipped the other way. Boxing is big in the world and not in America anymore. And now Americans need to go out to the rest of the world to fight and get better fights and better opponents. Now, my question for you guys on the panel is this. Do you think that Benavidez stayed at 168 too long and that he should have moved up earlier?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I want to counter Claymore one more time The
Go
intangible
for it.
part.
No, I
Get at me.
got my
Okay.
point up.
Get at me,
Yeah.
Red.
Yeah.
Get at me, bro.
So the intangibles part, you're absolutely right. Totally agree with your entire take. Don't forget the intangible of the fact that the reason why Canelo's never been knocked down by anyone is because he's been doing equestrian riding, bro, since he was 8 years old. And if y'all know anything about horses and equestrian and how hard that is, how hard it is to make a horse jump over stuff, how hard it is to make a horse be on its own two legs, you got to have a lot of core muscle and you got to have a lot of leg muscle. And there's a reason why Triple G, who is arguably within our lifetime, might have been the greatest that we watched at 160, and it was a stone cold killer that so many different people completely avoided. He never dropped Canelo. He never once dropped Canelo. So I'm just throwing out the little intangibles you're talking about.
No, that's a good one.
Hey,
Well, that's a good one. I didn't even know about that.
Clay.
Not
Hey,
factoring
Clay.
in the cycling.
All right, hold on a second. Somebody saying, "Hey, Clay, is that Kai? Is that
Correct.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
so
you're not
this is
factoring.
something I want y'all to just be on the lookout for. Okay, when you fighting these big fights, strategy gonna have a lot to do with it. It's not just go in there and figure out what's going on the fly. The strategy and the game plan. When Crawford fought Spence, one of the reasons the fight looked like it did was because that was the first fight that Crawford came in the Southpaw and fought the total fight in Southpaw. So ask yourself, how many Southpaws had Errol Spence faced? See, he had only faced 2 Southpaws. They didn't feed him any Southpaws. So that was a great strategy that made the fight look lopsided. So I say that to say this. Who is Canelo preparing for? Don't be surprised if Crawford comes out in orthodox and not southpaw, or switches significantly into orthodox.
Hey, that's a good take too, Rich. I love it. Can I just say that to this day, Canelo's probably most controversial fight was against the southpaw, and it was against Erislandy Lara, which a lot of us believe Lara beat him. So I wouldn't be surprised if Crawford kind of fights him like how Lara fought him.
Yeah, I'm just saying, expect him to switch.
All right, hold on,
I
guys.
just expect him to switch.
Wait a second. Let me bring in Ant McQueen, and then I got to bring in Kai. I got to manage this thing. I got to manage this. Ant McQueen, what's good, family?
Living the thug life. What's the deal?
Doing it. Trying to be like you, man.
Nah, don't be like me. Be like you. You out there, you got the crispy clean 4K video. You know what I'm saying? I'm real ashy up here with the little dot.
No
You
doubt.
doing
No
big
doubt.
things, man.
No doubt. Thank you, man. So how you feel about this, man? He has no chance.
Who's that?
Anthony Yarde. He has no chance. Or are we talking about?
I'm not gonna say no chance because anything can happen in a fight, but I just don't believe that he's savvy enough to have anything more than a puncher's chance. That's it. I think David Benavidez is just far too savvy. Between the guard manipulation, his ability to switch. I know people say, well, he didn't do yada, yada, yada to Vosdick, and look what Beterbiev did to him, but he completely outclassed that man. Yo, there was a sequence in the damn 3rd round where the man was firing his jab. The dude went southpaw to take the jab away. He'd be doing a little sneaky stuff like that, like his ability to cut the ring. People say, yeah, well, he squares up, but you got to think about it. When he's able to get his combinations off is because both hands are closer to the target. So he's very particular about when he squares up. He's not always squared up. If he needs to get work the jab, he'll be more bladed. If he needs to throw combinations, he'll be more forward in his stance, a little bit more squared up. The other thing that he does very well, too, is anticipatory defense. Bro, there was a moment this dude threw a damn gazelle punch and came down at mid-air before his feet hit the mat. He was already in a cross block on some Archie Moore shit to block the counter from Vosdick. That dude is just crafty, savvy, very intuitive. And Anthony Yarde, he's a specimen of a man. You see him, his muscles got muscles, but he is none of that. And then I'll say this, bro. Yeah, he got experience with my man Kovalev, Gave him a hell of a fight in the what was that, 8th round. Almost had him up out of there, but then he gassed out. He was so exhausted, he got stopped by a jab. He was sprawled out from a jab, and it wasn't even because he was hurt. He was just too exhausted to continue. Same thing happened to Beterbiev. Once Beterbiev started putting that sweet baby rays on his ribs, gassed out in that fight, then he got ran into a damn shot. This is something we've seen several times, man. And here's the other thing about Anthony Yarde. Outside of those two guys, maybe you may say Lyndon Arthur. Who else has he fought of note? There's a guy that he fought after Kovalev that was 4-48, bro. I was looking at this dude's resume the other day. You don't go from Sergey Kovalev to a guy that's 4-48, then you go back up to a Beterbiev, then you go back to another guy who's subpar. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like there's a little bit too much up and down on his resume. And I feel like that's the reason why he may have came up short. And then also just Tunde. No disrespect to his coach, but Tunde. For the longest time, these dudes were maintaining that they weren't doing any type of sparring or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you going to work on things? How are you going to simulate things if all you do is these choreographed pad routines? Preparation is key, man. You're going to fight how you prepare. And I think that's part of the reason why we've seen Anthony Yarde crumble in those big fights. Preparation.
Hey, can I just do a quick? I think he meant to say Beterbiev, not Kovalev. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is he actually, and just so that the chat doesn't get confused, Anthony Yarde actually did fight Kovalev way back on his 19th fight, I think it was, and Kovalev knocked him out. So that was one of his losses. If I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure you guys could look it up.
No, it was.
No, I meant to say Kovalev and Beterbiev. He fought both of them.
He fought both.
Kovalev first. He fought Kovalev around the time where Kovalev fought Elita Alvarez.
Yeah, that was in 19, and then he fought Beterbiev, and then in 23.
But I'm saying the dude he fought after Kovalev was 4-48.
Yeah.
So to go from that level of competition to that significant of a drop off, then to try to go back up to a guy like Beterbiev, and then you combine that with the preparation. His coach is saying that these guys weren't doing any type of
What I feel like is as far as the damage, like the damage he's taking on that fight, you don't want to keep putting a fighter to keep taking damage, especially if they got knocked out. That's a lot of damage. Getting knocked out is not really something good. Like, it's good, like you didn't take that much damage, but we don't know how in the brain wise that could do to you. Because I heard the guy that fought Arthur Benavidez, I forgot what's the fight. He fought with Benavidez as well. Benavidez' last fight before David Morrell. What was his name?
Alexander Vaznik.
You're talking about
Vaznik. They said he took 2 years off after the Arthur Benavidez. He took 2 years off. That means that, bro, that the pain you take in your body, bro, that's also, we got to look at it as that too. Because put it like this, Subriel Matias, he just finished fighting, but then you see his face, he took a lot of damage. To come back in November, that's kind of too much of a quick turnaround for me. Even though I feel like he'll beat Dalton Smith, because I see Dalton Smith, he get hit too clean. And a boxer like Puyo, he's really good. I'm not even going to lie. To me, he won that fight, honestly. To me, but then I understand if they give it to Matias. I understand. No respect. He won. I could see it where people could say Matias won. I could see it where Puyo won. You feel me? Either way, I'm not mad at it because the guy was coming. You get what I'm saying? So,
not to cut y'all off, but it's about that time for me. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. If I don't cut it, it ain't gonna get cut. We're going on 5 hours. If I don't do something, it ain't gonna get done. And I know wifey over there with the mouth up to the side, like I already know what that energy gonna be when I get up there. So if she's up, and if she's up, it's gonna be bad. She shouldn't even be up. So if she's up, I mean, it's a problem. No, listen, guys, I'm gonna be up tomorrow morning. You know what I'm saying? That's the normal times. It's Tuesdays. I think Tuesdays I'm gonna start doing this evening show right here. Instead of the morning shows, and then tomorrow morning I'm gonna get up. I wanted to do it at 9 in the morning, but I might end up being 11 because you sons of bitches dragged me out to this damn time. I don't know, But I appreciate you guys. Yo, Reyes Boxing, man, salute, man. That was thank you for coming on the channel and respecting the scholarship and bringing by bringing scholarship. You know what I'm saying? That's how you respected it. I love that. That's what I'm trying to make a space for. Shout out to Ant McQueen. I know he bounced out, bringing scholarship. Shout out to everybody on the panel, bro, for bringing the scholarship. The regular guys, I don't even need to say nothing to them. Coach Eddie, Too Rich, you know what it is. Shout out to Country, scholarship. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all you guys, man. Shout out to Boxing Matters, man. It is what it is, bro. I love building on this boxing talk. Love going into these fights. Guys, we got a great weekend coming up ahead. We got Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois. Yo, I'm rooting for Daniel. I want to see him get his redemption, but Usyk is a son of a, right? But we're going to talk about that tomorrow. We got a whole weekend of fights, right? We got
Fondora,
Tim Tszyu, Fondora, Bam Rodriguez is fighting Kafu. I mean, we got a lot
Don't
of fights.
forget Diego Pacheco now. Diego
Pacheco and Trevor McCumbee.
Boxing been great times. Boxing been great.
I mean, boxing's in a great space right now, bro. So we got a lot to talk about. Clearly, I'm glad we were able to get through this weekend, because tomorrow we're gonna talk about the weekend coming up. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna build on it, man. I hope to see you guys there, man. I really do, man. It is what it is,
Thank
man.
you for having me on, brother, and thank you, and good to talk with all
All
of
right,
you.
brother. Salute.
Salute.
All right, salute.
Thank
Salute.
you, Rich.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Hey,
salute.
yeah,
Salute.
I want to subscribe to your channel, bro. Put something in the You got a channel? I'm assuming you got a channel, right?
No. Actually, what I do is I try to help my friends out, and I try to find, because the boxing community, to me, I find it interesting. There's the ones that don't know the knowledge, and then there's shows like yours where it's like, all right, that's a good conversation. Everybody here knows what's up, so that's great. I have a friend of mine that he's just trying to start it out right now. It's called The Knockout Canvas on YouTube. I'm going to be on his show tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Pacific time. That's The Knockout Canvas. But no, Claymore, you said you're going to be on tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. probably. Is it 11 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern?
Eastern.
Okay.
So it's going to be like damn near 7 in the morning your time. I don't know how that math works, right? You're on the West Coast?
Yeah, I'm in Vegas.
Oh, man, you lucky. You blessed. You blessed, man. I got to come out there, man. We got to build, man. Tuesday nights, I'm definitely on. And if you want to show up tomorrow morning, man, you're more than welcome, man. It was great building with you, King.
Yeah, no. The very good conversations, very proper, and you ran it extremely well, bro. Like very well done. Very well done.
Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
All right, man.
To the next one, man. It's your boy Rain. It's that ATP Combat Media Show. And y'all already know at this point, we out.